but it's just a little book, just a little book. I wrote a book on 9/11, but it's just a little book, just a little book. I wrote a book on 9/11, but it's just a little book, just a little book. All these dollars and cents with no change, all this money for the Mexican fence to play games. Build a cage, build a wall, build a monument, but all I really wanna know is where the Twin Towers went. All the lies on the lawn would hit the Pentagon, shooting down the plane to create another battle song. Bush saw it fall, Obama stayed quiet, Donald Trump called it bombs, we can see what he's decided. What's the difference in the end when they're still friends? See them playing golf and shaking hands with other presidents. And it's a shame, it's a game to false represent. I'm just another resident on one of 7 continents. I wrote a book on 9/11, but it's just a little book, just a little book. I wrote a book on 9/11, but it's just a little book, just a little book. I wrote a book on 9/11, but it's just a little book, just a little book. I wrote a book on 9/11, but it's just a little book, just a little book. It's just a little bit of info, it's nothing you don't get to see by looking out your window. It's just some data that I found around town while looking up and looking down. I see it now, you saw it too, and always see them do the same old moves. These same old lies, same old ties, now they pick and choose. Create economies of sacred fake geometry. Dropping bombs, call it peace, buildings fall, people bleed. I wrote a book on 9/11, but it's just a little book, just a little book. I wrote a book on 9/11, but it's just a little book, just a little book. I wrote a book on 9/11, but it's just a little book, just a little book. I wrote a book on 9/11, but it's just a little book, just a little book. Try to backtrack way back, taking me back to bad places. And I still remember all these faces. And I'm talking way back, way before worries and fake races. Before I knew about a paycheck. Didn't know if I could do this cause I stutter and mumble. I'm about to make another fumble. And I'm in a worldwide rumble for the champion gold. I wasn't told there was a battle for my soul, but now I know. I wrote a book on 9/11, but it's just a little book, just a little book. I wrote a book on 9/11, but it's just a little book, just a little book. I wrote a book on 9/11, but it's just a little book, just a little book. I wrote a book on 9/11, but it's just a little book, just a little book. It's just a little book, it's just a little book, it's just a little book. Take a look.
What is Truth? 9/11. Written by Greg Fernandez Jr. Narrated by Barrie. Inside Trump Tower, Donald Trump had a clear view of the World Trade Center on the morning of September 11th, 2001. I saw this huge explosion, Donald Trump told local reporters. Trump watched as United Airlines Flight 175 crashed into the South Tower. I watched as people jumped, Trump later recalled. The future president didn't believe an airplane alone was responsible for the damage caused to the Twin Towers. Most buildings are built with the steel on the inside, Trump continued. This one was built from the outside, which is the strongest structure you can have. How could a plane, even a 767 or 747, how could it possibly go through that steel? I happen to think that they had not only a plane, but they had bombs that exploded almost simultaneously, because I just can't imagine anything being able to go through that wall. Collapses and explosions. Anyone who accepts the official theory about 9/11 is accepting a conspiracy theory, according to which all conspirators were Muslim Arabs. David Ray Griffin. I'm aware that there's still some who would question or even justify the events of 9/11, but let us be clear. Al-qaeda killed nearly 3,000 people on that day. The victims were innocent men, women, and children from America and many nations who had done nothing to harm anybody, and yet al-Qaeda chose to ruthlessly murder these people, claimed credit for the attack, and even now states their determination to kill on a massive scale. They're trying to expand their reach. They are not opinions to be debated. These are facts to be dealt with. President Obama, Egypt, Cairo, June 4th, 2009. During a press conference at the Pentagon on September 10, 2001, United States Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld told the nation, "According to some estimates, we cannot track 2.3 trillion in transactions." At the beginning of the same speech, Rumsfeld mentioned the new adversary the Pentagon faced. Perhaps this adversary sounds like the former Soviet Union, but that enemy is gone. Our foes are the more subtle and implacable today. You may think I'm describing one of the last decrepit dictators of the world, but their days too is often past, and they often match the strength and size of the adversary. The adversary is closer to home. It's the Pentagon bureaucracy. Secretary Rumsfeld also mentioned a transformation within the Department of Defense. To transform the department, we must take advantage of the private sector's expertise. I've asked the members of the Senior Executive Council to streamline the acquisition process and spur innovation in our traditional supplier base, just in time. 9/11/2001, American Airlines Flight 11. On September 11, 2001, American Airlines Flight 11 was scheduled to leave Logan International Airport in Boston at 7:59 a.m. and arrive at Los Angeles International Airport at 11:55 a.m. The flight crew consisted of 2 pilots, John Ogonoski and co-pilot Thomas McGinnis, and 9 flight attendants. John Ogonoski was a pilot of the United States Air Force during the Vietnam War and joined American Airlines in 1978. Co-pilot Thomas McGinnis served in the United States Navy from 1981 to 1989. McGinnis's wife, Cheryl, called him a Top Gun trained fighter pilot in the Navy. "If anything ever happens to me," McGinnis once told his wife, "you must trust God. God will get you through this. Just surround yourself with loving people. People who know Christ. People who will surround you in Christ-like love." Separately, Steve Schneibner tried to schedule himself as the co-pilot for the September 11th flight out to Logan International. "So at about 3 o'clock in the afternoon on September 10th, said Schneibner, "I sat down at the computer and I logged in like I normally do, to check to see if there was an unassigned flying for the next day, and sure enough there was one trip that was available on September 11th. It was American Airlines Flight 11. I go back and I check to see if there's any reserve pilots available. Now I know I'm available, but there might be some other guys available, and it just so happened on September 11th, 2001, there was only one guy available to go flying on that day, and that was me. I told my wife, so I'm going to Los Angeles tomorrow." Schneibner and his wife prepared for the flight the next day. American Airlines was supposed to contact Mr. Schneibner to confirm that he would be a co-pilot for Flight 11. "I waited for the phone call," Schneibner stated, "and the phone never rang, which is not completely unusual. It's not the norm, but it's not completely out of the question either. In fact, I didn't even think about it for a while." Schneibner also stated that Thomas McGinnis was celebrating his birthday on September 10th with his wife and his children, and Tom did what I did that afternoon. About 3 o'clock in the afternoon, he went over to the computer and he logged in, and he looked at it and he saw that the flight was open, and my name had been penciled in, and he knew he was still in the 30-minute window of opportunity. So Tom called down to the American Airlines. 20 minutes, and because of his seniority, Thomas McGinnis replaced Steve Schneibner as the co-pilot of American Airlines Flight 11. There were 81 passengers on board the Boeing 767 commercial airplane, including the 5 hijackers: Wala al-Sharir, Seat 2A, Walid al-Shari, Seat 2B, and Muhammad Atta, Seat 8D, Abdul Aziz Amari, Seat 8G, and Saddam al-Suqami, Seat 10B. According to the 9/11 Commission's report, Muhammad Atta and Abdul Aziz al-Amari boarded the 6 a.m. flight from Portland to Boston's Logan International Airport. When he checked in for the flight in Boston, the report continued, Atta was selected by the computerized pre-screening system known as CAPS, Computer Assisted Passengers Pre-Screening System, created to identify passengers who should be subject to special security measures. Under security rules in place at the time, the only consequence of Atta's selection by CAPS was that in checking bags were held off by the plane until he was confirmed that he had boarded the aircraft. At 6:45 a.m., Muhammad Atta and Abdul Aziz El-Omari arrived at Boston's Logan International Airport at 6:52 a.m. The 9/11 Commission believed that Muhammad Atta took a call from Marwan al-Shahi, and a longtime colleague who was at another terminal at Logan Airport. They spoke for 3 minutes. After 2 members of the hijacking team were selected for a cab screening, Atta and his team boarded Flight 11 sometime between 7:31 a.m. and 7:40 a.m. The cab screening of Saddam al-Suqami, Wali al-Shahrir, and the Wali al-Shahri only affected the handling of their checked bags, not their screening at the checkpoint. Wali Shahri and his brother Wale both sat in the second row of the first-class cabin, while Atta and Amari and Suqami were seated in the business-class cabin. At 7:59 a.m. on September 11, 2001, American Airlines Flight 11 departed from Logan International Airport in Boston, Massachusetts. Boston's air traffic control's last communication with Flight 11, Captain John Oganowski, was at 8:13 a.m. At 8:14 a.m., the air traffic controller identified in the Flight 11 transcripts as 46R told Captain Oganowski, AAL-11, to increase the altitude of the airplane to 35,000 feet. There was no response from Flight 11. Several more attempts to reach the pilot were unsuccessful. Another air traffic controller, identified as 38R, had a brief exchange with the air traffic controller, 46R. "This is Athens," 38R radioed in. "This is Boston," 46R responded. "I turned American 20 left, and I was going to climb him. He will not respond to me now at all." "Looks like he's turning right," 38R responded. "Yeah, I turned him 20 right, but I'm not talking to him." "He won't answer you," 38R added. "He's Nordo." Nordo simply meant that the Flight 11 was flying without a radio. At 8:21 a.m., air traffic control could not see Flight 11 on their radar. The airplane's transponder was turned off. An airplane's transponder sign is used for radar identification for the air traffic control, as well as to avoid collisions with other aircraft. 46R continued to try and contact Flight 11 until 8:24 a.m., when Muhammad Atta addressed the passengers on the airplane for the first time, possibly unaware his voice was heard by the air traffic control instead of by the passengers on board. "We have some planes," said Atta. "Just stay quiet and you'll be okay. We are returning to the airport." Seconds later, Atta spoke again. "Nobody move. Everything will be okay. If you try to make any moves, you'll endanger yourself and the airplane. Just stay quiet." Daniel Lewin, who served in the Israeli Defense Forces for 4 years, was seated 1 row behind Muhammad Atta in the business class. Lewin was the founder of the Akami Technologies, which today describes itself as the global leader in content delivery network, CDN services, making the internet fast, reliable, and secure for its customers. The company's advanced web performance, mobile performance, cloud security, and media discovery solutions are revolutionizing how business optimizes consumers' enterprise and entertainment experiences for any device, anywhere. Daniel Lewin was 1 row behind Atta, and Amari, seated directly behind Lewin, was another one of the hijackers. Saddam al-Suqami, the 9/11 commissioner, stated Lewin was probably stabbed by al-Suqami. The 9/11 commissioner report also claimed that some of the hijackers, most likely Wali al-Shahrir and Walid al-Shahri, who were seated in row 2 in first class, stabbed the 2 unarmed flight attendants who would have been preparing for the cabin service. We do not know exactly how the hijackers gained access to the cockpit. FAA rules require that the doors remain closed and locked during flight. Betty Ong speculated that they had jammed their way in. The commission, unsure of how terrorists entered the cockpit, concluded that the hijackers quickly gained control and sprayed mace pepper spray or some other irritants in the first-class cabin in order to force the passengers and flight attendants towards the rear of the plane. They claimed they had a bomb. Flight attendant Betty Ong made her first call to help at 8:19 a.m. "The cockpit's not answering," she told Vanessa Minter, who worked at the American Airlines Southeastern Reservation Office in Cary, North Carolina. "Somebody's stabbed in business class, and I think there's a mace that we can't breathe. I don't know. I think we're getting hijacked." Asked what flight she's on, Betty Ong first responded, "Flight 12. American Airlines Operations Center asked several times, "What seat are you in?" Eventually Ong responded, "Well, we just left Boston. We're up in the air. We're supposed to go to LA, and the cockpit's not answering their phone." Again she was asked, "What seat are you sitting in? What's the number of your seat?" "Okay, I'm in jump seat right now at 3R, Ong responded. Operations Center then asked if she was a flight attendant. "Hello?" Betty asked. "You may have to speak up. I can't hear you." The Operations Center then asked, "What is your name?" "Okay, my name is Betty Ong. I'm number 3 on Flight 11, and the cockpit is not answering their phone. And there's somebody stabbed in business class. And we can't breathe in business class. Somebody got mace or something. I'm sitting in the back. Somebody's coming back from business class. If you can hold on for 1 second, they're coming back. Our number 1 got stabbed. Our pursuer is stabbed. Nobody knows who stabbed who. And we can't even go to the business class right now because nobody can breathe. Our number 1 is stabbed right now. And who else is? And our number 5, our first class passengers, our galley flight attendant, and our pursuer have been stabbed. And we can't get in the cockpit. The door won't open." The voice of Nydia Gonzalez, American Airlines Riley Reservation Center Operations Specialist, is then heard. "This is Operations. What flight number are we talking about?" The Operations Center then answered, "Flight 12. Betty responded, "No, we're on Flight 11 right now. This is Flight 11. Boston to Los Angeles. Our number 1 had been stabbed, and our number 5 had been stabbed." Betty then asked someone on Flight 11, "Can anybody get up to the cockpit? Can anybody get up to the cockpit?" "We can't even get into the cockpit," Betty told Nydia Gonzalez. "We don't know who's up there." A male voice from Operations Center then said, "Well, if they were shrewd, they would keep the door closed, and they would not maintain a sterile cockpit." "I think the guys are up there," Betty answered. "They might have gone there, jammed their way up there or something. Nobody can call the cockpit. We can't even get inside." Nydia Gonzalez then called the American Airlines emergency line and spoke with Craig Marquis, informing him of what was happening in the Flight 11. "I'm monitoring a call in which Flight 11, the flight attendant, is advising our reps and the pilot everyone's been stabbed. They can't get into the cockpit from what I'm hearing." Gonzalez was still on a separate line with Betty Ong. She told Marcus. The emergency line operator then asked Gonzalez, "Okay, and she's calling how?" Through reservation, I can go in the line and ask the flight attendant question. The number 5 flight attendant has been stabbed, but she seems to be breathing. The number 1 seems to be stabbed pretty badly. She's lying down on the floor. They don't know whether she's conscious or not. The other flight attendants are in the back. It seems like the passengers in coach might not be aware of what's going on right now. The emergency line operator asked, "These 2 passengers were from first class?" Gonzalez then asked Betty, "Do you know any information as far as the gents, the men that are in the cockpit with the pilots? Were they from first class?" Gonzalez relayed what Betty told her. They were sitting in 2A and B. They are in the cockpit with the pilots. According to the 9/11 Commission report, at 8:25 and again at 8:29, Flight Attendant Amy Sweeney got through to the American Flight Service office in Boston, but was cut off after she reported someone was hurt aboard the flight. 3 minutes later, Sweeney was reconnected to the office and began relaying updates to the manager, Michael Woodward. When Flight Attendant Amy Sweeney made the air phone calls to the American Airlines manager, Michael Woodward, she did not use her credit card to make the call. A credit card would have been needed to use the airphone. The official story records that Madeline Amy Sweeney calmly reported on her line that the plane had been hijacked. A man in the first class had his throat slashed. 2 flight attendants had been stabbed. One was seriously hurt and one was on oxygen, while the other wounds seemed minor. A doctor had been requested. The flight attendants were unable to contact the cockpit, and there was a bomb in the cockpit. Sweeney told Woodward that she and Ong were trying to relay as much information as they could to people on the ground. According to Michael Woodward, Sweeney told him, "Something is wrong. We are on a rapid descent. We are all over the place. We are flying low. We are flying very, very low. We are flying way too low. Oh my God, we are way too low." According to 9/11 Commission report, Boston Center did not follow the protocol in seeking military assistance through the prescribed chain of command. In addition to the notifications within the FAA, Boston Center took the initiative at 8:34 a.m. to contact the military through the FAA's Cape Cod's facility. At 8:37:52 seconds, FAA's Boston Center Traffic Management Unit contacted the Northeast Air Defense Sector, Needs. We have a problem here. We have a hijacked aircraft headed towards New York, and we need you guys to... We need someone to scramble, some F-16s or something up there. Help us out. The person at Needs then asked, "Is this real world or exercise?" "No," Boston Center responded. "This is no exercise, not a test." At 8:38 a.m., Nydia Gonzalez was told by Betty Ong that the plane was flying erratically again. "They're in coach," Gonzalez told Marquise. "What's going on, honey?" "Okay, the aircraft is erratic again," Gonzalez told Marquise, "bobbing very erratically. She did say that all the first-class passengers have been moved back to coach, so the first-class cabin is empty." Flight 11 then turned south. While all this was happening, Craig Marquise contacted air traffic control and told them they're going to handle this as a confirmed hijacking, so they're moving all the traffic out of the aircraft's way. He turned his transponder off, so we don't have a definitive altitude for him. We're just going by. They seem to think that they have him on primary radar. They seem to think that he is descending. Gonzalez then told Marquis, "Betty doesn't have any idea who the other passenger might be in first. Apparently they might have spread something so they're having a hard time breathing or getting in that area. What's going on, Betty? Betty, talk to me. Betty, are you there? Betty, I think we may have lost her." Nydia Gonzalez lost contact with Betty Ong at 8:44 a.m. Michael Woodward reportedly lost contact with Amy Sweeney soon after. Also at 8:44, an airplane identified in transcripts as USA 583 picked up on an ELT, emergency locator transmitter, on 121.5. It was brief, but it went off. "Okay," R-42 responded. "They said it's confirmed, believe it or not, as a thing. We're not sure yet, so we're still trying going on another aircraft right now, and they're trying to see what altitude he's at." Another aircraft picked up an ELT. A separate aircraft, DAL-2433, also picked up an ELT too, but it was very faint. At 8:46:40 a.m., Flight 11 hit the North Tower of the World Trade Center. According to the 9/11 Commission, Needs ordered to battle stations the two F-15 alert aircraft at Otis Air Force Base in Falmouth, Massachusetts, 153 miles away from New York City. Battle Commander Colonel Robert Marr then called Major General Larry Arnold, commanding general at the Air Force and NORAD's Continental Region, who told Colonel Marr to scramble the F-16s. The two jets were scrambled at 8:46 a.m. from Otis Air Force Base. Radar data shows that the Otis fires were airborne at 8:53. Lacking a target, they were vectored towards military-controlled airspace off of Long Island's coast. To avoid New York area air traffic and uncertain about what to do, the fires were brought down to military airspace to hold as needed. From 9:09 to 9:13, the Otis fires stayed in the holding pattern. United Airlines Flight 175. On September 11, 2001, United Airlines Flight 175 was scheduled to depart from Boston's Logan International Airport at 8 a.m. and arrived at Los Angeles International Airport later that day. However, the aircraft did not push back from its gates until 7:58, departing at 8:14 a.m., 16 minutes behind schedule. The pilot of United Airlines Flight 175 was Victor Sarcini, and the first officer co-pilot was Michael Horrocks. 7 flight attendants were on board, along with 56 passengers. 5 of those passengers would allegedly hijack Flight 175 for the next 30 or 40 minutes. Marwan al-Shahid, Fayez Ahmed Ban Hamid al-Shahri, Mohand al-Mashahri, and Hamza el-Ghamdi, and Ahmed el-Ghamdi. At 8:33 a.m., the 9/11 Commission reported United Flight 175 had reached its assigned cruising altitude of 31,000 feet. At 8:41:32, Flight 175 contacted air traffic control to inform them of a suspicious transmission. "We heard a suspicious transmission on our departure from BOS. Sounds like someone keyed the mic and said everyone stay in your seats." It cut out. Air traffic control in New York, referred to as R-42 in the public transcripts, contacted IGN at 8:42 to report, "UAL 175 just came on my frequency, and he said he heard a suspicious transmission when they were leaving BOS. Everybody stay in your seats. That's what he heard as the suspicious transmission, just to let you know." The 9/11 Commission report stated the hijacking happened sometime between 8:42 and 8:46. They used knives, as reported by 2 passengers and a flight attendant, mace, reported by 1 passenger, and the threat of a bomb, reported by the same passenger. They stabbed a member of the flight crew, reported by a flight attendant and 1 passenger. Both pilots had been killed, reported by 1 flight attendant. The eyewitnesses' accounts came from calls made from the rear of the plane, from passengers originally seated further forward in the cabin, a sign that passengers and perhaps crew had been moved to the back of the aircraft. At 8:47, according to the 9/11 Commission report, the aircraft changed beacon codes twice within a minute. At 8:51:43, R-42 tried to contact Flight 175. UAL-175 recycled transponder squawk code 1470. There was no answer from Flight 175, which then deviated from its assigned altitude. At 8:52 a.m., Lee Hansen in Easton, Connecticut, received a phone call from his son Peter, a passenger on United 175. His son told him, "I think they've taken over the cockpit. An attendant had been stabbed, and someone else up front may have been killed. The plane is making strange moves. Call United Airlines. Tell them it's a Flight 175, Boston to LA. Lee Hansen then called the Easton Police Department and relayed what he had heard. At the same time, also included in the 9/11 Commission report, an unnamed male flight attendant called a United Airlines office in San Francisco, reaching Mark Palacastro. The flight attendant reported that the flight had been hijacked. Both pilots had been killed. A flight attendant had been stabbed, and the hijackers were probably flying the plane. The call lasted about 2 minutes, after which Palacastro and a colleague tried unsuccessfully to contact the flight. At 8:52:46, R-42 contacted IGN, asking IGN to see if UAL-175 went back to your frequency. "He's not here, East Texas," IGN responded. At 8:53:23, R-42 contacted R-10 and asked, "Do you see the UAL-175 anywhere? And do me a favor, you see the target there on 3321, coded 335 climbing. Don't know who he is, but you got the USA 583. If you need to descend him down, you can. We may have a hijack. We have some problems over here right now." "Oh, you do?" asked R-10. "Yes," R-42 responded. "That may be a real traffic. Nobody knows. I can't get a hold of UAL-175 at all right now. And I don't know where he went to." By 8:58, Flight 175 was cruising towards New York City. At 8:59, Brian Sweeney called his wife, Julie, while on board Flight 175 to inform her that his flight had been hijacked. After leaving a message on their answering machine, he then called his mother, Louise Sweeney, and told her of the hijacking as well. Sweeney also told his mom that the passengers were thinking about storming the cockpit to take control of the plane away from the hijackers. Peter Hansen called his father again at 9 a.m. "It's getting bad, Dad. The stewardess was stabbed. They seem to have knives and mace. They said they have a bomb. It's getting very bad on the plane. Passengers are throwing up and getting sick. The plane is making jerky movements. I don't think the pilot is flying the plane. I think we're going down. I think they intend to go to Chicago or someplace and fly into a building. Don't worry, Dad. If it happens, it'll be very fast. My God, my God." Peter's dad heard a woman scream in the background before the call ended. At 9:01, New York Center contacted New York Terminal Approach Control and asked for help in locating United 175. According to the Flight 175 audio transcript, New York Terminal was monitoring somebody who kept coasting, but it looks like he's going into one of the small airports down there. "Hold on a second," New York Center responded. "I'm trying to bring him up here and get you." "There he is, right there. Hold on. Got him just on 9,500, 9,000 now," the terminal reported. "Do you know who he is?" New York Center asked. We don't know who he is. We're just picking him up now." Air traffic controllers monitored the rapid descent of Flight 175 as the aircraft flew over lower Manhattan. At 9:03 a.m., United Airlines Flight 175 collided into the South Tower of the World Trade Center. At 9:13 a.m., the 2 jets from Otis Air Force Base were 115 miles away from New York City when they set course for Manhattan. The jets arrived above Manhattan at 9:25 and established a combat air patrol, CAP, over the city. Because the Otis fighters had expended in a great deal of fuel in flying first to military airspace and then to New York, The battle commanders were concerned about refueling. Needs considered scrambling alert fighters from Langley Air Force Base in Virginia to New York to provide backup. The Langley fighters were placed on battle stations at 9:09. NORAD had no indication that any other plane had been hijacked. United Airlines Flight 93. United Airlines Flight 93 was scheduled to depart Newark International Airport at 8 a.m. and arrive at San Francisco International Airport. Flight 93 pushed back from Gate A-17 at 8:01 a.m. and finally left the airport at 8:42 a.m. with a 7-person crew and 37 passengers on board. Jason Dale was the pilot of United 93 on September 11, 2001. His 5th wedding anniversary was on September 14th of 2001. To make sure that he had the 14th off, he told his wife that he would agree to fly September 11th through the 13th, according to Dale's biography on thepostgazette.com. Captain Dale was only 43 years old on September 11th, and his co-pilot Leroy Homer Jr. was 36. Leroy Homer was a United States Air Force pilot from 1987 to 1995. Both men left behind a wife and child. The 4 hijackers sat in the first class and were all seated by 7:48 a.m., led by Zayed Jarrar in 1B. The hijackers of Flight 93 consisted of Ahmed Al-Namu, 3C, Ahmed Al-Hanzawi, 6B, and Saeed Al-Gandhi, 3D. At 9:23 a.m., ACARS, Aircraft Communications Addressing and Reporting System, sent out the message, "Beware any cockpit intrusion. 2 aircraft in New York hit Trade Center builds." 3 minutes later, the FAA issued a ground stop to all flights nationwide. Air traffic controllers last communicated with the pilots of Flight 93 at 9:27 a.m. At 9:28 a.m., one of the pilots notifies the FAA's Air Traffic Control Center in Cleveland. It's hard to make out what exactly is said by the pilot, which is why everyone is interested in the case and should listen to the audio themselves. However, this is what I hear. "Mayday, mayday, help. Somebody, mayday, get out of here. Mayday, we're gonna all die here." FAA air traffic controllers in Cleveland were attempting to make contact with United Airlines Flight 93 after hearing what sounded like screaming aboard the airliner. Other airline pilots confirmed they had heard the same thing. Over and over again, a Cleveland Center controller tried to make contact with United 93. In the recording, a voice from United Airlines Flight 797 asked United 1523, "Did you hear your company? Did you hear some interference on the frequency a couple of minutes ago screaming?" United 1523 responded, "Yes, I did, 797, and we couldn't tell what it was either." American Airlines 1060 also heard the screaming. Ditto on the other transmission. Asked by Cleveland Center to verify, American 1060 added, "Yes, I heard it twice." Cleveland Center responded, "Roger, we heard that also. Thanks, I just wanted to confirm that it wasn't some interference." Executive Jet 956 also heard that yelling. United Airlines 93 finally responded at 9:31:55. "Please sit down. Keep remain seating. We have a bomb on board, so..." Command Center in Hemden was still tracking United 93 at 9:34 a.m. "We're still tracking at this time," Command Center told FAA headquarters. Then at 9:36 a.m., Cleveland Center asked Command Center, "Our question here is, our aircraft that we have has climbed, turned, and is not talking to us. Do we want to scramble? We have a couple of local military here." "Okay, that's a decision that has to be made at a different level," Command Center answered. "Is someone talking about it at least?" After confirming the call sign and the Flight 93 was over Cleveland, Command Center responded, "Over Cleveland now? Okay, we'll call you right back." It wasn't until 9:39:10 that one of the hijackers on board Flight 93 spoke again. "And this is the captain. I would like to all remain seated. There is a bomb aboard and we're going back to the airport and to have our demands, so please remain quiet." Sometime during the hijacking, one of the 5 flight attendants, Sandra Bradshaw, made a call to her husband, Phil, in North Carolina. "My airplane has been hijacked by 3 guys with knives, and we're in the back getting together some hot water to throw on them. Have you got any ideas?" Sandra told her husband she saw one of the hijackers sitting on the back of the first class, a short guy with a dark complexion. When they stood up, they had red bandanas around their heads. She told me that the plane had turned around and she did not know who was flying the airplane and why they were. She would see a river, and I assumed it was the Ohio in Pittsburgh. Todd Beamer, a passenger on board Flight 93, called the GTE Verizon switchboard from the plane and spoke with the supervisor by the name of Lisa Jefferson. Jefferson stated, "He told me that there was 3 people that had taken over the plane, 2 with knives and 1 with a bomb strapped around his waist with a red belt. The 2 with the knives had locked themselves in the cockpit. They had ordered everyone to sit down. The hijacker with the bomb pulled the curtain to first class so they couldn't see what was going on, but he did see 2 people lying on the floor of first class. He couldn't tell if they were dead or alive. The flight attendant told him he was pretty sure it was the pilot and co-pilot." Lisa was speaking to Todd Beamer as the aircraft was moving erratically. "We are going down. No, wait. We are coming back up. We're turning around. We're going north. We're going north. At this point, I don't know where we are going. I don't know. I really don't know. Oh, Jesus. Please help us." Close to 9:41 a.m., Cleveland Center lost Flight 93's transponder signal. "United 93, do you hear Cleveland Center? Okay, American 10-6 and Executive 965. We just lost the target on the aircraft. Flight 93 was 25 miles northwest of Executive Jet 965. Around the same time, Command Center told FAA headquarters, United 93 is descending." At 9:46 a.m., the FAA Command Center in Hemden, Virginia, relayed to FAA headquarters that United 93 was now 29 minutes out of Washington, D.C., and tracking towards it. This is the one who reversed course in Ohio. He was a flight level 350 turned around in Akron, Ohio. At 9:49 a.m., Command Center asked FAA headquarters, "Do we want to think about scrambling aircraft?" "Oh God, I don't know," Command Center responded. "That's a decision somebody's going to have to make probably in the next 10 minutes. FAA headquarters let Command Center know. Everyone just left the room. At one point, the airplane's transponder turned back on. According to air traffic control transcripts, the United has now come up, back on. His transponder's up. He's back on his original code, 8,200 feet. Illinois police are reporting receiving a 911 airphone call from a passenger reporting to be on United Flight 93. He's reporting 3 hijackers on board with knives and making threats of a bomb on board. Flight 93 was less than 20 miles northwest of Johnstown, Pennsylvania, when it waved its wings around 10:01 a.m. He was waving his wings as he was past the V, Command Center reported. The VFR aircraft, they don't quite know what that means, rocking his wings. According to 9/11 Commission report, most of Flight 93 crashed into a field in Shanksville, Pennsylvania at 10:03 a.m. At 10:07 a.m., Command Center notified the FAA. "This is a report of black smoke in the last position I gave you 15 miles south of Johnstown." "From the airplane or from the ground?" FAA headquarters asked. "They're speculating it's from aircraft." Command Center responded, "It hit the ground. That's what they're speculating. That's speculation only." Cleveland Center asked another airliner on the frequency, "Do you see any activity on your right side? Smoke or anything like that?" American 1060 answered, "Negative. We're searching. Yeah, we do have a smoke puff from about, probably 2 o'clock. These appear to be just dark clouds, like a puff of black smoke." On the ground in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, Rick King, Assistant Chief of the Shanksville Volunteer Fire Department, saw some small fires in the woods, just small brush fires, the ground smoking, debris everywhere. Pieces of metal, paper, insulation, wiring, and I just looked around, and no people, and I'm thinking, where are the people? News 2 Lauren Melvin also interviewed King about what he saw on the morning of September 11th, 2001. "A huge fireball went up in the sky," King told the reporter. "My porch just rumbled. It shook. A big mushroom cloud of black smoke. When King and a few volunteer firefighters arrived at the crash site, the crater was there. There was a landing gear tire, and there was on fire. The trees were smoldering. There were small brush fires and the smell of jet fuel. Just small pieces of debris scattered everywhere. Nothing really identifiable as far as a plane." Federal Aviation Administration air traffic control recordings from September 11th also revealed a very interesting piece of information. At 8:42 a.m., a person identified as Foxy stated, I've never seen so much real-world stuff happen during an exercise. Foxy was referring to the 5 military exercises already in progress that same morning. Operation Vigilant Guardian was one of those 5 exercises, which coincidentally involved hijacked airplanes. The Pentagon. American Airlines Flight 77 took off from Washington, D.C. at 8:20 a.m., scheduled to arrive in Los Angeles, California, piloted by Captain Charles Burlingame, with David Charlebois as the first officer and 4 flight attendants. Flight 77 carried 58 passengers, including 5 hijackers: Hani Hajor, Nawaf al-Hazami, Khalid al-Manhar, Mahed Mouikt, and Salam al-Hazami. At 8:51 a.m., America 77 transmitted its last routine radio communication. According to the 9/11 Commission report, the Indianapolis Air Route Traffic Control Center noticed Flight 77 turned south of its original flight course at 8:54 a.m., turning off its transponder 2 minutes later. The controller watched the airplane turn southeast before it disappeared off his radar screen. He tried the radios, according to page 24 of the 9/11 Commission report. First calling the aircraft directly, then the airline again, there was nothing. At this point, the Indianapolis controller had no knowledge of the situation in New York. Shortly after 9 o'clock, Indianapolis Center started notifying other agencies that American 77 was missing and had possibly crashed. Renee May was one of the 4 flight attendants aboard Flight 77. She worked for the company since 1986. At 9:12, according to the 9/11 Commission report, Renee May called her mother, Nancy May, in Las Vegas. She said her flight was being hijacked by 6 individuals who had moved them to the rear of the plane. She asked her mother to alert American Airlines. Nancy May and her husband promptly did so. One passenger managed to call her husband several times to inform him of the hijacking of Flight 77. Barbara Olson, a lawyer with a degree from the Yeshiva University, Benjamin N. Cardoza School of Law, managed to call her husband. Then Solicitor General Ted Olson sometime between 9:16 and 9:26 a.m. According to the 9/11 Commission report, Barbara Olson told her husband the hijackers were equipped with knives and box cutters. She further indicated that the hijackers were not aware of her phone call and that they had put all the passengers in the back of the plane. About a minute into the conversation, the call was cut off. Solicitor General Olson tried unsuccessfully to reach Attorney General John Ashcroft. Shortly after the first call, Barbara Olson reached her husband again. She reported to the pilot that he had announced the flight had been hijacked, and she had asked her husband what she should tell the captain to do. Ted Olson asked her location, and she replied that the aircraft was then flying over houses. Another passenger told her that they were traveling northeast. The Solicitor General then informed his wife of the 2 previous hijackings and the crashes. She did not display signs of panic and did not indicate any awareness of the impending crash. That's when the call ended. On September 14, 2001, Captain Charles Burlingame's younger brother spoke about the man he knew. "I don't know what happened in that cockpit," said Mark Burlingame, "but I'm sure that they would have had to incapacitate him or kill him because he would have done anything to prevent that kind of tragedy that befell that airplane." The aircraft's autopilot controls were turned off at 9:29 a.m., just 38 miles west of the Pentagon. At 9:34 a.m., American 77 was then 5 miles west-southwest of the Pentagon and began 330-degree turns. At the end of the turn, it was descending through 2,200 feet, pointing towards the Pentagon and downtown Washington. At the same time, Needs was then notified by a Washington Air Route Traffic Control Center manager. "We're looking. We lost American 77. Flight 77 was traveling at 530 miles per hour when it allegedly crashed into the Pentagon at 9:37 a.m., killing all 64 on board and another 125 people inside the Pentagon. The general public has never seen the video footage that proves Flight 77 to hit the Pentagon on September 11th. Despite the release of several still images, the American people have never seen the alleged plane that hit the Pentagon. The middle section of the Pentagon collapsed at 10:10 a.m. Compare the wingspan to the huge 757 Boeing airline in the crash site photos below. During a United States Department of Defense press briefing, Pentagon Renovation Program spokesman Lee Evey said that the plane actually penetrated the E ring, C ring, E ring, D ring, C ring. The nose of the plane just barely broke through the inside of the C ring, so it was extending into A and E drivers a little bit. The nose of the aircraft broke through the innermost wall of C ring into AE drive. The hole didn't appear to be big enough for the 757. I don't know the scientific theory that was created to justify it being a hole created by a 757. What we need to consider is how did the plane go through the building with all that heat and not burn us, though on the inside, to a crisp. We need to consider how did a plane break up so that the point had created a perfectly round hole, considering the rate of impact. I didn't know it was a plane until I was informed at the hospital. If I wasn't informed, I would have never believed it. I walked through the place to try to get out before everything collapsed on us. Surely we should have seen something. April Gallup. April Gallup was a United States Army administrative specialist working at the Pentagon on September 11th of 2001. George Washington's blog interviewed April Gallup on July 13th of 2006. While I worked at the Pentagon, Gallup explained, at random times there would be drills exercising utilizing an alarm for us to evacuate the building. Yet on that particular day, no alarm. This is especially odd considering the fact that what had already taken place at the World Trade Center. Asked if the Pentagon's anti-aircraft batteries would have automatically fired against any incoming aircraft that did not transmit the appropriate friend or foe signal, April agreed. I was located at the E-ring, Gallup explained. From my inside perspective, with no knowledge of what had actually happened on the outside, it did sound like a bomb and we had to escape the building before the floor, debris, etc. collapsed on us. And I don't recall at any time seeing any plane debris. Again, I don't know what the plane debris would look like after hitting a building, but I would have recalled unusual looking pieces similar to plane parts. I have many flashbacks being inside the mouth of death. The image from being inside the building on the day are forever etched in my mind. Coming back from maternity leave, April Gallup arrived in the Pentagon on the morning of September 11th, 2001, with her newborn son. I had to get Alicia situated in daycare, Gallup told Washington's blog. I walked into the building. I had to clear Alicia to go to the daycare area. There were some things that they wanted me to take care of prior to me taking him to the daycare. I sat down at the computer to actually turn the computer on. As soon as I pressed the button, boom. So at that particular time, based off of what happened, I thought I had triggered a bomb. I was covered from my neck all the way down to my back in debris. My son was completely blown out of his stroller, and some of the floors had collapsed. Within it, people were trapped in between the floors. My son had stopped crying, so I felt strength out of nowhere to low crawl from underneath the debris and try to find my son. But because there were so many people in the area, whether they were screaming or crying or saying, "Help me, save me," I felt pretty much divided. I don't know whether to help them first or to try to find my son, but I had tried to lift some of the debris to find my son, and I wasn't able to locate him, so I helped the other people with the thought that they would help me find my son. But due to all the hysteria, they wanted to get out. There was an area where there was a pack of debris. We climbed over it, and one last effort I had reached down while there were two people holding my arm. I had reached down under one pack of debris and pulled my son up by his onesie, which was the t-shirt that snapped in between the child's leg. I put him over my shoulder and proceeded to get out of that particular location that had collapsed, and I came out in what I believed was the entrance, or the place of initial impact, and was placed on the lawn that was closest to the highway, prior to being transported to the hospital on that particular day. On March 23, 2017, the FBI released 27 new images of the Pentagon attack. One image immediately stood out from the rest. We're not sure exactly when this photograph was taken, but it's hard to imagine this is the result of the American Airlines Flight 77. When I looked at another image of the exit hole of Ring C, I wondered why there was so little damage to Ring D, which was between Rings E and C. While I was coming out of the Pentagon, I didn't see any evidence of metal, airplane seats, no luggage. Nothing that would give any indication that it was a plane that had hit the building. I lost one shoe, so I was walking through the area barefooted. So I was particularly careful to try to make sure I did not step on anything sharp while I had my son on my shoulder. I did not have any jet fuel over my body, and my son didn't have jet fuel over his body. The people that I helped didn't have jet fuel on their body. There was nothing on the inside that would give me any indication that there was a plane on that particular day that hit that building. April Gallup. Norman Mineta. Norman Mineta worked for the Department of Transportation when he found himself inside the Presidential Emergency Operations Center bunker beneath the White House. Mineta was in the room with Vice President Dick Cheney and National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice when reports came in that the object was headed towards the Pentagon. Testifying before the 9/11 Commission, Secretary of Transportation Norman Mineta, 2001 to 2006, said that Dick Cheney knew about the incoming flight towards the Pentagon on the morning of September 11th. Mineta is the longest-serving Secretary of Transportation in the history of the United States. Former National Coordinator for Security and Counterterrorism Richard Clarke referred to Mineta as a rare holdover from the Clinton administration. In his book, Against All Enemies, according to Mineta's testimony, when he entered the Presidential Emergency Operations Center at 9:20 a.m., Dick Cheney was already there. The PEOC is located beneath the east wing of the White House. According to the 9/11 Commission report, Dick Cheney entered the Presidential Emergency Operations Center shortly before 10 a.m., about 20 minutes after the Pentagon was attacked at 9:38 a.m. Mineta reports that Cheney was giving a standing order to a young man who kept entering and leaving the room. Asking if the order still stands, Mineta testified that Cheney was aware of an incoming attack headed for the Pentagon. Mineta never claimed to know the size of the plane, but he testified that Cheney knew of a plane headed towards the Pentagon and did nothing. During the time that the airplane was coming into the Pentagon, Norman Mineta told the 9/11 Commission, "There was a young man who would come in and say to the Vice President, 'The plane is 50 miles out, the plane is 30 miles out,' and when it got down to the plane is 10 miles out, the young man also said to the Vice President, 'Do the orders still stand?' And the Vice President turned and whipped his neck around and said, 'Of course the orders still stand. Have you heard anything to the contrary?'" Norman Mineta's testimony did not make it into the 9/11 Commission report. If the purpose of the 9/11 Commission was to provide the fullest possible accounts of the events surrounding 9/11, then why was Mineta's testimony left out for the final report? As he wrote in his book, Against All Enemies, Crisis Manager Richard Clarke burst into the Vice President's office and told Cheney that the attacks on the Twin Towers was an al-qaeda attack, and they like simultaneous attacks. This may not be over. Clarke also wrote that the FAA Administrator Jane Garvey had reports of 11 aircraft off course or out of communication, maybe hijacked. Richard Clarke suggested Norman Mineta join Vice President Cheney in the Situation Room shortly after the terror attacks began. Clarke tried to reach Cheney in the bunker but got the dial tone every time. Finally, he got through to a person who grunted before passing the phone to a subordinate. The subordinate, Major Mike Fenzel, told Clarke that the grunting man who answered the phone was Vice President Dick Cheney, and Cheney wanted to see Clarke in the PEOC. "I picked up the open line to the Presidential Emergency Operations Center," Richard Clarke wrote in his book, only to find that once again it had a dial tone. When I punched the PEOC button, the person answering the line grunted and passed the phone to Major Fenzel. "Who's the asshole who's answering the phone for you, Mike?" I asked. "That would be the Vice President, Dick, and he'd like you to come over." During the initial chaos at the White House, Lisa Gordon Haggerty wrote a note to Richard Clarke. "CNN says car bomb at the State Department. Fire on the mall near the Capitol." Then CBS News anchor Dan Rather also mentioned reports of a car bomb at the State Department building on September 11th. Senior law enforcement officials said car bomb and a car bomb had exploded outside of the State Department in Washington, D.C. That was senior law enforcement officials, but then later, Federal Protective Services denied any car bomb attack had occurred outside the State Department, so that the remains unclear at the moment, although the latest information that there was no car bomb at all. World Trade Center explosions, bombs in the lobby. Shortly after the Twin Towers were struck by airplanes, but before the buildings collapsed, 3 firefighters were inside the lobby of the North Tower when the lobby completely collapsed. They heard multiple explosions going off in the building, and one firefighter described the aircraft that hit the South Tower at 9:03 a.m. as a black, very large airplane. In 2010, their eyewitness accounts were finally released by the National Institute of Standards and Technology, NIST, after NIST was sued by the International Center for 9/11 Studies under the Freedom of Information Act. The video tells the true story of what these 3 firefighters witnessed before and after the South Tower was hit at 9:03 a.m. The radio in firefighter number 1's hand, referred to as Jimmy G, isn't working. The camera catches Jimmy G's sunken head staring at the ground in disbelief. He and 2 fellow firefighters sit on a concrete ledge, covered in white dust in front of 2 parked fire trucks. Jimmy's nose is bloody with a thin coat of gray dust. It looks like something hit him in the face, possibly debris from the explosions in the lobby. "Tell my sister I'm okay," he said towards the cameraman. Imagine yourself in these men's shoes as you read the following accounts of explosions going off on 9/11. What happened? Someone off camera asks. "We was in an explosion," firefighter number 2 answers, "in the lobby, and during the 3rd explosion, the whole lobby collapsed on us." As firefighter number 2 speaks, you can see Jimmy's upper body rocking back and forth as he sits and relives the nightmare he just experienced. "What was it like?" asks a female voice. She quickly repeats, "What was it like?" "Horrible," answers firefighter number 2. "It was like hell," adds Jimmy. He lifts up his head, presumably looking towards the lady asking the question, with blood dripping from his swollen nose down to his chin. Jimmy's eyes widen as he adds, "You don't want to know." Firefighter number 2 swings his left arm towards where the towers presumably are. The whole building just collapsed on us, inside the North Tower lobby. A man's voice is heard asking, "Was that a secondary explosion?" "Yes, it was," firefighter number 2 answers. "Definitely a secondary explosion, 'cause we was inside waiting to go upstairs, and on our way upstairs the whole fucking thing blew up, and it just collapsed on everybody inside the lobby." Wiping himself with a bloody white cloth, Jimmy tosses the cloth aside and grabs his radio. He slaps his radio 7 times as dust flies off his thick gloves. His radio isn't working. Faulty radios would be a major problem for firefighters inside the Twin Towers later that day. Firefighter number 2 goes on to say, "Everybody was inside the building, waiting to go upstairs, and they just let loose. Everything just let loose inside the building." A man asks, "So what you're telling me is that there was a plane or whatever that hit the building, then a secondary explosion?" Firefighter number 2 explains there was like 3 explosions after that. "We came in after the fire, when the fire was going on already. We was in the staging area, inside the building waiting to go upstairs. Then the explosion. The whole lobby collapsed on the lobby inside." Jimmy hastily tries to communicate through his radio again, but is unsuccessful. His head droops down again. Standing off camera, the man asks firefighter number 2 to clarify if it was just mayhem after that. Firefighter number 2 tells him that everybody tried to make their way out. A lot of people was trapped inside. This is where firefighter number 3 comes into the picture. "We watched the first explosion," he said calmly. "As we're watching the building, I saw a black, very large airplane flying right into the second building. Came out at south. Right in front of our eyes, just..." Firefighter number 3's eyes trail off into the distance. He appears to shake his head in disbelief. "It was so surreal. It was like a movie set." "Second and third explosions also, right?" someone asks. "We were in the building for the explosion. Collapsed." Firefighter number 3 tells him, "I was on the drive here for the other one." A female asks, "How many people are still back there?" She asks this twice before firefighter number 3 responds. "I beg your pardon?" He looks over to Jimmy as if to clarify the exact numbers. "I'd say about 50% of what the units were on scene. Lots of people in that building." Jimmy comes alive after a cup of water is handed to him. He spits it out, presumably to get the dust out of his lungs. He then explains to anyone with earshot, "These people don't understand. There may be more. Any one of these fucking buildings can blow up. They ain't done yet." He continues to spit on the ground. You can hear him trying to clear the phlegm from his throat. Off camera, firefighter number 2 says, "It couldn't be no worse than this. We're in the building trying to help people, and then an explosion on the side of the building. So I don't think it will get any worse than this. It will get worse." All the above conversations happened before the Twin Towers were destroyed. Wired with explosives. The following information is based on the video 9/11 WTC2. We're not going any closer. They had it wired with explosives, obviously. Smoke rises from the Twin Towers. The white clouds of the North Tower curve like an umbrella over World Trade Center. A woman in a dark gray suit stands with one hand on her hip, examining the scene. In front of her is a wide street with a fence on each side. Many other citizens watch as both towers burn to the backdrop. One guy on the rollerblade skates past the camera towards the smoking twin towers. Then the unthinkable happens. At 9:59 a.m., the south tower collapses behind the north tower. The cameraman moves to get a closer view as a lady runs away from the tower screaming, "God!" and almost runs into the cameraman. The man on the rollerblade stops and puts his hand on the fence at the south tower, falling before the eyes of thousands of people. Will he skate towards the destruction while everyone else is running as far away as they can? Yes, he's the only one in this video that goes towards the dust clouds and slowly approaches the street. The people who were sitting on the bench nearby grab their backpacks and begin to flee the area with everyone else. The camera begins to walk towards the towers. "Frankie," someone calls out. "We'll call him man number one." Man number one tells someone, presumably Frankie, "We're not going in the place, you hear me?" There is no audible rebuttal, just silence. A foreign-speaking reporter walks past the camera, towards the towers as the dust clouds continue to rise and expand throughout the surrounding area. "Okay, the second tower has gone down," says a different, more firm voice. "We'll call him man number two." "We're not going any closer," says man number one. They had it wired for explosives, obviously. Obviously there was a truck in there with explosives. "We're not going any further." Then in seconds it was like someone says, "We're not going any closer than here." Man number one then says what sounds like, "Our lives are the most important first. Agree?" Man number one specifically mentions a truck filled with explosives, just like back in 1993, when explosives were placed in a small truck and detonated under the North Tower of the World Trade Center. Man number two reaffirms, "This is really a coordinated attack. It has to be." Man number three then quickly relays, "Someone just told me that they attacked the Pentagon too?" Once the cameraman started getting the reactions from the sobbing citizens, somebody already covering their mouths, man number one tells him, "Let me have the camera." The North Tower is still standing as the video ends. Explosions. John Schroeder, New York City firefighter and 9/11 first responder, explained his version of what really happened that day while being interviewed for the documentary film Loose Change. "So we were heading up to the 24th floor stairwell of the North Tower, and all of a sudden we heard Mayday, Mayday, second plane, second plane. We're looking at each other. Come on, second plane? There's no way there's a second plane. Within seconds our building got rocked. We got bounced around in the stairwell like pinballs, man. And we just said, you know what? Time to go. We got down in the lobby and everything was blown out, exploded. We were the only ones in the lobby now. We're going to wait a second here. Where is everybody? But for every window in the lobby to be exploded, I mean those are windows. There were 2 3-inch glass. You know? Come on, they exploded out of the lobby? It wasn't from the jet fuel. No way. The elevation exploded. There was far away down. They were far away down from the lobby. The lobby was over here. That should never have happened. We came down. It looked like a bomb went off in the lobby. There was no fire. It just looked like a bomb went off. The oral histories of what happened on September 11, 2001 are voiced by firefighters, paramedics, and emergency technicians. There are many people who heard or thought they heard explosions going off inside the World Trade Center. Chief Frank Cruthers said there was what appeared to be a first explosion. Firefighter Kevin Gorman also heard the explosion, looked up, and saw like 3 floors explode, saw the antenna coming down. All of a sudden, it sounded like a bomb going off, said firefighter Thomas Torelli, like boom, 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 like 7 or 8. As we were looking up at the building, said firefighter Joseph Miola, it looked like the building was blowing out on all 4 sides. We actually heard the pops, didn't realize it was falling. You heard the pops of the building. Fire Marshal John Murray believed the building didn't come down. It shot straight out over our heads, like straight across West Street. Firefighter William Reynolds was distracted by a large explosion from the South Tower. It seemed like fire was shooting out a couple 100 feet in each direction, maybe 20 floors below the impact area of the lane. It actually shook my bones. Louise Cook, paramedics, EMS. Shortly before the first tower came down, Emergency Medical Service Lieutenant Bradley Mann, I remember feeling the ground shaking. I heard a terrible noise, then debris just started flying everywhere. EMS Captain Karen DeShore described what she saw. With each popping sound, it was initially an orange and then red flash came on both of the buildings, and then would just go all around the building on both sides as far as I could see. These popping sounds and the explosions were getting bigger, going both up and down and then all around the building. Detective Thomas M. Inman also saw explosions at the North Tower. Suddenly there was another loud boom at the upper floors. Then there was a series of smaller explosions which appeared to go completely around the building at the upper floors, and then another loud earth-shattering blast with a large fireball which blew out more debris, referring to the South Tower. When I looked in the direction of the Trade Center before it came down, before number 2 came down, I saw low-level flashes. It's hard to believe a low-level flash was due to a pancake collapse, especially before the buildings pancaked. Firefighter Kenneth Rogers described the hearing explosions in the South Tower. Floor after floor after floor, one floor under another after another, and when it hit about the 5th floor, I figured it was a bomb, because it looked like a synchronized deliberate kind of thing. Firefighter Timothy Julian heard like an explosion and then cracking types of noise, and then it sounded like a freight train rumbling and picking up speed, and I remember I looked up and I saw it coming down. Fire Captain Dennis Tardio also heard explosions. It is as if the building is being imploded from the top floor down, one after another, boom, boom, boom. I stand there in amazement. I can't believe what I'm seeing. This building is coming down. Fire Marshal John Coyle first stated, I finally got through on my phone, and my father said, I'm alive. I just so narrowly escaped this thing, he said. Where were you? You were there? I said, yeah, I was there when it blew up. He said, you were there when the planes hit. I said, no, I was there when it exploded. The building exploded. He said, you mean when it fell down? I said, no, when it exploded. Later, Fire Marshal Coyle changed the story. The tower was it looked to me, I thought it was exploding. Actually, what I thought for 4 hours afterwards, that it exploded, or there had been some device on the plane that had exploded, because the debris from the tower had shot out far over our heads. NYFD's Deputy Commissioner Thomas Fitzpatrick saw a puff of smoke coming from about 2/3 of the way up. Some people thought it was an explosion. It looked like a sparkling, one specific layers of the building. Then the building started to come down. My initial reaction was this was exactly what it was like when they show you implosions on TV. Firefighter Craig Carlson claimed he heard about 10 explosions before the South Tower collapsed perfectly straight down. You just heard explosions coming from Building 2, the South Tower. It seemed like it took forever, but then there was 10 explosions. We then realized the building started to come down. New York firefighter John Schroeder realized something's wrong here. When the elevators exploded in the lobbies of one of the towers, a plane just hit the Trade Center. There was a lady on fire right outside of the door. My buddy Ted Riviera had a can. He was putting her out. That might have saved his life. By the time we got around the corner to the west side, there was 30 floors of fire. So we're standing there in the lobby. We're getting it together. I look down on my right and the elevators exploded. Some kind of like Bruce Willis Die Hard movie. People just come running out of the elevators on fire. Fireball. We were in there for maybe 5 minutes. 5 minutes and the elevators exploded on us. Yeah, we said something's wrong here. The plane ended up on the 80th floor. I mean, in 5 minutes and all of a sudden now the elevators are exploding on the first level of the lobby? The following is a quote from Mayor Giuliani during an interview on September 11, 2001 with Peter Jennings on ABC News. I went down to the scene, Giuliani recounted, and we set up headquarters at 75 Barclay Street, which was right there with the police commissioner, the fire commissioner, and the head of emergency management. And we were operating out there when we were told that the World Trade Center was going to collapse. And it did collapse before we could actually get out of the building. So we were trapped in the building for 10-15 minutes, and finally found an exit and got out, walked north, and took a few of the people with us. Who told Mayor Giuliani the World Trade Center was going to collapse? The only thing stranger than someone walking over dead bodies in WTC-7 on 9/11 would be a firefighter opening a closet door inside of one of the Twin Towers and finding a dead body. Why would a dead body be inside a closet in one of the towers? Firefighter John Schroeder was one of the last people to exit the towers after rescuing people inside. When he got down to the 3rd floor of the stairwell, that's where the stairwell collapsed on us. Saying his final prayers, Schroeder and another lieutenant began looking for a stairwell to exit the building. They opened a door, finding a body in this closet. We're like, what the heck is that? Where did that come from? Something's crazy going on. Schroeder described watching the first plane hit. Almost instantly there was 30 floors on fire. Along with other firefighters, Schroeder made his way to the lobby of the North Tower, where commanding officers were coordinating what to do next. Schroeder was ordered to team up with Engine 5 and start our way up to the North Tower stairwell, and he was preparing to go up the stairs. There was a loud explosion in the lobby. I looked down to my right and the elevators exploded. People were running out of the elevators into the lobby, on fire. Something wasn't right, Schroeder explained. I mean, the plane's up there, now the fire's down here, in the lobby of the North Tower. Even with that happening, Schroeder and other brave firefighters still went up the North Tower stairwell. As we're going up the stairs, there's fire here, there's fire there. People burned up on different floors. There were 7 fires on different floors with some people trapped on several floors of the North Tower. Still, Schroeder said people remained calm, thanking the firemen. You know what we knew? We weren't going to put the fire out. We were saying Hail Marys all the way up the stairs. They knew we were going to die. I said I'm never coming back here today. Schroeder was in the North Tower when the reports of a second plane came into the radio. Within seconds our building got rocked, Schroeder continued. We got bounced around in the stairwell like pinballs, man. That was when the decision was made to exit the building. We got out as much people as we could. Most of the people were out. We were the last guys going up the stairs. When Schroeder and the other firefighters reached the 3rd floor headed to the lobby, the stairwell collapsed on them. After digging their way out, the firefighters searched for another stairwell. That's when they discovered the dead body in the closet. Looking for an exit, veteran maintenance worker William Rodriguez was shining a flashlight that caught Schroeder's attention. William Rodriguez saved many lives that day, and one was firefighter John Schroeder, who was eternally grateful. The last man in the North Tower made it to the lobby. We got down to the lobby, Schroeder continued, and everything was blown out, exploded. Where was everybody? We're going, wait a second here, Schroeder recalled. Where is everybody? Because the building was coming down on the outside. They moved the command post of the World Trade Center to South Tower. Schroeder ended up diving in the river as the South Tower collapsed. The North Tower came down shortly after that. Schroeder made it clear there was definitely a distinct time delay between the planes hitting and the elevators exploding. There was an explosion that came from under our feet. We were pushed upwards lightly by the effect. I was on the basement level 1, and it sounded like it came from basement 2 and basement 3 level, rapidly after we heard the impact far away at the top. William Rodriguez. William Rodriguez worked at the World Trade Center for 19 years. On September 11th, he was one of the last people to exit the Twin Towers. Rodriguez bravely led firefighters through the emergency stairwell inside of one of the towers, unlocking doors as they ascended to the bottom of the building. He was the only worker on the site that had a master key to the North Tower. Structures of steel. The building was designed to have fully loaded 707 crash into it. That was the largest plane at the time. I believe that the building could possibly sustain multiple jetliner impacts because this structure is like the mosquito netting on your screen door. This intense grid, and the jet plane is just a pencil puncturing the screen netting. Frank DiMartini, World Trade Center Construction Project Management Manager, recorded 125:01. Singer-songwriter and activist Willie Nelson believes, "It's not a clear-cut situation. Never was to me. Is there a reason to investigate? Hell yeah. Those buildings were blown up internally. I'm not a smart guy, but I can see that." The idea of the World Trade Center became public information in 1943, and the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center were officially opened on April 4, 1973. Minoru Yamasaki became the lead architect for the World Trade Center project on September 20, 1962. The public finally saw the designs for his 110-story Twin Towers on January 18, 1964. 2 giant rectangles would look down on New York City. 4 additional low-rise buildings, WTC 2 through 6, would look up at the Twin Towers. A few years after the completion, one more building would be added to the World Trade Center project, World Trade Center 7. I learned a lot of valuable information from the architects and engineers for 9/11 Truth Organization. The organization was quick to point out why the Twin Towers and WTC 7 could not have fallen as the government claimed. We are to believe that within 10 seconds, after burning for an hour, a 110-story steel structure imploded straight down at free fall speed, twice in one day. At first glance, I did not doubt the official theory. The Twin Towers had an internal core of 47 steel box columns, which measured 36 by 90 centimeters. The thickest steel in the buildings were 10 centimeters thick steel columns, located near the base of the building. The upper floors had a thickness of 6 centimeters. Each floor was a steel plate surrounded by concrete. In the center of each tower was reinforced cores, featuring 4 steel columns encased in concrete. The twin towers were designed to absorb the impact of a Boeing 707 commercial airliner. Hydrocarbons, jet fuel, cannot produce the temperatures capable of turning steel into molten. The third installment of the Loose Change documentary series, Loose Change, Final Cut, pointed out, when the twin towers came down, they released over 500 tons of pulverized asbestos into lower Manhattan, along with lead, barium, mercury, chromium, copper, and several other toxic chemicals. 425,000 cubic yards of concrete has pulverized 600,000 square feet of glass is turned into dust. The Loose Change documentary series played a vital role in my asking questions about 9/11. Certainly other buildings had fallen like the Twin Towers, I assumed. Compare a controlled demolition to what happened on September 11, 2001, and you'll see the similarities yourself. The first Loose Change movie pointed out how on February 13th of 1975, there was 3 alarm fires between the 9th and 14th floor of the North Tower of the World Trade Center. This led to the installation of the sprinkler system inside the Twin Towers. On February 23, 1991, the One Meridian Plaza, a 38-story skyscraper in Philadelphia, burned for 18 hours across 8 floors and did not collapse. On October 17, 2004, 56-story skyscraper in Caracas, Venezuela, built in 1976, burned for 17 hours and spread across 26 floors. The skyscraper did not collapse. To be fair, none of these buildings were hit by airplanes, so I'm not sure if the comparison is necessary for this topic. On September 11, 2001, 2 110-story skyscrapers completed in 1973 burned for 56 minutes across 8 floors and 103 minutes over 5 floors before collapsing to the ground. At 9:59 a.m., the South Tower fell in just 10 seconds. 29 minutes later, the North Tower also fell within 10 seconds. Later that same day at 5:20 p.m., World Trade Center 7, a 47-story high-rise building, collapsed in 7 seconds. There was at least 2 small pools of molten metal found under the rubble of the fallen towers, according to firefighters at the scene. The fires would not be fully extinguished until December 13, 2001. Director of the New York Department of Design and Construction, Kenneth Holden, said, "Underground it was still so hot that molten metal dripped down the sides of the wall from Building 6. In late 2001, Dr. Allison Gaith reported in the Johns Hopkins magazine, in some pockets now become uncovered, they are finding molten steel." Dr. Gay was sent to the World Trade Center with a team of public health investigators shortly after the terror attacks. Thermite is a mixture of aluminum powder and iron oxide. Enough thermite at 4,500 degrees Fahrenheit would prove hot enough to melt and perhaps evaporate any steel it encounters. When you mix sulfur with thermite, you accelerate the melting effect and get thermate. The FEMA report claims solidification was observed in steel samples from World Trade Center Building 7 and one of the Twin Towers. How did sulfur get there? According to the FEMA report, the specifics of the fire in WTC-7 and how they caused the building to collapse remain unknown at this time. Although the total diesel fuel on the premises contained massive potential energy, the best hypothesis, a collapse caused by diesel fuel-fed fire plus damage from debris, has only a low probability of occurrence. Further research, investigation, and analysis are needed to resolve this issue. Another mystery revolves around the way the building fell. A New York Times article pointed out, videos of the North Tower's collapse appear to show that its television antenna began to drop a fraction of a second before the rest of the building. The observation suggests that the building's steel core somehow gave way first. How did the buildings fall in the rate of gravity? They fell in 10 seconds. You can stopwatch it. How can this be if you study physics? In physics, when a movable object hits one that's not moving, it's going to slow everything down. It's that simple, people, and yet these buildings were on the ground in 10 seconds. If you took a billiard ball and dropped it in a vacuum from the height of the World Trade Center, it would take 9.3 seconds to hit the ground. How could these buildings of steel and concrete land within 7/10 of a second of a free-falling billiard ball? Jesse Ventura. The interesting fact is that each of these 110-story twin towers fell upon itself in about 10 seconds at nearly free-fall speed. This violates Newton's law of conservation of momentum, that would require that the stationary inertia of each floor is overcome by being hit. The mass increases and the freefall speed decreases. The prevailing theory would have us believe that each of the twin towers inexplicably collapsed upon itself, crushing all 287 massive columns on each floor while maintaining a freefall speed, as if 100,000 or more tons of supporting structural steel framework underneath didn't exist. William Rice, March 1st, 2007, Vermont Guardian. World Trade Center 7. Barrie Jennings was a city housing authority worker when he and the corporate counsel Michael Hess found themselves trapped inside World Trade Center Building 7. Although later Mr. Hess would deny he heard any explosions inside of Building 7, he was caught on film of the day of 9/11 telling a reporter, "There was an explosion and we've been trapped on the 8th floor with smoke, thick smoke, all around us, for about an hour and a half." Barrie Jennings told co-creator of Loose Change series, Dylan Avery, that when he made it down to the 6th floor, there was an explosion. The explosion was beneath me. Jennings added that the staircase that I was standing on just gave way. When Jennings heard explosions below him, he and Mr. Hess made it back to the 8th floor. I heard some more explosions. That's when Jennings turned to Hess and said, "This is it. We're dead. We're not going to make it out of here." While all this was happening, both of the twin towers were still standing. Barrie Jennings also told Dylan Avery, "I was trapped in there when both twin towers came down. All this time I'm hearing explosions." Later that day, after the twin towers had fallen, Jennings and Hess were still trapped inside the Building 7. It was the heroic firefighters who saved the two men from certain death before the World Trade Center 7 collapsed at 5:20 p.m. on September 11th. Building 7 imploded straight down, just like the Twin Towers. Yet unlike the Twin Towers, World Trade Center 7 was not hit by an airplane. The firefighters led Barrie Jennings and Michael Hess down into the lobby of Building 7. Before the airplane attacks, all was normal in Building 7. The lobby had nice escalators, Jennings told Avery. It was a huge lobby. When they were being let out of WTC 7, Jennings didn't recognize the lobby anymore. At one point, he turned and asked firefighters, "Where are we?" "This was the lobby," Jennings was told. "You gotta be kidding me," responded Jennings. The lobby was in total ruins. Walking over what he said felt like dead bodies. Jennings said the firefighters kept telling him, "Do not look down." "Why is that?" Jennings asked. The firefighters repeated, "Do not look down." Jennings was stepping over people you could feel when you're stepping over people. He would later clarify that I never saw dead bodies. It felt like I was stepping over them, but I never saw them. 2 days before the release of the NIST final report on the collapse of WTC-7, Barrie Jennings allegedly died on August 19, 2008. Alex Jones reported on the death of Barrie Jennings. Jones stated, "We interviewed him for Loose Change, Final Cut. He begged us, saying he'd been threatened, saying his pension had been threatened, his job had been threatened, and other threats, if he didn't shut up. Then he didn't really recant. He said, yeah, there were explosions. Yeah, before the towers fell, in Building 7. A 2008 Infowars.com article by Aaron Dykes summed up the strange timing of the newly released NIST report and the death of Barrie Jennings. It is very unusual that a prominent and controversial 9/11 witness would die only days before the release of the NIST report on WTC-7, and shortly after a firestorm erupted over the testimony he had heard explosions inside the building prior to the collapse of either tower, and there was dead bodies in the building's blown-out lobby. His boss talked about explosions, said Alex Jones after Jennings passed away. Firefighters, police talk about it. EMTs talk about it. There's cops on CNN saying, get back, they're going to blow it up. It's going to come down. And the owner said that they blew it up. So the problem is, see, Barrie Jennings is credible because he was the deputy emergency manager of the area. So that's why you had to get rid of him. And I have no doubt they killed him. It's hard to say what happened to Barrie Jennings, Deputy Director of Emergency Service Department for the New York City Housing Authority. Some think he's dead. Others suspect he's in witness protection programs of some sort. Reportedly, a spokesperson for the New York Housing Authority confirmed that Jennings passed away on August 19, 2008. Dylan Avery's interview with Barrie Jennings became a big part of the Jason Berman's film Invisible Empire. Jennings said he received a call shortly after the first plane hit. He made his way to WTC-7. Jennings was on the 23rd floor of the World Trade Center 7 when the second plane hit. When he got the OEM, Officer of Emergency Management, EOC, Emergency Operations Center, there was no one there. I saw coffee that was on the desk. Smoke was still coming up from the coffee. Jennings told Avery. I saw half-eaten sandwiches. It was just he and the Corporation Counsel Mike Hess inside World Trade Center 7. Jennings made a few calls and was told, leave right away. The two men made their way to the stairwell of the 23rd floor, intent on exiting the building as told. While running down the stairs in total darkness, the two men made it to the 6th floor stairwell. The landing that we were standing on gave way, said Jennings. There was an explosion, and the landing, what they were standing on, gave way. Jennings was hanging on to what was left of the 6th floor stairwell. I was left there hanging. The force of the explosion rocked Mr. Jennings so hard he ended up hanging onto a pole closer to the 7th floor. I'm thinking I'm standing on the landing. I'm actually holding onto a pole above us. He and Mr. Hess went back up to the 8th floor. This would be around the same time Jimmy G and the other two firefighters watching in the lobby of the North Tower collapse and heard multiple explosions. From the time the North Tower was struck at 8:46 a.m. to the time the South Tower was hit at 9:02 a.m., some firefighters were injured due to the explosives going off inside the two towers. William Rodriguez also heard explosives going off on multiple levels of the World Trade Center. Jimmy G believed that there could be more bombs in any of the nearby buildings. Building 7 was across the street from the Twin Towers on Vesey Street. Barrie Jennings and Michael Hess were trapped inside World Trade Center 7 before the South Tower collapsed at freefall speed in 10 seconds. The South Tower fell first, even though it was struck after the North Tower. That alone should raise some questions. Both buildings are standing, said Jennings. The fire department came and ran. This happened twice, after each tower fell. Trapped for several hours inside of WTC-7, firefighters came back to rescue the two men for a third and final time. This time Jennings and Hess were escorted out of the building to safety. Jennings described explosives going off while he and Mr. Hess were trapped inside the building. All day on 9/11, Jennings explained, all this time, I'm hearing all types of explosions. All the time, I'm hearing explosions. Before WTC-7 fell, a police officer told Jennings, you have to run, because there were reports of more explosions. Jennings, like so many other people, did not understand why WTC-7 fell. I know what I heard. I heard explosions. Jennings was later told that the explosions he heard were because of fuel oil tanks inside of the building. I'm an old boiler guy. If it were the fuel oil tanks, it would have only been one side of the building. Demolishing WTC-7. World Trade Center leaseholder Larry Silverstein publicly admitted he was involved in the pulling of World Trade Center Building 7. Referring to why World Trade Center Building 7 was brought down on September 11, 2001, Silverstein said, I remember getting a call from the fire department commander telling me that they were not sure they were going to be able to contain the fire. I said, you know, we've had such a terrible loss of life. Maybe the smartest thing to do is to pull it. And they made that decision to pull, and then we watched the building collapse. The pulling led to the collapse of World Trade Center 7, according to what Silverstein said in the PBS documentary American Rebuilds, which aired on September 10, 2002. On April 23, 2010, PrisonPlanet.com writer Paul Watson reported on some interesting facts about why Building 7 was pulled. In his article titled Bombshell, Silverstein wanted to demolish Building 7 on 9/11. Watson explained how a Fox News hit Peace Against Jesse Ventura and 9/11 Truth Movement written by former Washington, D.C. prosecutor Jeffrey Scott Shapiro inadvertently reveals a shocking truth about World Trade Center 7 leaseholder Larry Silverstein. Larry Silverstein was on the phone to his insurance company, Watson continued, pushing for the building to be demolished, which is precisely what happened later in that day. And as innumerable eyewitnesses as well as footage and physical evidence prove, the collapse of WTC-7 could have been nothing else than a controlled demolition, which would place Silverstein's $500 million insurance payout in severe jeopardy if ever acknowledged. Shapiro's testimony, intended to debunk questions surrounding the official story behind 9/11, has only succeeded in raising more, because it completely contradicts Larry Silverstein's insistence that he never considered deliberately demolishing WTC-7 with explosives. Craig Bartmer, an NYPD officer, gave an eyewitness account that should have been mainstream news. I walked around Building 7. I saw a hole. I didn't see a hole bad enough to knock a building down. Yeah, there was definitely fire in the building, but I didn't hear any. I didn't hear anything creaking, or I didn't hear any indication that it was going to come down. And all of a sudden, the radios exploded, and everyone started screaming, "Get away, get away, get away from it." It was at that moment I looked up, and it was nothing. It was nothing I would ever imagine seeing in my life. The thing started peeling in on itself. Somebody grabbed my shoulder, and I started running, and the shit's hitting the ground behind me, and the whole time you're hearing boom, 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 boom. I think I know an explosion when I hear it. Yeah, it had some damage to it, but nothing like they're saying. Nothing to account for what I saw. I'm shocked at the story we've heard about it, to be quite honest. BBC questions. At 4:57 p.m. on September 11, 2001, the British Broadcasting Corporation reported that World Trade Center 7 had also collapsed. While World Trade Center 7 stood in the background, reporter Jane Stanley told BBC presenter Phil Hayton that WTC 7 had just collapsed. However, World Trade Center 7 had not collapsed yet, and would not collapse until 23 minutes later at 5:23 p.m. When questioned by a We Are Change UK activist years later, Phil Hayton initially forgot he was broadcasting live for the BBC on September 11th. "I was in a theater," Hayton told the activist. "He was at a matinee. I didn't have anything to do with it on the day." When the activist explained that the BBC reported the collapse of WTC 7 prior to the actual collapse, Hayton responded, "I didn't know that. I haven't heard that one. I'm surprised I haven't heard it." Hayton was asked if he ever heard of World Trade Center Building 7. "No," Hayton responded. The activist then reminded Hayton that he was one of the first people to report the early collapse of World Trade Center 7. "I don't remember it, no." Hayton responded, "My memory's not my strongest suit, and there was no such thing on. I really don't remember the sequence of events. I wasn't in the studio, for sure that day. I didn't go in." At 4:57 p.m. EST on September 11, 2001, Phil Hayton told the BBC audience, "Now more on the latest building collapse in New York. The Salomon Brothers building collapsing, and indeed it has. Apparently that's only a few hundred yards away from the World Trade Center towers, and it seems that was not a result of a new attack. It was because the building had been weakened during the morning's attack." It's only when Hayton is reminded that he was on the studio on the evening of September 11th that he remembered where he was that day. Hayton was then in the theater with his son, heard the news about the terror attacks on the radio, and went back to the BBC studio. The activist for We Are Change UK told Hayton one of the reasons this topic remained so controversial was because to this day, no scientist or engineer has been able to provide a plausible reason for the building's collapse. The activist pointed out that the NIST believes even the most plausible scenario is highly unlikely. Hayton responded, "This sounds so significant. I'm just amazed. I didn't know about this. Is there no official explanation?" "None at all." Hayton asked what the BBC's response to this was. He was told BBC lost the original footage. Hayton then asked, "I sense that you think there's a conspiracy here. You might be right." The Salomon Brothers building, also known as World Trade Center 7, is a 47-story skyscraper. Offices inside Building 7 include the Department of Defense, the IRS, the Secretary and Exchange Commission, the Secret Service, one of the largest CIA offices outside of Virginia, and the New York Office of Emergency Management, OEM. In a live BBC News report on September 11, 2001, reporter Jane Stanley, broadcasting from New York, explained to Phil Hayton in the London studio that Building 7 had just collapsed. Stanley then told Hayton that the whole downtown area was sealed off, except for rescue workers. She also noted that the part of the Marriott Hotel had also partially collapsed. Hayton asked how many people were in the Salomon Brothers building when it collapsed, and if there was fear of other buildings collapsing. Jane Stanley then reported that the area had been completely evacuated. Then, just before WTC 7 actually collapsed at 5:20 p.m., the live feed for Jane Stanley cut out. The BBC has since apologized for the mistake. Years later, Jane Stanley was asked about her early reporting of WTC 7 collapsing. "I was thrown, not a question, but a statement of fact. I don't know where that came from. I mean, it's very, very difficult being in that position, where you've got no communication, no access to information, and that just comes out in left field. It was very upsetting about a year ago, because of the level of persecution and the virulence in which I was spoken about. It's just very unfortunate that the whole conspiracy, kind of what I think rather ridiculous situation, has grown out of what really was a very small and very honest mistake. When comparing WTC 7 to WTC 4, 5, and 6, it is strange that 4, 5, and 6 have more structural damage than WTC 7, yet they did not collapse at free fall speed. PrisonPlanet.com reported firefighters were told to move away from WTC 7 moments before it collapsed. In February of 2002, Silverstein Properties won $861 million from industrial risk insurers to rebuild on the site of WTC 7. Silverstein Properties' estimated investment in WTC 7 was $386 million, so this building's collapse resulted in a profit of about $500 million. So we have 3 buildings that fell in the same exact way, yet one was pooled by the owner of the World Trade Center, Larry Silverstein. Larry Silverstein leased the building on July 24, 2001, 2 months before the attacks happened. The insurance on the World Trade Center allowed Silverstein to collect $5 billion due to the destruction of the World Trade Center buildings. Had the towers not fallen that day, Silverstein would have been forced to pay around $200 million in renovations, including removing the asbestos from the inside of the Twin Towers. World Trade Center 1, 2, and 7 all collapsed in the same exact way. On the afternoon of September 11th, MSNBC asked FDNY Lieutenant David Ratusio about WTC 7. "You guys knew this was coming all day?" Ratusio then replied, "We had heard the report that the building was unstable and that it eventually would either come down on its own or it would be taken down." On February 22, 2011, former Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld made his way onto the Mancow radio show, claiming he hadn't heard of World Trade Center 7. Rumsfeld was then asked why Building 7 collapsed on September 11, 2001, and responded with, "What is Building 7?" Pushed further about the mysterious collapse of the 46-story building, Rumsfeld simply added, "I have no idea. I've never heard that." Presented with evidence about WTC 7, Fox News host Geraldo Rivera began to have his own suspicions about how the building fell. Rivera told Judge Andrew Napolitano of Freedom Watch, "I think that it's highly unlikely that our government would do anything nefarious on a scale of this epic nature. However, the building does come down in a way that is reminiscent of a controlled demolition." Judge Napolitano then asked Geraldo, "Could the most obnoxious protesters in recent years be right if explosives were there, and the government didn't know about it, but won't tell us about it?" "Could is a very, very big word," Geraldo answered. "But if indeed explosives were involved, then yes, those loathsome 9/11 was an inside job protesters may have some reason to have adherents of people more mainstream, more responsible than that." The Israeli High Five. On May 29, 2015, John Massaria filed an FOIA request in an attempt to retrieve the data stored in the 16 computers seized by the FBI from the Urban Moving System warehouse in New Jersey. Ken Dock. John Massaria asked for the data on the hard drives, but instead was given the following 7 declassified FBI files: FBI Report Doc 1, 141 pages, Police Report, 4 pages, and FOLA 2 through FOLA 6. Special thanks to Ken Dock for making me aware of these files. Within 3 days of filing the FOLA request for data on the Urban Moving System hard drives, John Massaria was given the declassified files in relation to this chapter. Leaving Brooklyn. What were they dancing for? On September 10, 2001, several of the 5 Israeli nationals arrested on September 11, 2001, were spotted inside Doric Towers, located at 100 Manhattan Avenue, Union City, New Jersey. One Israeli seen exiting the 9th floor of the apartment complex claimed to be a construction worker working in the complex until 7 p.m. that night. Several residents of the Doric Towers told FBI agents that they may have seen one or more of the 5 Israelis on September 10th. FBI files revealed that all 5 Israeli nationals were together on September 10, 2001, at an apartment in Brooklyn on Lawrence Street. At least one of the 5 men went from the Brooklyn residence to the J&S Golf gas station before heading to the Urban Moving Systems warehouse in New Jersey. I believe 4 of the 5 men were living in the Brooklyn apartment on September 11th. How many of the 5 men were in the van when the vehicle left Brooklyn? Living in the same apartment was an unnamed woman. The woman worked in New Jersey and used mass transit to get to work because she doesn't own a car. She takes a train from Brooklyn to the World Trade Center, where she takes a PATH train to Journal Square. From Journal Square, she takes a cab to work. An Urban Moving Systems white Chevrolet 2000 van was used by the Israeli nationals to travel from the residence in Brooklyn, New York, to the Urban Moving Systems location in Weehawken, New Jersey. The Easy Pass found by authorities revealed that the van passed through the Brooklyn, New York entrance to the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel at 7:48 a.m. An eyewitness places a white Urban Moving Systems van at J&S Golf gas station, located at 1324 Willow Avenue in Hoboken, New Jersey, prior to the attacks in the World Trade Center. A gas station attendant saw a driver with short black hair, but no one else inside. Even though the attendant was certain the white van arrived before the attacks on the Twin Towers, FBI agents determined that the Israelis purchased gasoline from the Gulf Service Station at approximately 2:14 p.m., which was subsequently corroborated by reviewing the photographs taken by the Israelis that day. Did the Israelis make 2 stops to the same gas station on September 11th? Arriving at Urban Moving Systems, an employee for Urban Moving Systems saw 2 of the Israelis clocking in at 8:58 a.m. That doesn't necessarily mean the 2 Israelis arrived at Urban Moving Systems at 8:58 a.m. One of them was on the internet and began reading about the events on CNN.com and YNIT.com, an Israeli newspaper. After learning that the WTC was struck by airliners, a female employee of Urban Moving Systems told FBI agents that all the employees went outside of the building to watch. The employees stayed outside for a while until they were told to get back to work. The female employee did not recall seeing anybody taking pictures outside the building, although she does recall that Redacted had received a new camera from Redacted the day before. This would be one of the 3 witness reports within the FBI files to suggest that the Israelis had a video camera in the parking lot of Doric Towers. Another eyewitness would be someone who worked at Doric Towers, and the third person would be a resident of the apartment complex, referred to as T1. Eyewitnesses at Doric Towers. FBI agents concluded that the Israelis were in the rear parking lot of Doric Towers between 8:50 a.m. and 9:03 a.m. Doric Towers is located at 100 Manhattan Avenue, Union City, New Jersey. FBI agents telephonically interviewed 2 people working inside the building before the World Trade Center was attacked. They were at work the morning of the destruction of the World Trade Centers. Doric Towers was the site where 3 young men were seen taking video and still pictures of the destruction of the first tower. The men were in the festive mood and high-fiving each other. They were driving a white utility van. One of the 2 men were painting inside an apartment when his co-worker informed him of the first plane hitting the North Tower of the World Trade Center. The painter stands up from painting the baseboard, looking out the window, and noticed 3 young men taking video and still photographs from atop the roof of the parking garage adjoining Doric Towers. The painter also saw a white utility van next to the men and a brown van further behind them. There was no other people in the parking lot at the time. He believes this occurred between 9 a.m. and 9:10 a.m. The man left the apartment complex and went to his own apartment, which takes approximately 5 minutes. He looks out the window and sees both towers on fire. After 6 to 7 minutes, he goes to another window in his apartment and sees that the men both in the white and brown van gone. The man did not see any writing on the van or any windows other than the glass on the driver and passenger sides. 3 cigarette butts were found in the area where the 3 Israelis were taking pictures. At 8:15 a.m. on September 11, 2001, a female resident of the Doric Towers apartment complex in Union City, New Jersey, observed a male individual appearing to have a brown but not dark complexion, round face, dark hair, approximate age 30s, was driving the van. He drove the van very slowly into the rear parking lot, paused, and backed into a parking spot which from the front overlooked the New York City skyline. No passengers were visible. Upon returning to the area at approximately 9:20 a.m. the same day, the interviewee did not see the van. The van was white and had no windows on the sides. It appeared to be a utility van for an electric company because the words electric supplies, among others, were painted on it. The name of the utility or vendor company, since forgotten, was in red letters on the van. The woman noticed the vehicle because utility vehicles usually park in the front of the apartment complex, but the white van was in the rear parking lot. A second eyewitness saw the same van in the same parking lot around 8 a.m. on September 11, 2001. At 9 a.m., an unnamed housewife and resident of Doric Towers, later referred to as T1, possibly named Cetabrino, looked out the rear window of her apartment and saw World Trade Center burning. T1 also observed 3 males kneeling on the roof of the white van located in the rear parking lot of the apartment complex. She noticed the individual and it appears as though they noticed her. 3 clean-cut white males in their mid-20s were on top of the box-style van, which had no windows on the side. It reminded Cetabrino of a telephone company-style van. One of the males appeared to be taking a still photograph and video of the other males with the WTC in the background. All of the males appeared to be jovial in that. They smiled, hugged one another, and gave high fives. The resident wrote down the license plate number of the van as it left the parking lot, JRJ13Y. The female resident T1, Cetabrino, was first interviewed in the presence of her husband on September 11, 2001, by at least one FBI special agent. The woman was born in South America. She became a United States citizen and eventually retired from employment. This is the woman who was contacted by telephone at 9 a.m. about smoke coming from the World Trade Center by a neighbor in Doric Towers. The neighbor was later referred to as T2. Using her Binolux binoculars, T1 was able to get a closer look at the World Trade Center through her rear window. Then she opened the balcony door and walked onto the balcony. As she looked in the direction of the WTC, she observed 3 males kneeling on top of a white van in the rear parking lot of the apartment complex. She noticed them and it appeared as if they noticed her. All of the males were white males in their mid-20s, no facial hair, no glasses, clean cut, no hats, all wearing short-sleeved shirts with fleeing builds. She recalls that one male, male number 1, had light hair which was cut very short. The top of his hair appeared somewhat curly or wavy. He was wearing a white t-shirt and light blue jeans with a hole in the left knee. He was smoking cigarettes. She believes she has the best memory of this male. The woman remembered male number 2 the least of all 5 men. Male number 3 had dark, short, straight hair. The van was not parked perpendicular to the fence. According to the FBI files, instead of the front of the van faced the southeast direction. Male number 1 knelt on the roof above the front passenger's side of the vehicle, and he faced the apartment complex. Male number 2 knelt on the rear portion of the roof of the vehicle, and he faced New York City. Male number 3 appeared to be taking still photographs and video of male number 1 and number 2 with the WTC in the background. All of the males appeared to be jovial. They smiled, they hugged each other, and they appeared to high-five one another. Redacted is certain that the first fire at the WTC had just started. The second explosion had not yet occurred when she noticed these males. T1 saw no one else in the rear parking lot. As the van pulled away, the woman wrote down the license plate number, JRJ13Y. She didn't contact local police until she told her husband about the jovial men later that day. Her husband suggested she contacted the police. On Friday, September 14, 2001, at 7:35 a.m., the female resident T1 was telephonically interviewed by an FBI supervisory special agent and an FBI special agent. The woman observed 3 males on top of a white van with 1 camera. The FBI file stated that the housewife believes that it was a video recording device rather than a still camera. Redacted recalls that the camera was a small, handheld unit with a liquid crystal display, LCD screen. She recalls that one of the unknown males was holding a camera up to his facial area and moving the camera slowly to the side. She described this motion as panning the area. Redacted also recalls that the male appeared to be horsing around. In response to T1's initial claims, FBI agents canvassed the Doric Tower apartment building in Union City, New Jersey on September 13, 2001, to determine whether anybody residing at the apartment building could identify any of the 5 individuals appearing in the 2 pages of photocopied photographs shown to them. Residents were shown a picture of each of the 5 Israelis and were asked if they had seen any of the 5 males, males 1 through 5, at Doric Towers and or before September 11, 2001. Separately, a male interviewee living in the apartment complex definitely saw the individual identified in the photographs as number 5 within the apartment building at around 3 p.m. on September 10, 2001. The day before the interview on September 13, 2001, as well as here and there during the preceding weekend, the individual was observed entering the elevator in the lobby along with another individual with whom he was conversing, perhaps in Spanish. The manner in which the 2 men were speaking suggested that they knew each other. The second man was not within the picture presented. Several times during the course of the interviewee independently volunteered that he was positive that the man identified within the photographs as number 5 was the man that he saw in the building. A female resident stated she may have seen number 3, redacted, and 4, redacted around the building area throughout the past summer months. Another female who lived in the same apartment stated males number 2 and number 4 looked familiar. She recognized them from around the apartment building. A mole on the face of one of the men was an identifying mark that both women remembered. A male resident believed male number 3, or someone that looked similar to him, had visited his apartment, redacted, in the past. Another female resident said that she may have seen male number 4 before, but she didn't recall where and when. An unnamed male, possibly the apartment complex manager or superintendent, did not recognize any of the 5 males. However, when asked about Urban Moving Company, he told agents that a tenant in the apartment called on Sunday, 9/9/2001, and stated he and his wife, redacted, would be moving out of the building Monday morning on September 10, 2001. In a phone message to the unnamed male, the tenant stated in the message that Urban Moving Company would be moving them. Redacted thought this odd because Redacted had paid through the end of September and had not given an early notice of his intentions to move. Whoever the married couple was, they had a joint checking account with Chase Manhattan Bank with an address to Hoboken, New Jersey, 07030. They were a young couple who were very quiet while living in the apartment complex. The husband did not drive. One of them took a cab to the PATH station to Hoboken every morning for work. Another possible male employee saw 3 male movers with foreign accents moving the 2 tenants out of the building on September 10, 2001. When shown photographs of the 5 Israelis, the man did not recognize any of them as the movers. A female resident said she may have seen male number 3 in the Newark area and male number 4 in the Doric apartment complex office. Another female resident said male number 4, or someone that looked similar to him, was around the apartment complex during the summer. A white female resident told the FBI agent that male number 3 and male number 4 appeared similar to the males she saw in the morning of 9/11/2001. However, she was not sure. No positive identification was established. A white male living in the apartment complex stated that his window faces to the south side of the apartment complex building. He also stated that he recalls seeing someone who looks like male number 5. Then again, no positive identification was established. Another white female resident said male number 5 vaguely looks like someone I've seen. I can't tell you where or when. She also told the FBI agent she may have seen this individual on a bicycle. Redacted recalls that the redacted for the apartment complex was working in the morning hours of 9/11/2001. He may operate a van. No positive identification was established. Another female resident stated that she observed a white car in the far southeast corner of the rear parking lot on the morning of 9/11/2001. An unidentified female appeared to be sitting on the vehicle and taking photographs of New York. No positive identification was established. A white male resident thought male number 3 resembled a homeless man that sleeps near the apartment complex. Another white male resident walked onto his balcony between 9 a.m. and 9:30 a.m. and did not see anyone in the rear parking lot, nor did he recognize any of the Israelis. A Union City, New Jersey woman, possibly a resident at Doric Towers, was interviewed at a residence about the 5 Israelis. She recognized male number 4 from standing in line for the bus at the Port Authority in New York, New York. Another eyewitness recalled seeing a white van in the rear parking lot of the apartment complex on the morning of September 11th. The van was white and had no windows on the sides. It appeared to be a utility van for an electrical company. The name of the company, since forgotten, was in red letters on the van. Usually utility or service vehicles at the complex building parked in the front. This vehicle was parked in the back, which is why it came to the interviewee's attention. It seemed out of place. On September 17, 2001, 2 FBI agents interviewed a male eyewitness in his Doric Towers apartment, located at 100 Manhattan Avenue, Union City, New Jersey. The person previously telephoned the Newark FBI and indicated that he had photographs prior to the explosions at the World Trade Center. However, upon review, the photographs appeared to be taken around the time of the collapse of the first tower, not prior to the attack. After the interview, while waiting for the elevator, the agents noticed a drawing approximately eye level on the wall near the elevator call buttons. The drawing appeared to depict the World Trade Center towers. This was evident by the shape of the building depicted, with one tower bearing a large antenna at the top. There was no evidence indicating how long the drawing had been there. Liberty State Park sightings. On September 14, 2001, the FBI's Newark Division, with the assistance of the New York office, NYO, initiated an investigation predicated upon the detention of 5 Israeli nationals who may have possessed information about the terrorist incident targeting the Twin Towers of New York City's World Trade Center on 9/11/2001. FBI agents in Newark received information about a big white 2000 Chevy van, or a panel truck, with Urban Movers written in black on the side of the vehicle, spotted in the Marine Terminal building in Liberty State Park. The male eyewitness said that the vehicle could have been a U-Haul truck. After spotting the vehicle on September 11, 2001, the eyewitness mentioned that later he was in the vicinity of Port Authority/George Washington Bridge when he noticed someone wearing a Bergen County fireman's uniform. The eyewitness stated that he was unaware that Bergen County had a fire department. A male eyewitness arrived at Liberty State Park in New Jersey City, New Jersey, sometime between 10 a.m. and 11 a.m. The eyewitness drove from his residence to Liberty State Park, Jersey City, New Jersey, in order to give blood. 20 or 30 minutes later, the eyewitness observed a truck entering Liberty State Park. The truck was new, either a 2000 or 2001 model year GMC box truck with dual rear wheel. The side of the box had a sign which said Urban Moving in black letters. Redacted did not recall the exact words, but recalled it contained wording to the effect of Urban and Moving Company along with unrecalled 973 telephone numbers. The truck had no apparent dings, dents, or scratches on it, and was remarkably clean for a moving truck. The truck backed into a parking space near the pier within 50 feet of the water. Redacted did not see anyone exit the vehicle. The Urban Moving truck left Liberty State Park just after an announcement was made to close Ellis Island. At this time, Redacted saw 3 males approach and enter the vehicle. The eyewitness described Unsub 1 as the driver of the van. Unsub 1 is Savan Kusberg. He and his skin tone, which would have been that of a Mexican origin. Unsub 1 looked light and did not look like he worked as a mover. He wore faded blue jeans, white short-sleeved t-shirt, and a black vest, possibly leather. Unsub 1 also wore a black fanny pack of average size, which hung to look as if it contained 3 to 5 pounds of weight inside. The fanny pack hung just below Unsub 1's front left pocket of his jeans. Redacted did not get a good look of Unsub 2 or Unsub 3. Unsub 2 earned a digital 35mm camera with a zoom lens. The 3 unsubs entered the vehicle and departed the area. A third eyewitness at Liberty State Park saw a big white Model 2000 Chevrolet van, or possibly panel truck or U-Haul truck, bearing the words Urban Movers in black lettering along the side. The vehicle was observed in the Liberty State Park's Marine Terminal in Jersey City, New Jersey, located across the Hudson River from WTC. Pursuant to this information, East Rutherford, New Jersey police authorities stopped an Urban Moving Systems van at a pre-positioned roadblock which was occupied by males similar to those described by eyewitnesses above. The van had been traveling eastbound along State Route 3 in New Jersey. Following the stop, police detained 5 individuals, all Israeli nationals, on the grounds that they may have had information pertaining to the WTC explosions. A Union City, New Jersey female resident said that at approximately 12:30 p.m. on September 11, 2001, she was returning to New Jersey on the Liberty State Park ferry from New York City, New York. She identified male number 4, or somebody that looked similar to him, as being on the same ferry. White glove movers. At least 3 of the 5 Israeli nationals were seen at the rear parking lot of Doric Towers. Likewise, 3 of the same Israeli nationals were seen at Liberty State Park. From there, the van was headed to White Glove Movers in New Jersey. FBI files stated it was a 10-minute drive from Urban Moving Systems warehouse to the White Glove location. Those files do not account for the alleged stop for gas at J&S Golf at 2:14 p.m. One of the 5 Israelis entered the White Glove Movers location and spoke with someone inside. It was after leaving White Glove and looking for a crossing into New York, FBI files reveal, that they were stopped by the police and arrested. It was at this point that Redacted admitted that he had additional information. Redacted stated that on his way to the parking lot, Redacted remarked, "I'm glad I brought my camera today. Was this a video camera or still photography camera?" The Israeli who admitted that he had additional information for the FBI agents also told authorities that one of the Israelis in the rear parking lot of Doric Towers had a backpack with him and could have contained a video camera. Redacted said it's possible that Redacted was using video cameras from inside the van, but that Redacted did not see them doing so. The arrests. On September 14, 2001, an FBI special agent was given verbal authority by Assistant United States Attorney, Redacted, for the retrieval of any and all information electronically stored in the 3 cellular telephones found to be located inside a white van bearing New Jersey registration JRJ13Y. This vehicle was seized and its occupants were detained as a part of the investigation of the bombing of the World Trade Center. As noted before, this was the information John Massaria requested in his FOIA request. 3 days after filing the request, Massaria received the declassified FBI files instead. Your problems are our problems. On September 11, 2001, at 1:10 p.m., a statewide broadcast was sent out to the request of the FBI Newark Field Office. New Jersey police officers were told to search for a white 2000 Chevrolet van with New Jersey license plate JRJ13Y with an Urban Moving Systems sign on the back. The van was spotted by eyewitnesses at Liberty State Park in New Jersey City, New Jersey, at the time of the first impact of a jet airliner into the World Trade Center. 3 individuals with the van were seen celebrating after the initial impact and subsequent explosions. FBI Newark Field Office is requesting that a van is located, hold for prints and detained individuals. The declassified FBI files specifically mention explosions at the World Trade Center several times. The 5 Israeli nationals were arrested at 3:56 p.m. After their arrest, 2 FBI special agents interviewed East Rutherford, New Jersey police officer Scott DiCarlo about the arrests. DiCarlo and several other officers were assigned to a traffic detail, diverting traffic from Route 3 East to Route 120 North and Route 3 West. In his preliminary report, Officer Scott DiCarlo observed a van traveling quite slower than the rest of traffic, east towards me on the service road. I immediately informed Sergeant Ravelli, the OIC at the scene, of the possibility of a match on the vehicle. As this officer approached the vehicle, I did not observe a front license plate. I went to the rear of the vehicle and observed the license plate, New Jersey, JRJ13Y. I felt that the only letter difference in the plate could have been a mistake and a request confirmation. The return transmission revealed the plate on the van matched the broadcast. So at this time I returned to the driver door and requested the driver to stop the vehicle and exit. The driver did not immediately exit the vehicle and was asked several more times, but he appeared to be fumbling with a black leather fanny pouch type of bag. This officer then physically removed him. Sergeant Ravelli removed the passenger and 1 other passenger from the passenger side of the van, and with minor assistance from the officer in training, T. Yannicone, The other two occupants were removed, placed on the grass off the shoulder, and the officer read all 5 individuals their Miranda rights. The van was secured, and headquarters was requested to immediately notify the county bomb squad and FBI of the situation. All occupants were transported to the state police facilities inside the Meadowlands Sports Complex by state troopers to await the arrival of the FBI. Fast 5. East Rutherford police officer Scott DiCarlo described the 5 occupants in the vehicle. Along with his descriptions, I have also included additional information found in the classified FBI files. Driver: Sivan Kurzberg. Kurzberg was born in Israel on February 2, 1978. He had 2 known addresses at the time. The first was at 100 Lawrence Street, Brooklyn, New York, and the other was in Patkwa, Israel. He also had a renewed passport that was originally expired on March 20th, 2001. The passport was extended until October 22nd, 2005. He had a relative in Charlotte, North Carolina, to whom he wrote a letter to. More notably, Kurzberg told arresting officer DiCarlo, "We are Israeli. We are not your problem. Your problems are our problems. The Palestinians are the problem." Sivan was wearing blue jeans, torn at the knee, with a gray and black shirt. He was found with a black bag, fanny pack. The black bag that the driver was fumbling with contained all of his belongings. See attached receipt from the FBI for its contents. This officer did not speak to the special agent in charge, Kevin Donovan, and there were many other agents involved in the investigation, 2 of which were Dan O'Brien, 792-3389, and Robert F. Taylor, Jr., 973-792-3327. Front seat passenger, Oded Elner. Elner was born on December 6, 1975. He was found with an Israeli passport and had an address in Brooklyn, New York. He lived with at least 2 people whose names have been censored in the FBI files. He also had an American Express card, numbers 3755, 1809, 2154, 895, along with a white sock-like sack filled with $4,700 in cash. He made sure to tell the arresting officer we're Israeli. Oded told Sergeant Ravelli that they were on their way to the Lawrence Street in Brooklyn, where they were staying with a roommate. I believe the roommate mentioned was a female. Rear seat passenger, Yaron Shemel. Shemel was born in Israel on November 21, 1975, and was listed as being German in FBI files. He had an Israeli passport that was issued on April 7, 1991, expired on April 4, 1993, and was extended until August 7, 2000. Yaron also had a German passport that was issued on March 15, 1999, and Tel Aviv, which expired on March 14, 2004. After he was arrested, FBI agents requested HQ verify the validity of German-issued passport with Berlin Legat. Yaron had 2 known addresses, one at 1345 Drexel Avenue, number 6, Miami Beach, Florida 33139, and his other residence was in Brooklyn, New York. FBI special agents also interviewed someone who said Yaron lived in Miami 1 year ago. He had at least 1 tattoo. Yaron was employed at the Urban Moving Company. The FBI files also indicated he has children. His roommate was employed in Jersey City, New Jersey, though the roommate's name and address were censored. He planned to travel to Australia and had an unnamed associate. Police believed Yaron lied to them when he told them, "We were on the west side during the incident." He was wearing jean overalls when arrested. Rear seat passenger, Baal Kurzberg. Kurzberg was born on February 24, 1974. He had a residence in Brooklyn, New York, and an address in Dallas, Texas. He was employed at Urban Moving Company Systems Incorporated. He also had an American Express credit card. When arrested, he was wearing a pink shirt and blue jeans. Rear seat passenger, Omer Gavriel Mamari. The Chevrolet van was registered to Omer Gavriel Mamari, who was born on November 28, 1979, in New York, New York. His address was listed as 509 West 212th Street, Manhattan, New York. Omer had also had an Israeli passport. He was found with a pack of cigarettes and black sunglasses. Omar is the only Israeli national mentioned who had possession of cigarettes. Arrested developments. East Rutherford Police Department Sergeant Dennis Ravelli was on the passenger side of the van when Officer DiCarlo ordered it to a stop. I was able to see at least 4 people in the van, Ravelli wrote on his report. 2 in the front and 2 in the back. Officer DiCarlo read the plate number and I contacted the desk for confirmation on the plate number. The license plate number was off by 1 letter, so the officers contacted headquarters, Sergeant Dennis Ravelli wrote. It was confirmed that the plate on the vehicle was in fact the plate that the FBI had stated in the broadcast. While P.O. DiCarlo was removing the driver from the vehicle, I removed the front seat passenger. He stated, "We're Israeli." He was identified via Israeli passport as Oded Elner, WM, date of birth 12/06/75, of Israel. He advised me that they were on their way to Lawrence Street in Brooklyn, where they are staying with a roommate. He did not have the exact address. Captain Felton and Detective Iannacone arrived on the scene. All 5 males were handcuffed, and P.O. DiCarlo read them their Miranda warnings. All 5 spoke and understood English, and they acknowledged their understanding of Miranda. Bergen County Bomb Squad, State Police, and FBI were notified. FBI agents responded and took over the scene. All 5 were separately transported to the state police facilities in the Meadowlands Sports Complex by state troopers. Under the FBI case file titled Twin Tower Bombings, the special agent who filled out the report described the details of the investigation. The Israelis were observed near Liberty State Park, New Jersey, celebrating and photographing the World Trade Center, WTC, explosion within minutes after the WTC was first hit by the aircraft. It should be noted that there were inconsistencies in the statements made by Yaron Shamel, who stated that the van he was on the West Side Highway of New York at the time of the attack of the WTC. However, he is clearly visible in photographs, enclosed, which he and other occupants in the van had taken for a rooftop parking garage located at 100 Manhattan Avenue, Jersey City, New Jersey, within minutes after the first WTC building was struck by an aircraft. After the first airplane struck the World Trade Center, a white Chevrolet van, year 2000, with New Jersey license plate JRJ13Y and Urban Moving Systems written on the back, was observed at 100 Manhattan Avenue, Jersey City, New Jersey. 3 of the Israelis were observed celebrating after the initial impact and subsequent explosion of the WTC. At least 2 of the detainees were employees of Classic International Movers Incorporated. The Chevrolet van was towed in MV's impound. The FBI investigation apparently identified 7 individuals in connection with Urban Moving Systems. FBI agents also requested further investigation of the 28 names found in pages seized during the search of the vehicle leased to Urban Moving Systems, as well as 72 telephone numbers. Found inside the van: vehicle registration, 2000 Chevrolet van, VIN number 1GCEG15W4Y1142815. License plate JRJ13Y. Address: Vault Trust, P.O. Box 83, Garden City, New York 11530, DL 9409090000115-300. AR BG 2001-239-0037. Insurance information: Empire Fire and Marine Insurance Company. Policy number CAB IND 080601. Agency issuing insurance card: DeBellis Insurance Agency, Incorporated, 492 Franklin Avenue, Nutley, New Jersey, 07110. Insured: Urban Moving Vehicle Systems, Incorporated, 3 18th Street, Weehawken, New Jersey, 07087. New Jersey Auto Insurance Card: Insured: Urban Moving Systems, Incorporated. Address: 3 18th Street, Weehawken, New Jersey, 07087. Vehicle: 00 GMC van. VIN: 1GCEG 15W4Y 1142815. Policy CABIND 080601. Effective August 6, 2001. Expires October 6, 2001. Company Empire Fire and Marine Insurance Co. Insurance Co. Number 11. Agency DeBellis Insurance Agency Incorporated, 492 Franklin Avenue, Nutley, New Jersey, 07110. The white 2000 Chevrolet van with a license plate of JRJ13Y was registered to Omer Gavriel Mamari of Urban Moving Systems Incorporated, with the address 312 Pavonia Avenue, number 1. Inside the van, the arresting officers found telephone numbers and names directly associated with previously identified, redacted, and activities. In the van, authorities also found money, maps, photographs, and an address book labeled redacted, 2 Israeli passports, 1 German passport, a flight coupon, a flight itinerary, a black organizer, miscellaneous note papers, 2 notebooks, vacuuming, a black organizer, 2 pocket notebooks, a handwritten letter with a return address from Charlotte, North Carolina, an Easy Pass dated from 10/30/1997 for New Jersey license JRJ13Y and redacted, 2 cell phones, item number 11 and number 13, Sprint Samsung and Sprint Nokia, a Smart Beat Motorola pager, item number 12, a flyer for Garage with the opening night dated as July 11, 2001, and an application to visit Australia for tourism. Also found inside the van was an FBI item number 1, 3 copies of each 8x10 black and white photographs. FBI item number 2, film negatives, Canon EOS SLR, and Pentax P550. Photos later developed by Newark FBI office, 35mm camera photos. Photos clearly show that the Israelis are visibly happy on nearly all the photographs. Further, the photos revealed that the Israelis had taken photographs from both the top of a van and from another location believed to be a parking lot near the Urban Moving Systems location in Weehawken, New Jersey. 1 camera. Film from the bag. Still photographs from the Canon 35mm camera, developed later, show 2 of the Israelis in a parking lot adjacent to the Doric Tower apartments. The 3 Israelis sitting together on top of the white van are visibly smiling in at least 3 of the photographs. The photographs also revealed that all 5 Israelis later observed the WTC burning from a location on top of the roof of an Urban Moving Systems warehouse located adjacent to the Urban Moving Systems office located described herein. How could a photograph reveal that all 5 men observed the World Trade Center burning unless a tripod was used or a 6th person was behind the camera? We won't know for sure until we see the photographs for ourselves. FBI agents believe that the Israelis' photographs were taken closer in time to the explosions of Tower Number 2, South Tower, than to the initial impact into Tower Number 1. One of the Israelis apologized for appearing happy in the photographs, and added that Israel had been dealing with instances like this for years. He believes that the United States will take steps to stop terrorism in the world. Listed as photographs found in the van: Ryder truck, tag number R9051J, hash pipe, adapted Nesquik drink bottle with spout, black cat and boarded up house, WTC lit up at night, Great Lawn Oval, Central Park, 2 men posing by a pair of signs, left, no dogs allowed on Great Lawn Oval, and right, Great Lawn diagram / description, woman wearing cowboy hat, white with black spots, black fanny pack, 1 address book, an ELAL luggage tag, Visa check card, State of Israel driver's license, WTC1 visitor card, dated 7/11/2001, cash, $1,020 bills, $22.30 additional cash, International Student Identity Card, ISIC, valid from September of 2000 until December of 2001, full-time student, Olympic Airways airline ticket and itinerary. On June 15, 2001, The unknown person was on Flight 302 from Tel Aviv, Israel at 6:55 a.m., scheduled to arrive in Athens, Greece at 8:55 a.m. The person departed Athens, Greece at 12:20 p.m. on Flight 411 and arrived at JFK International Airport in New York, New York at 4:10 p.m. Calling cards. Uni-Connection prepaid calling card for $10. ISSTA 012 card, calling card, Israel. 3 $5 phone cards. 2 $2 Internet User ID issued in early April of 2001. Business cards, unknown. Lone Star Janitorial Service, Urban Moving Systems Incorporated, Hebrew handwriting on back. Immigration Office, handwritten initials in Cyrillic across bottom of card. I-94 Departure Records, USINS. STA Travel, Travel Advisor. ISSTA Lines, Israeli Youth and Student Travel Company, 21 Herzl Street, Hadera 38204, Israel. J&S Golf, 1324 Willow Avenue, corner at 14th Street, Hoboken, New Jersey, 07030. La Quinta Inns Incorporated, 13235 Stemmons Freeway, Farmers Bronx, Texas, 75234. Addison, www.addisontexas.net, along Beltline Road at Dallas North Tollway. Q Ya Associates, Consulting Engineer / ARC Real Estate. Licensed Master Plumber, 119 Essex Street, New York, New York, 10002. Avis Rent-A-Car Systems, Incorporated, 304 East 64th Street, New York, New York, 10021. Urban Moving Systems Incorporated, with both New Jersey and New York addresses, the Jewish-Israeli Yellow Pages. Aldad and Associates, Attorneys at Law Real Estate, Immigration, Closing Leases, Mortgages, Foreclosures, 350 Fifth Avenue, Suite 6912, New York, New York, 10118. ClosingProfessionals.com. 2 International Youth Travel Cards, ISTC, UNESCO, possible forgeries. Valid until January of 2000, exemplar from brochures, possibly for forgery. Valid until August of 2002, possible forgery. Note missing graphic in top left corner. Different fonts for text. Valid 2 doesn't require a beginning date, and beginning date doesn't appear in original. Other writings found include a torn piece of paper with handwritten notes, half a piece of an 8.5 by 11 paper with 2 points of contacts in 2 different pens and handwritings. Time and attendance records for August through September. Find the date, reverse month and day, in the 4th column, number of hours worked in 3rd column, name in 2nd column, an ordinal number in the 1st column seen to represent shifts worked. Item number 32. 2-page letter in Hebrew. Small diary book in Hebrew text. Handwritten page in Hebrew, dated April 29, 2001. The page was inside an envelope, postmarked Charlotte, North Carolina, 28228, and dated April 30th, 2001. On the back side of the envelope was a sticker of an 8-legged cartoon character juggling 6 balls. The letter was sent to Motel 6 Operating LP location, number 0744, 3510 Old Annapolis Road, Laurel, Maryland, 20724, room number redacted, plus Hebrew text. A letter of introduction from the Kiryat Ono branch of Bank of Hapolim in the U.S. Embassy. It's believed this person is the second in a specific group of applicants for the travel to U.S. It is possible that redacted isn't associated with the others in the group, except by his ties to a travel agency processing a group of travelers together. But the others could have also have contacts of redacted. Other items found. Garage flyer. Opening night at July 11th, 2001. EIAL luggage tag from Charlotte, North Carolina, 28210. International driver's license for a resident of Israel. Written in French. Seals seemingly in Hebrew placed over vehicle categories B and C, and either side of the photographs of holder include a place to show excluded countries. Israeli driver's license with photo. Payment date was August 19th, 1999. license valid until June 12, 2004. Student ID card for the Israeli Student and Academics Organization. American Express card, valid from July of 2000 until July of 2002. Member since 2000. What was not found? Newark FBI agents also reported what was not found. Oddly, equipment typically used in a moving company's daily duties was not found, including work gloves, blankets, straps, ropes, boxes, dollies, rollers, etc. Also not found was the video camera that Redacted observed at least one of the males using to film the explosions at WTC. When Newark's criminal division interviewed the detainees about what might have been on the missing video camera, it was determined that several of the detainees had, by their own admission, lied. Though 4 of the 5 Israeli nationals were given polygraph tests, only 2 of them were given polygraph tests specifically related to the alleged video camera that was used to film the WTC explosions. 2 FBI special agents from Newark conducted a follow-up investigation on September 20th, 2001. The 2 agents conducted the review in an attempt to locate the green lighter shown in one of the photographs, located evidence of a video camera, and to determine the accuracy of the time and date LCD readout of the Canon EOS 2000 camera. After completing the search of the van and its contents, both agents were unable to locate the lighter or video camera and any evidence of a video camera. An FBI laboratory file points out that a TDK 160 VHS videotape K1966 was received on October 1st, 2001, adding that the results of the videotape examinations are included in this report. Explosive evidence. Inside the van, authorities found a positive result for the presence of explosive traces. According to the declassified FBI files, a search of the van and individuals was conducted at the same time of the vehicle's stop. The vehicle was also searched by a trained bomb-sniffing dog, which yielded a positive result for the presence of explosive traces. Swabs of the vehicle's interior were taken, and those samples were sent to the FBI laboratories for further analysis. Final results are still pending. Officer DiCarlo, or one of the other officers on the scene, notified the Bergen County Bomb Squad. Bergen County Bomb Squad dispatched. 1856. Bergen County PD requests ERES and ERFD to stand by the ramp from the sports complex to the New Jersey Turnpike. The FBI found at least 4 items related to explosive materials inside the van. Item number 15 is listed as a fabric sample, explosive residue. Item number 16 is listed as control swabs, SA, gloves. Item number 17 is listed as control swabs, bomb suits. Item number 34 is listed as a blanket sample for explosive residue. A videotape and several still photographs were sent to the laboratory examiner, explosives unit. Not mentioned in the declassified FBI files was the alleged NYPD audio recording about an explosion inside of a truck. In the recording, officer requests that the bomb squad assist them on King Street. It's unclear if the truck was in any way related to the numerous vans mentioned in the FBI files. We need to put some inaudible north of 6th Avenue, inaudible. All I know is remote-controlled planes filled with explosives. The police radio recording between several New York City police officers on September 11, 2001, specifically mentioned a big truck with a mural painted on the airplane diving into New York City and exploding. Don't know what's on the truck. The truck is in between 6th and 7th on King Street. The bomb squad was en route to King Street when one of the officers spoke about a mural on the side of the truck. A mural painted, airplane diving into New York blowing up. 2 men get out of the truck, ran away from it. We got those 2 under. A minute later, another officer reported, we have both suspects under. We have the suspects who drove the van. The van exploded. We both under. Let's get them some help over there. We have both inaudible. That exploded? Is that correct? The white van. On September 20th, 2001, Newark FBI agents interviewed a female employee of Urban Moving Systems at their home in Union City, New Jersey. She told the FBI, Urban Moving Company had only one white van, which did not have any lettering on the side, and reflecting the name of the company. However, She recalled seeing magnetic panels with lettering for Urban Moving Company in the office at some point in the past. On the day of the Twin Towers being struck by aircraft, she could not recall seeing the white van owned by the company in its usual parking space on the side of the building. On September 17, 2001, two FBI special agents went to the Urban Moving Systems location to obtain information about how urban employees record that they have arrived for work, time cards for example. While at the Urban Moving System officer and warehouse, FBI agents saw several trucks parked in the parking lot behind the building. 3 of them were white trucks, not vans, with Urban Moving Systems written on the side of the vehicle. 1 truck had Urban Moving Systems written in black lettering, and the other 2 had orange and black lettering on both sides. Another white Urban Moving Systems truck had no license plate and had nothing written on the side of the trailer. The Penske truck. At 11:30 p.m. on September 10th of 2001, a Penske truck leased by Urban Moving Systems was stopped by Pennsylvania State Police for a traffic violation. The 2 individuals in the truck were Israeli nationals, apparently on their way to Columbus, Ohio. Then on September 11, 2001, the Pennsylvania State Police Department detained 2 Israeli nationals in a yellow Penske box truck upon the request of Newark. Police officers inspected the Penske truck, which apparently belonged to 2 employees of Urban Moving Systems. Those 2 Israeli nationals also told the officers that they were going to Columbus, Ohio. When Newark later questioned Redacted of Urban Moving Systems about the vehicle's presence in Pennsylvania, he could not offer an explanation. The 2 occupants in the vehicle were supposed to be completing a moving job in a different part of the country. Newark also received reports from law enforcement officials in New England that a second vehicle displaying markings for Urban Moving Systems was known to have stopped somewhere between New York and Boston on 9/11/2001 for the purpose of asking for directions to Boston, Massachusetts. The occupants of the second Urban Moving Systems vehicle were also identified as Israeli nationals. The same 2 Israelis who were pulled over by the police on September 10th of 2001 were again stopped by Pennsylvania State Police on September 12th, and this time they were detained. During the questioning by the Pennsylvania State Police, according to the FBI reports, the Israeli advised that they weren't in New York on 9/11 of 2001. A gasoline purchase receipt recovered by the Pennsylvania State Police seemed to contradict their claim in the receipt, dated 9/11/2001, was for gasoline purchased in New Jersey. Authorities discovered that the statements made by the vehicle's occupants contradicted documentation found in the vehicle, as well as statements made by Urban Moving Systems, redacted as to the vehicle's true destination and purpose. The president owner of Urban Moving Systems was questioned about the delivery schedule of the 2 Israelis. According to the declassified FBI files, the schedule for September 11, 2001 did not include any pickups or deliveries outside of New Jersey. The 2 Israelis were stopped while traveling in the direction of the site of the hijacked plane that crashed outside of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. There are 4 photographs mentioned relating to the 2 UMS employees, who were detained by the Pennsylvania State Police and later questioned and polygraphed by the Philadelphia field office. The FBI files also reveal that the Penske truck was leased by Urban Moving Systems of 3 West 18th Street, Weehawken, New Jersey, and both Israelis had Florida driver's license. They were also citizens of Israel. The 2 Israelis were detained at York County Detention Center by INS in York County, Pennsylvania, and were believed to be associated with the 5 Israeli nationals. At the very least, they were employed by the same company, Urban Moving Systems. 1 Florida license was issued on July 31st, 2001. His reasons for getting a driver's license was to cut down on transportation costs and borrow a friend's car to drive places. After the polygraph, one of the 2 Israelis arrested in Pennsylvania admitted to being untruthful regarding his employment status. He stated he wasn't getting paid by Urban Moving, but only helping, redacted. Later, he admitted that he was, in fact, getting paid directly by Urban Moving. The employment status of redacted stated that he didn't work and all that was visiting from Israel. He later admitted that he did not work in the U.S., but did not want to get her in trouble. When questioned about whether he was untruthful about matters pertaining to the terrorist incident, redacted said absolutely not. On September 13, 2001, Pennsylvania State Police interviewed a male New Jersey resident at the PSP barracks at 899 Cherry Street, Montoursville, Pennsylvania. This person was a former Urban Moving Systems employee at 3 West 18th Street, Weehawken, New Jersey. The witness reported that something happened at 9 a.m. on September 10th of 2001, though that portion was censored in the report. The one uncensored sentence in the paragraph stated, "More detailed directions were in the cab of his truck." What type of directions? Because this section is so heavily censored, it's impossible to understand what detailed directions the agent writing the report was referring to. Most of the employees of UMS that work like him are Israeli citizens visiting the United States. He did not know Redacted prior to his working for UMS. He was not aware of the pay arrangements Redacted has with UMS. Redacted was not paid by him from his 20 cents per mile. His passport was stolen sometime in October or November of 2000. His visas to be in the United States legally expired in July of 2000. The man's only proof of identification given to investigators was a driver's license from somewhere unknown. He was fingerprinted and photographed. Other Israeli vehicles. Sometimes around 1 p.m. on September 11, 2001, 3 dark-skinned males had been observed driving a white van bearing New Jersey plates on Spirit Brook Road near Nashua, New Hampshire, just outside of Boston. According to the report, the drivers of the van appeared to be lost. The van had a sign on the side for Urban Moving Systems. Additionally, 2 complaints were received which indicated that Urban Moving System vehicles had been spotted in the greater Boston, MA metropolitan area, one in Plymouth, Massachusetts, and one in Nashua, New Hampshire. Before that, on August 14, 2001, 2 Israeli nationals in a Ryder truck were stopped by a Mount Holly police officer at 10:30 p.m. and were found to be in possession of a Ryder rental truck which was overdue and reported stolen. Both were taken into custody and held in Burlington County Jail. The following day at 4:55 a.m., their bail was posted by 2 other Israeli nationals. The 2 individuals were also in possession of an overdue rental truck, which was also reported stolen. All were arrested and charged with possession of stolen property. These individuals were identified as Israeli nationals operating a moving company called Redacted. The statement given to the arresting officers were inconsistent and did not make any sense. All 4 individuals provided home addresses in Florida. The arresting officer could not establish any legitimate reason why the individuals were in Mount Holly, New Jersey. Interrogations. On September 17, 2001, Haaretz Tel Aviv reported, "The 5 are expected to be deported sometime soon." The article, "5 Israelis Detained for Puzzling Behavior After WTC Tragedy" by Yossi Melman, claimed that the 5 detainees had been kept in solitary confinement for 3 days and had been humiliated, stripped of their clothes, and blindfolded. The mother of one of the men told Haaretz that all 5 men worked for Urban Moving Systems. Between 2 months and 2 years, they had been arrested some 4 hours after the attack on the Twin Towers while filming the smoking skyline from the roof of their company's building, she said. It appeared that they were spotted by one of the neighbors who called the police and the FBI. The mother of one of the 5 Israeli nationals told Haaretz that her son had been tortured by an FBI in a basement. He was stripped to his underwear. He was blindfolded and questioned for 14 hours. They thought that because he was a citizenship of a European country, as well as of Israel, that they was working for Mossad. Her son could be the Israeli with German citizenship. The article also explained that the 5 were being charged with illegally residing in the United States and working there without permits. According to the Haaretz article, the Foreign Ministry told the families that the FBI had denied holding the 5, and the consulate had chosen to believe the FBI. The mother said the Foreign Ministry was later informed that the FBI had arrested the 5 for puzzling behavior. They are said to have been caught videotaping the disaster and shouting in what was interpreted as cries of joy and mockery. On September 13, 2001, according to the FBI reports, 2 of the 5 Israeli nationals were given polygraph tests concerning the issue of whether a video camera had been used to film the crash of an aircraft into the WTC. After inconsistencies were found in the statements of the 5 Israelis, the interview was conducted of T1, the woman who had saw the Israeli with a video camera, and other tenants at Door Tower Apartments. The two men denied having a video camera. FBI agents then obtained a search warrant to search the offices of Urban Moving Systems in Weehawken, New Jersey. Authorities did not find the video camera, but they did seize 15 computers and a network server. FBI agents noted the unusually large number of computers relative to the number of employees for such a fairly small business. Further investigations identified several pseudonames or aliases associated with Urban Moving Systems and its operations. During the polygraph tests, one of the Israelis admitted that he had been employed as a redacted in Israel with responsibilities for redacted in Israel. In one of the Israelis' personal notebooks was a business card for NIS, a business dealing in general services, and driver's license. Telephone number redacted. According to FBI records, that telephone number is referenced in a Miami investigation as subscribed redacted. What was being investigated in Miami? 4 of the 5 detainees were given polygraph examinations not specifically related to the alleged video camera. Numerous discrepancies in their statements, specifically as to their location during the time immediately preceding the attack on the WTC, as well as photographs in which some of the Israelis appeared visibly happy by the attack, led FBI-NK to further pursue a possible criminal link between these Israelis and the events associated with WTC. After the polygraph tests were completed, the number of discrepancies in the statements made by the 5 Israelis continued to increase. While only 4 of the 5 Israeli nationals were given polygraph tests, it has not yet been revealed. During the interviews with FBI agents, one of the 5 Israeli nationals never fully revealed the satisfactions of interviewing agents, how handwritten telephone numbers found in his personal notebook just happened to be redacted. In light of the seriousness of Newark's investigation, and considering the totality of the mounting circumstantial evidence indicating either direct or indirect links between the 5 Israeli nationals, redacted, Newark found no basis to suggest redacted was in possession of any prior knowledge relating to the attacks of the World Trade Center. Also, a phone number was found inside a notepad belonging to one of the 5 Israeli nations. The overseas telephone number, redacted, was coincidentally subscribed to by an individual in South America with an authentic tie to Islamic militants in the Middle East, redacted. This number was later identified as a legitimate bank account belonging to a friend of redacted, who lent him $200. At least one of the 5 Israeli nationals were working for the Israeli government through his employment for an undisclosed business. This belief was based on physical evidence as well as redacted statements to the special agents at the FBI. The Cigarette Man. On September 18, 2001, 2 FBI special agents interviewed one of the 5 detainees inside the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn, New York. He was born in Israel and majored in psychology. He speaks Hebrew and English and knows a few phrases in Arabic and Yiddish. The interviewee served in the Israeli army but stated he didn't possess a security clearance and his duties included being a supply clerk in charge of ordering computer-related supplies. During the interview with FBI agents, the Israeli requested a cigarette. This is most likely the one detainee who was found with a pack of cigarettes on him. Also, 3 cigarette butts were found in the rear parking lot of the Doric Towers on September 11, 2001. It's possible those 3 cigarette butts belonged to the same Israeli detainee. The Israeli's second visit to the United States was on July 10th of 2001. When he arrived at JFK International Airport aboard Olympic Airlines, the Israeli stayed in a friend's apartment in Manhattan. He was hired at Urban Moving Systems in Weehawken, New Jersey. He was not referred to UMS by anyone and did not know anyone employed by UMS prior to his first day of employment. However, about 2 weeks ago, a UMS employee recognized him as a former Israeli army member. When the Israeli was arrested, he lied to FBI agents. When he told them that he had worked for UMS for only 1 day, his reason for doing so was because he was afraid that he would be prosecuted for illegally working in the U.S. on a visitor's visa. The detainee also told FBI agents that he had never had contact with anyone associated with the U.S. intelligence or other foreign intelligence agencies. He advised that, to his knowledge, he had never been in contact with anyone associated with Israeli intelligence. During the interview, the cigarette man told the two FBI agents he had left the apartment in Brooklyn around 8 a.m. on the morning of September 11, 2001. While walking through the Port Authority bus terminal, he noticed many commuters running towards television monitors located throughout the terminal. He was able to walk close enough to a television to notice what had captured everyone's attention was what appeared to him to be a building on fire. He boarded bus 126 at 9 a.m. and exited the bus to its first stop in New Jersey, which is located in the proximity to the Lincoln Tunnel's New Jersey entrance. From the bus stop, he could clearly see the Twin Towers burning, and he believes that they were still erect at the time. He arrived at Urban Moving Systems in Weehawken, New Jersey, sometime between 9:15 a.m. and 9:20 a.m., and found that redacted, 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 and redacted, name unknown, at about 11 a.m., told redacted that they are taking down the second building, and they were going to see from the roof. At first, the cigarette-smoking Israeli detainee believed that the authorities had purposely collapsed the building to prevent the additional damage that would be caused by the building tumbling to its side. It was not until later that night that he saw a TV news report in jail that he realized that the planes had caused the building's collapse. The man and someone else then climbed on top of a truck and made their way onto UMS's roof. They spent about 10 to 15 minutes on the roof, whereas he took one photograph of redacted and redacted together, and redacted, the other took various other photographs. He claimed he never saw anyone in the group with a video camera or tripod, and does not recall setting the items during the only time he visited Redacted's apartment on 9/11/2001. The man also told the FBI agents, while the group was on the roof, they just took pictures and moved from roof to roof, looking for the best vantage point. There was no arguments among anyone in the group that they spent most of their time viewing the damage of the Twin Towers. When they came down from the roof, Redacted borrowed money for lunch from Redacted, and he walked to the deli down the block from UMS, where he purchased a ham sandwich. Redacted spent about 15 minutes in the deli and learned that the tunnels had been closed. When he got back to UMS, he was told that UMS had closed and that they had been dismissed. Since he had no other way of getting home, Redacted accepted Redacted's invitation to sleep overnight at his apartment. They went back inside UMS, where Redacted queried the internet to find alternative ways of driving into Brooklyn. About 30 minutes, Redacted and he left UMS in the white van. Redacted stated he jumped in the back of the white van, where he fell asleep on top of blankets. He woke up later when the van made a stop and someone placed skis in a red bag in the back of the van. The stop made by the van was most likely to White Glove Moving in New Jersey. He went back to sleep again, and next time he awoke, he heard a police officer ask Sivan Kurzberg for his driver's license, and within a minute, they were arrested at gunpoint and were taken to jail. Sometime after he was detained, the Israeli told police, "Israel now has hope that the world will now understand us. Americans are naive, and America is very easy to get inside. There are not a lot of checks in America, and now America will be tougher about who gets into their country." The cigarette man broke down emotionally numerous times and cried. He wondered if he would ever see his family again, and questioned the interviewing agents when or if he would be released. Classic international movers arrested. 4 more Israeli nationals were also arrested in New Jersey soon after the terror attacks. Based on information provided by Miami Division, Newark initially detained and interviewed 4 employees of the Classic International Movers, a New Jersey-based moving company which was believed by Miami to have been utilized as a mover by one of the 19 alleged hijackers involved in the terrorist attacks. All 4 detained employees were identified as Israeli nationals who had redacted and recently entered the U.S. from various locations in South America. One of the 4 employees of Classic International Movers was visibly disturbed by the agent's questioning regarding his personal email account. Redacted of note is that the telephone number for Classic International Movers also appeared in one of the aforementioned notebooks seized from the 5 Israelis already held in detention by FBI NK. Urban Moving Systems Warehouse. The FBI files also revealed some interesting information about the Urban Moving Systems. A search of Urban Moving Systems, Weehawken, New Jersey, revealed more oddities which caused the search team later to characterize the company as a possible fraudulent operation. Little evidence of a legitimate business operation was found. Evidence recovery agents did seize, however, 16 separate computer units used by Urban Moving Systems. The FBI presence at the Urban Moving Systems search site drew the attention of the local media and was later reported on both television and in local press. A former Urban Moving Systems employee contacted the Newark division with information indicating that he had quit his employment with Urban Moving Systems due to high amount of anti-American sentiment present among Urban's employees. The former employee stated that an Israeli employee of Urban had even once remarked, "Give us 20 years and we'll take over your media and destroy your country." FBI agents seized 16 Urban Moving System computers and one server, and then sent them to Newark's Franklin Township, RA. The oddities with Urban Moving Systems, along with the deception over the alleged usage of a video camera by the Israeli employees, and the observed positive reaction by the Israeli detainees to the explosions at WTC, caused Newark Squad C9 FBI agents to investigate further. When they investigated further, it's also censored. However, wherever the investigation led to, it involved the assistance of agents of the NYO because of their knowledge in past investigations. Based on the heavily censored FBI reports, the investigation seemed to involve FBI agents from San Diego and Miami. Based on the information provided by the Miami division, FBI files revealed Newark detained initially and interviewed 4 employees of Classic International Movers, a New Jersey-based moving company, which was believed by Miami to have been used by one of the 19 alleged hijackers involved in all the terrorist attacks. All 4 employees, Israeli nationals, had served in the Israeli military and entered the U.S. from the various locations in South America. On September 17, 2001, 2 FBI special agents interviewed a male who lived in Syracuse, New Jersey, and worked in Weehawken. The interviewee gave the special agents the surveillance videotape from his place of employment. According to an FBI report, this videotape provides a view of the area surrounding the redacted and cover the dates of 9/10/2001. Redacted is located near Urban Moving Systems. Redacted identifies movers from Urban Moving Systems by the orange shirts that many of them often wear. Redacted read about the FBI's interest in Urban Moving Systems in a newspaper and believed that Urban Moving Systems may not be a legitimate business operation, but could not substantiate this claim with factual information. On August 21, 2001, ADT Security Systems followed a sales lead for a new security system for Urban Moving Systems Incorporated. An ADT employee met with 2 workers at the UMS warehouse. The employee told FBI agents that he was now allowed to look at the second floor. He also said the first floor of the warehouse was empty, except for a forklift and garbage cans. Weehawken police and FBI special agents from both Newark and New York were involved in the second search of Urban Moving Systems on October 12, 2001. By that time, the building and all of its contents had been abandoned by the owner of Urban Moving Systems. This was apparently being done to avoid criminal prosecution after the 9/11/2001 arrest of 5 of his employees and subsequent seizure of his office computer systems by the members of the FBI NK on and around 9/13/2001. The search and seizure involved 35 3.5 magnetic disk floppy disks, 57 compact disks, and 2 iOmega zip disks, 100 megabytes. During the first search of the UMS location on September 13th of 2001, FBI NK noted that unusually large numbers of computers relative to the number of employees for such a fairly small business. Further investigations identified several pseudonames or aliases associated with Urban Moving Systems and its operations. Max Movers was basically the same company as Urban Moving Systems. According to what one of the 5 Israelis told authorities, Max Movers is the name given to the part of the company that does long-distance moves. Both Urban Moving Systems and Max Movers were owned by the same person and operated from the same physical storage and office locations. FBI conclusions. An FBI file dated September 24, 2001, explained that both the Newark and New York divisions conducted a thorough investigation which determined that none of the Israelis had any information or prior knowledge regarding the bombing of the World Trade Centers. Furthermore, Newark and New York determined that none of the Israelis were actively engaged in clandestine intelligence activities in the United States. The FBI's investigation of the 5 Israelis was coming to an end. In the end, the Newark investigation found no factual or substantive circumstantial information To corroborate eyewitness accounts, the 5 Israeli nationals videotaped the attack on the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center. Investigation did find that still photographs were taken of the attack by the individuals with a 35mm camera found in their possession. New York investigations found no factual or substantive circumstantial information to indicate the 5 Israeli nationals were on top of the parking garage, videotaping prior to the first hijacked aircraft striking number 2 of the World Trade Center. Numerous circumstantial facts strongly support that the 5 individual statements they traveled to the roof of the parking garage after learning of the attacks from radio broadcasts and internet news sites. None of the pictures developed from the film found inside the 35mm camera depicted the Twin Towers prior to the attacks. On or about 11/20 of 2001, all 5 of the Israeli nationals held in detention under authority of the United States Immigration and Naturalization Service, INS, were served a deportation order, then discharged from INS detention facilities in Brooklyn, New York, and escorted by INS personnel to JFK International Airport for a flight to Tel Aviv, Israel. On July 10, 2003, Newark investigation was completed and closed. In April of 2002, the report continued. An in-depth analytical inquiry was initiated by personnel from FBI HQ and other members of the U.S. intelligence community who physically traveled to Newark to review the case file. Newark was advised the purpose of the inquiry was to determine if a nexus, if any, existed between the 5 Israeli nationals under investigation by Newark to other Israeli nationals fitting a similar profile, some of whom had also held in INS detention around the time of 9/11/2001. The analytical inquiry further attempted to determine if these 5 individuals were possibly part of a clandestine human intelligence collection network. Newark noted that the findings of FBI HQ's and analytical inquiry are not complete at the time of this writing. Newark suggests FBI HQ's investigation redacted be the repository for any further investigative findings relative to suspicious activities or Israeli nationals not specifically related to Newark's inquiry. Investigation at the Newark is complete. However, on February 10, 2004, FBI Newark agents filed paperwork to reopen and reassign subject case. A new special agent was assigned to reopen the case. The previous agent had been reassigned to HQ. On April 14, 2004, a report filed by an FBI Newark special agent found that the evidence related to the above-listed investigation was determined to be no value of the Pent bomb investigation, but was found to be worthy of a CI investigation. Newark's CI inquiry, Twin Towers, was closed on July of 2003. However, FBI HQ's redacted is still pending Newark and is awaiting a summary of redacted to assist us in determining the final disposition of evidence retained by Newark. My search for the truth about the terror attacks on September 11, 2001 continues. The information in the declassified FBI files proved to me that the authorities found traces of explosive material inside the white van. Authorities also believe that the Urban Moving Systems was a fraudulent company and requested a counterintelligence investigation be conducted by FBI headquarters. At least one of the 5 Israeli nationals was still employed by the Israeli government on September 11th of 2001, but the FBI did not find evidence that the Israeli was collecting intelligence inside the United States. Based on the theory, the Israeli just happened to be in the New York, New Jersey area in the months leading up to the worst terror attack in American history. Sure. As for the alleged video camera, FBI agent files indicated that only 3 people claimed to have seen video cameras in the hands of the 5 Israeli detainees. Authorities also seized a TDK VHS tape, which would have been related to the alleged video camera. For some reason, the videotape was sent to the FBI laboratory examiner from the explosives unit. However, it is possible that the VHS tape was not related to the alleged video camera. Regardless, the woman known as T1 never backed down from her belief that she saw a video camera in the hands of one of the 3 Israelis. If she was not mistaken, then the video camera must have been given to someone somewhere between Doric Towers, State Liberty Park, and the White Glove Movers location. Though one of the Israelis apologized for his jovial behavior as he watched the Twin Towers burn, there's no denying that he and the other 2 Israelis in the Doric Towers rear parking lot were happy about the World Trade Center attacks. Upon arrest and during interrogations, several of the Israelis believed the terror attacks would motivate the United States to respond to terrorism much like the way Israel responded to terror attacks in their country. Phoenix warning. The hijackers also left no paper trail. We have not uncovered a single piece of paper, either here as the U.S. or in the treasure trove of information that has turned up in Afghanistan and elsewhere that mentioned any aspect of September 11th's plot. The hijackers had no computers, no laptops, and no storage media of any kind. They used hundreds of different payphones and cell phones, often with prepaid calling cards that are extremely difficult to trace, and they made sure that all the money sent to them to fund their attacks was wired in small amounts to avoid detection. FBI Director Robert Mueller. On April 17, 2000, Phoenix FBI agent Kenneth Williams began a full-field investigation on an inordinate number of individuals of an investigative interest who are attending or who have attended civil aviation universities and colleges in the state of Arizona. Agent Williams sent the results of the investigation to the FBI's Counterterrorism Division in New York on July 10, 2001. The purpose of this communication, Agent Williams wrote, is to advise the Bureau in New York of the possibility of a coordinated effort by Osama bin Laden, UBL, to send students to the United States to attend civil aviation universities and colleges. The inordinate number of other individuals attending these types of schools and fatwas issued by al-Muhran, spiritual leader Sheikh Omar Bakri Muhammad Fastak, an ardent supporter of UBL, gives us reason to believe that a coordinated effort is underway to establish a cadre of individuals who will one day be working in the civil aviation community around the world. These individuals will be in position in the future to conduct terror activity against civil aviation targets. President Bush received this information as part of his presidential daily briefing on August 6, 2001. Yet on September 15, 2001, President Bush publicly stated, "Never did in anybody's thought process about how to protect America did we ever think that the evildoers would fly not one, but 4 commercial aircraft into precious U.S. targets. Never." On July of 2001, the Los Angeles Times reported that both U.S. and Italian officials were warned about the plot to kill President Bush and other leaders by crashing an airliner into the Genoa summit of industrialized nations. The threat was serious enough for Italian officials to take extraordinary precautions, including closing the airspace over Genoa and stationing anti-aircraft guns at the city's airport. On May 16, 2002, Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice echoed Bush's statement. "I don't think anybody could have predicted that these people would take an airplane and slam it into the World Trade Center, take another one and slam it into the Pentagon, that they would try to use an airplane as a missile, a hijacked airplane as a missile. Even in retrospect, there was nothing to suggest that." Yet during the 5 months leading up to the September 11 attacks, the Federal Aviation Administration had 52 intelligence reports from their own security branch that specifically named Osama bin Laden and al-qaeda, warning of possible airline hijacking and suicide operation by al-qaeda or Osama bin Laden. The 52 intelligence reports were included in a report from the 9/11 Commission before the commissions disbanded on August 21, 2004. The Bush administration blocked the release of the reports for about 5 months. They gave them just enough time to ensure that the reports would not be released before the 2004 presidential election. The administration cited national security as the reason for not releasing the reports. The reports were quietly released after the 2004 election. Before the tragic events of 9/11, the North American Aerospace Defense Command conducted several exercises simulating airliners crashing into buildings after being hijacked by terrorists. Then U.S. Attorney General John Ashcroft was advised to only fly by private jet for the remainder of his term, according to a CBS report dated July 26, 2001. In the article, an FBI spokesperson is quoted as stating, "There was a threat assessment and there are guidelines. He was acting under the guidelines." The CBS staff article quoted Attorney General Ashcroft's response to the threat assessment. "I don't do threat assessments myself, and I rely on those whose responsibility it is in the law enforcement community, particularly the FBI, and I try to stay within the guidelines that they've suggested I should stay within for those purposes." Later on the Man-Cow Morning Show, responding to a question posed by Alex Jones, Ashcroft stated that he did not cease flying on commercial aircraft. "I flew back from Missouri with my wife." Have you heard this before? Mancow asked Ashcroft. Oh yeah, Ashcroft responded. I was on CBS. I think Dan Rather was the person popularizing this. I use government jets on government business, but in my private life, I was flying commercial aircraft right up through and beyond 9/11. I've never abandoned, Did you fly commercially? Asked Mancow. For this trip? Yeah, for this interview. I flew commercially yesterday, Ashcroft answered, and I flew a private plane from Nashville here last night. John O'Neill. John O'Neill joined the FBI in 1976 and retired in August of 2001. O'Neill began his career as an FBI agent working at the Baltimore Division. His early assignment included investigating foreign counterintelligence and organized crime. Between 1987 and 1991, O'Neill was moved to the FBI headquarters in Washington, D.C., where he worked for the Criminal Investigation Division, as well as the Inspection Division. Then in 1991, O'Neill became the Assistant Special Agent in charge of the FBI's Chicago field office. In January of 1995, he returned to the FBI headquarters in Washington, D.C., when he became the chief of the FBI's counterterrorism section. In his new role, O'Neill was responsible for the direction and support of all the FBI's international and domestic counterterrorism investigations. On February 26, 1993, a Ryder van filled with explosives made its way to the North Tower garage of the World Trade Center. When the van exploded moments later at 12:18 p.m., 6 people died and more than 1,000 were injured. On February 7, 1995, Chief of FBI's Counterterrorism Section, John O'Neill, monitored the capture and extradition of Ramzi Youssef. Then came the bombing of the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, on April 19, 1995. O'Neill supervised many terrorism investigations around the world, including attacks of United States facilities in Saudi Arabia. O'Neill was one of the many people chasing Osama bin Laden. In January of 1997, O'Neill became the special agent in charge of the FBI's New York office overseeing all national security matters, including counterterrorism operations. O'Neill kept that title until he retired in August of 2001. According to the book Forbidden Truth, written by French intelligence analysts Jean-Charles Brassard and Guillaume Desquet, John O'Neill believed the main obstacle to investigate Islamic terrorism were U.S. oil corporate interests and the role played by Saudi Arabia. In July of 2001, Jean-Charles Brassard met with O'Neill at the China Club in Manhattan. During the meeting, O'Neill told Brassard, "All the answers, all the clues allowing us to dismantle Osama bin Laden's organization can be found in Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia has much more pressure on us than we have towards the kingdom." According to Brassard, O'Neill confirmed that bin Laden had close ties with high-ranking personalities and families of the Saudi kingdom. In July 2001, contrary to the public statements, he believed, however, the chances of getting the Saudis to cooperate were slim, and he called into question the FBI's extremely political stance at this area, as well as that at the interior level. John O'Neill began a new career as the chief of security at the World Trade Center a day or two before the terror attacks of September 11, 2001. His office was on the 34th floor of the North Tower. On Monday, September 10, 2001, John O'Neill was in his usual restaurant and bar, Elaine's, when his friend Wallace Millard asked how he was doing after leaving the FBI. "Wally, I'm the best," O'Neill responded. "I've got a job that pays me 3 times what I got." Later that night at Elaine's, O'Neill told a group of friends, "At least on my watch, I can say that there was never a terrorist attack in New York City." According to the official theory of September 11, 2001, American Airlines Flight 11 struck the North Tower, WTC-1, of the World Trade Center at 8:46 a.m., and United Airlines Flight 175 crashed into the South Tower, WTC-2, at 9:03 a.m. 14 minutes later, John O'Neill was not sure what hit the Twin Towers. O'Neill contacted his girlfriend, Valerie James, at 9:17 a.m. and told her, "There are body parts everywhere." O'Neill then asked his girlfriend of 11 years, "Do you know what hit it?" Apparently, James was the first to tell him that a commercial airliner hit the World Trade Center. The North Tower was attacked first, yet the South Tower collapsed first. The newly appointed chief of security of the World Trade Center, 7 buildings in total, was last seen walking in the direction of the South Tower just before the building's collapse. John O'Neill's body was reportedly found on September 22, 2001 at Ground Zero. Mr. O'Neill was 49 years old when he left this world. A strange response to terrorism. I was sitting outside the classroom waiting to go in, and I saw an airplane hit the tower. The TV was obviously on, and I used to fly myself, and I said, well, there's one terrible pilot. I said it must have been a horrible accident, but I whisked it off there. I didn't have much time to think about it. George W. Bush. On Thursday, September 20th, 2001, President Bush put the world on notice. Every nation in every region now has a decision to make. Either you are with us, or you are with the terrorists. Where was President Bush when the first aircraft crashed into the North Tower? President Bush held a town hall meeting on December 4th of 2001 in Orlando, Florida, at the Orlando Convention Center. I was sitting outside the classroom, Bush told the crowd, waiting to go in, and I saw an airplane hit the tower. The TV was obviously on, and I used to fly myself, and I said, well, there's one terrible pilot. Bush was in a second-grade classroom at Emma E. Booker Elementary School in Sarasota, Florida, when Chief of Staff Andrew Card informed him of a second attack on the World Trade Center. I was sitting in the classroom, and Andy Card, my Chief of Staff, walked in and said, a second plane has hit the tower. America is under attack. On August 13th, 2002, 9/11 widow Kristen Breitweiser appeared on the Phil Donahue Show to ask a simple question about Bush's response to the worst terror attack in United States history. It was clear that we were under attack. Why didn't the Secret Service whisk Bush out of the school? He is the Commander-in-Chief of the United States of America. Our country was clearly under attack. It was after the second building was hit. I want to know why he sat there for 25 minutes. The government's initial response to the terror attacks was to go after Osama bin Laden and hunt him down, dead or alive, in Afghanistan. Yet the focus soon turned to Saddam Hussein and the invasion of Iraq. According to Richard Clark at the White House on the evening of September 11, 2001, the topic of discussion between Donald Rumsfeld and Paul Wolfowitz was not about capturing or killing Osama bin Laden. Rather, it was about overthrowing Saddam Hussein. Clark wrote in the book, Against All Enemies, the Bush administration had been pressing for a war with Iraq since George Bush became the President of the United States. According to Clark, the following day, Bush asked him to find any links between 9/11 and Saddam Hussein, any shred of proof. But Mr. President, Clark responded, al-Qaeda did this. I know, Bush agreed. But see, if Saddam was involved, look into Iraq, Saddam. As time went on, Bush became less concerned with Osama bin Laden and more consumed with overthrowing Saddam Hussein, a man whom the United States helped become leader of Iraq. It only took the Bush administration about 6 months to publicly shift focus from Osama bin Laden to Saddam Hussein, claiming bin Laden's host government had been destroyed. At a press conference in Washington, D.C. on March 13, 2002, President Bush shared his true feelings about Osama bin Laden. I don't know where Osama bin Laden is. I just don't spend that much time on him. On the evening of September 11th, George W. Bush wrote in his diary, the Pearl Harbor of the 21st century took place today. We think it's Osama bin Laden. We think there are other targets in the United States, but I have urged the country to go back to normal. We cannot allow terrorist thugs to hold us hostage. My hope is that it will provide an opportunity for us to rally the world against terrorism. Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld believed the attacks on the World Trade Center and the Pentagon created the kind of opportunities that World War II offered to refashion the world. Secretary of State Colin Powell told Meet the Press on September 23, 2001, we are hard at work bringing all the information together. Intelligence information, law enforcement information, and I think the near future will be able to put out on a paper a document that will describe quite clearly the evidence that we have linking Osama bin Laden to this attack. Yet the next day on September 24th, Powell told a different story. That would be our intent, but most of it is classified. But there's no question that this network, with this gentleman as the head, is the one who is responsible, and if we are able to provide information that is not sensitive or classified, I think we will try to do that in every way. A senior Taliban official responded to the allegations that Osama bin Laden was responsible for the attacks on 9/11. We do not want to fight. We will negotiate. But talk to us like a sovereign country. We are not a province of the United States to be issued orders to. We have asked for proof of Osama's involvement, but they have refused. Why? FBI agent Rex Toome told Ed Haas of the Muckraker Report, bin Laden has not been formally charged in connection to 9/11. In the case of 1998's United States embassies being bombed, Bin Laden has been formally indicted on the charges by a grand jury. He has not been formally indicted and charged in connection with 9/11 because the FBI has no hard evidence connecting bin Laden to 9/11. Ed Haas was astounded that the evidence threshold for gaining a federal indictment is much lower than for gaining a conviction. Yet for reasons that remain obscure from the public record, the U.S. government has not gained such an indictment for Osama bin Laden. Speaking to a Pakistani newspaper on September 28, 2001, Osama bin Laden denied any involvement in the terrorist attacks. I have already said that I am not involved in the September 11th attacks in the United States. I had no knowledge of the attacks, nor do I consider the killings of innocent women, children, and other humans as an appreciable act. Islam strictly forbids causing harm to innocent women, children, and other people. Such a practice is forbidden even in the course of battle, what had earlier been done to the innocent people of Iraq, Chechnya, and Bosnia. The U.S. had no friends, nor does it want to keep any because the prerequisite of friendship is to come to the level of the friend or consider him on par with you. America does not want to see anyone equal to it. It expects slavery from others. Whoever committed the act of 11 September are not the friends of the American people. I have already said that we are against the American system, not against its people. Whereas in these attacks, the common American people have been killed. The United States should try to trace the perpetrators of these attacks within itself, the people who are a part of the U.S. system, but are dissenting against it, or those who are working for some other system, persons who have to make the present century as a century of conflict between Islam and Christianity, so all their other civilizations, nations, countries, or ideology could survive. They can be anyone, from Russia to Israel, and from India to Serbia. In the U.S. itself, there are dozens of well-organized and well-equipped groups which are capable of causing a large-scale destruction. Is it not that there exists a government within the government in the United States? That secret government must be asked as to who carried out the attacks. On December 13, 2001, the Pentagon released a video of Osama bin Laden taking responsibility for the September 11th attacks. In the video, allegedly recorded in mid-November of 2001, Osama bin Laden spoke with supporters about the attack on the World Trade Center. We calculated in advance the number of casualties from the enemy, who would be killed based on the position of the tower. We calculated that the floors that would be hit would be 3 or 4 floors. I was the most optimistic of them all. Due to my experience in the field, I was thinking about the fire from the gas in the plane would melt the iron structure of the building and collapse the area where the plane hit, and all the floors above it only. This is all we had hoped for. We were at redacted when the event took place. We had notification since the previous Thursday that the event would take place that day. We had finished our work that day and had the radio on. It was 5:30 p.m., our time. I was sitting with Dr. Ahmed Abul Kahir. Immediately we heard the news of the plane that hit the World Trade Center. We turned the radio station to the news from Washington. The news continued and no mention of the attack until the end. At the end of the newscast, they reported that a plane just hit the World Trade Center. After a little while, they announced that another plane had just hit the World Trade Center. The brothers who heard the news were overjoyed by it. Less than a year after 9/11, Vice President Dick Cheney reminded Congress to be very cautious not to seek political advantage by making incendiary suggestions, that the White House had advanced information that would have prevented the tragic attack of 9/11. Even if the public doesn't understand what happened on September 11, 2001, it seems to me that they generally understand that something isn't right with the official story. The 9/11 Commission. On November 27, 2002, President Bush and the United States Congress finally created the National Commission on Terrorist Attacks upon the United States. The purpose of the commission was to investigate facts, circumstances relating to the terror attacks of September 11, 2001, including those relating to intelligence agencies, law enforcement agencies, diplomacy, immigration issues, and border control, the flow of assets to terrorist organizations, commercial aviation, the role of congressional oversight and resource allocation, and other areas determined relevant by the Commission. The Commission would prepare a full and complete account of the circumstances surrounding the September 11, 2001 attacks. After reviewing more than 2.5 million pages of documents and interviewing more than 1,200 individuals in 10 countries, the 9/11 Commission also held 19 days of hearings and took public testimony from 160 witnesses. Our aim has not been to assign individual blame. 9/11 Commission Report. The 9/11 Commission ultimately failed because of what they didn't put into final reports. There is no mention of Building 7 or eyewitness testimony about explosions in the basement, lobby, or various floors of the Twin Towers. There is also no logical explanation as to why the Twin Towers collapsed straight down at freefall speeds in less than 10 seconds, after burning for 60 minutes each. Henry Kissinger was originally chosen to be the chairman of the 9/11 Commission by President Bush on November 27, 2002. Kissinger resigned as chairman on December 14, 2002, reportedly due to privacy issues, as he did not wish to disclose certain information about his clients or business associates. Nevertheless, Henry Kissinger would go on to be a chief advisor to the Bush administration regarding the Iraq War. After 9/11, Michael Springman, former official at the U.S. Consular Office in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, explained that his office was used by the CIA to bring recruits into America for training during the 1980s. This same office in Jeddah is where many of the 9/11 hijackers obtained their visas to enter the United States. After Flight 11 hit the North Tower on September 11th, an unnamed man reportedly gave NYPD detective Yolk Chin the passport to Saddam al-Suqami. Suqami was one of the first 5 terrorists who boarded Flight 11 at Logan International Airport in Boston. Somehow, Suqami's passport survived an airplane crash into the North Tower and the collapse of the building. A former high-level intelligence officer told journalist Seymour Hersh whatever trail was left deliberately for the FBI to chase. Nawaf al-Hazami and Khalid al-Midhar were supposedly being monitored by the CIA prior to 9/11. The alleged al-Qaeda operatives allegedly entered the United States under their real names, yet neither the FBI nor the State Department was informed by the CIA. The CIA claimed that they lost 2 operatives somewhere in Thailand after an al-Qaeda meeting. The 9/11 Commission accepted the CIA's explanation. These same 2 guys, Hamzi and Midhar, may have been assisted by someone who was under FBI surveillance for alleged connections to terrorist groups. The 2 men resided at the house of a known FBI informant. The FBI claimed they were not aware of the 2 men. The documentary film Loose Change, Final Cut covers the story of 3 9/11 hijackers, Ahmed al-Nami, Ahmed al-Ghamdi, and Saeed al-Ghamdi, who allegedly trained at the Pensacola Naval Air Station. Pensacola News of the Washington Post countered the allegation, speculating that the hijackers stole the identities of military trainees. Based on the verbal account of the Air Force spokesman, Colonel Ken McClellan, Mohammed Atta once attended the International Officer School at Maxwell Gunter Air Force Base in Montgomery, Alabama. In 2005, Republican Congressman Kurt Weldon and Colonel Anthony Schaefer told the public about a Pentagon intelligence team that identified the future alleged hijackers, Mohammed Atta and Marwan el-Shahi, back in 2000. The 9/11 Commission was told about this information, but still concluded that Mohammed Atta was not identified by authorities in the United States before 9/11. On September 30, 2001, ABC reported, federal authorities tell ABC News they've now tracked more than $100,000 from banks in Pakistan to 2 banks in Florida to accounts held by suspected hijack ringleader Mohammed Atta. And Time magazine is reporting some of that money came in the days just before the attacks and could be traced directly to people connected with Osama bin Laden. On October 9, 2001, Manoy Joshi, writing in the Times of India, reported, top sources confirmed here on Tuesday that the general lost his job because of his evidence India produced to show this links to one of the suicide bombers that wrecked the World Trade Center. The U.S. authorities sought his removal after confirming the fact that $100,000 were wired to WTC hijacker Mohammed Atta from Pakistan by Ahmed Umar Sheikh at the instance of General Mohammed. Senior government sources have confirmed that India contributed significantly to establishing the link between the money transfer and the role played by the dismissed ISI chief. While they did not provide details, they said that the Indian inputs, including Sheikh's mobile phone number, helped the FBI in tracing and establishing the link. Pakistan General Muhammad Ahmed had meetings with Senator Bob Graham, Porter Gross, and CIA Director George Tenet in August of 2001. On the morning of September 11, 2001, General Muhammad had breakfast with Senator Bob Graham and former CIA agent and future CIA Director, Congressman Porter Gross. The general would quietly retire in October of 2001, but not before the Times of India exposed the real reason the general retired, which was due to the evidence of the wire transfer. What the 9/11 Commission says about the funding of the 9/11 plot should concern us all. To date, the U.S. government has not been able to determine the origin of the money used for the 9/11 attacks. Ultimately, the question is of little practical significance. Al-Qaeda had many avenues of funding. If a particular funding source had been dried up, al-Qaeda would have easily tapped into a different source or diverted funds from another project to fund an operation that could cost $400,000 to $500,000 over nearly 2 years. The Informant. On February 26, 2004, the 9/11 Commission investigators were given the transcripts of the Office of the Inspector General's interview with Barrie Sarshar. The interview took place on January 20th, 2004. Sarshar worked for the FBI as a language specialist when an informant told 2 FBI agents about Osama bin Laden's plan to fly airplanes into tall buildings inside the United States, planes possibly loaded with explosives. The FBI agents filed out a report for an ongoing criminal investigation using 302 forms. Sarshar said that the 302 forms were specifically used by FBI agents to report information gathered from the Bureau's assets and/or informants. A February 2004 FBI case titled Kamikaze Pilots gave the 9/11 commissioners information about a key FBI asset/informant related to the case. The FBI asset/informant was never questioned by the 9/11 Commission. In April of 2001, Sarshar was asked to accompany 2 special agents from the FBI WFO, Tony and John, to a meeting arranged with his informant. This was during a criminal investigation that was about to turn into a court case. The informant had vital information on the situation, having played an extremely important role in building the case. The informant, whose information was translated to the FBI agents by Sarshar, said 2 extremely reliable and long-term sources, one from Afghanistan and one on the Afghanistan-Pakistan border, notified me that an active Mujahideen group led by bin Laden had issued an order to attack certain targets in the United States and were planning to attack as we spoke. The informant continued, "According to my guys, bin Laden's group is planning a massive terrorist attack in the United States. The order has been issued. They are targeting major cities, big metropolitan cities. They think 4 or 5 cities, New York City, Chicago, Washington, D.C., and San Francisco, possibly Los Angeles or Las Vegas. They will use airplanes to carry out the attacks. They said that some of the individuals involved in carrying this out are already in the United States. They are in the U.S., living among us, and I believe some in the U.S. government already know about all of this." Sarshar noted that he assumed the informant meant the CIA or the White House. The news alarmed the 2 FBI agents, who then instructed Sarshar to have the informant repeat what he had just said. After doing so, the 2 agents began to take notes of their own. One agent, Tony, asked if there was a specific date for this coming attack. Although the informant was not given an exact date, the attack was coming very soon, possibly within the next 3 months. This was in April of 2001. The informant also mentioned that they may use bombs, planting bombs inside these planes, maybe the cargo, and have them blown up over the populated cities. Sibyl Edmonds wrote that Barrie Sarshar worked as a GS-12 language specialist with top-secret clearance at the FBI Washington field office. After leaving the FBI in 2002, Sarshar provided his testimony on the kamikaze pilots to several congressional offices and investigators, including staff of the Senate Judiciary Committee and the committee's leading Democrat at the time, Patrick Leahy, and the Justice Department Inspector General Office. Sibyl D. Edmonds is a former FBI translator who believes the FBI, the Pentagon, and the State Department have been infiltrated by the Turkish and Israeli-run intelligence network. She is also the founder of the National Security Whistleblowers Coalition, NSWBC. Edmonds said that the FBI received information in April of 2001 from a reliable Iranian intelligence asset that Osama bin Laden was planning attacks on 4 or 5 cities with airplanes. "The public has still not been told of the intentional obstruction of intelligence," wrote Edmonds. "The public has not been told that the certain information, despite its relevance to terrorist activities, is not shared with counterterrorism units. This was true prior to 9/11, and it remains true today. We thought he was a pretty credible guy," said former Senate Judiciary Committee investigator Chris Kolsnick, who interviewed Sarshar nearly 2 years ago as an investigator for a Washington public interest law firm handling federal whistleblower cases. Sibyl Edmonds wrote, "The 9/11 commissioners had initially refused to interview Mr. Sarshar. He was one of the several witnesses from the intelligence and law enforcement organizations with relevant testimonies and reports who who were denied access to the commission, the ones that we know of. It was only after pressure from members of the 9/11 Family Steering Committee and memorandums from the congressional offices that the commissions reluctantly agreed to interview Mr. Sarshar. However, his entire testimony was omitted from their final report. According to the Chicago Tribune investigative reporter, even FBI Director Mueller appeared to be baffled by the commissioner's lack of inquiry into this particular case. FBI Director Robert Mueller, who expected to be asked about the case during an appearance before his commission in April, was surprised when the commissioners never raised the question, according to aides. Edmonds then added, "During my short tenure with the Bureau, I was briefed about this case by not only Mr. Sarshar, but other first-hand witnesses, and I saw the actual 302 forms filed with the unit's squad supervisor. FBI language specialists get to keep a copy of the reports/forms. Edmonds believes that there never was any real investigation into the horrific events used in reshaping not only our country, but the entire world. If I were you guys, I take this extremely seriously," the informant told Sarshar in front of the two FBI agents. "If I had the same position I had in Savak, I'd put all my men on this around the clock. I can't vouch for my sources, their reliability. Make sure you put it in the hands of the top guys in counterterrorism." After a few months, Barrie Sarshar found himself translating information from the same informant to the same FBI agents. This time, the informant mentioned tall buildings as a possible target. He once again stressed that the FBI should get more information from Pakistan's ISI, stating that, after all, they are your guys and they already know all about this. Then came September 11, 2001. Sarshar went on to explain, "That morning we heard the news, and all of us ran out to the next unit to watch the CNN footage on the TV screens installed out there. As soon as I saw the planes hitting those buildings, I said to myself, oh my God, oh dear God, we were warned about this, we were told about this, very specifically. I almost fainted. I kept on hearing the informant's words. I kept hearing his last warnings, begging us to do something fast." Sarshar continued, "And we had done nothing. Now it was already way too late. I felt nauseous. I felt sick." He wasn't the only one who felt sick. When Sarshar locked eyes with one of the two agents who conversed with the informant, the agent told him, "We fucked this up. The Bureau fucked our country. Why?" Later, while going over another assignment with the same two agents, Sarshar asked them what they were going to do about the situation. He said that the agents avoided eye contact at first. Tony finally told him, "Listen, Fields called us into the office and gave us an order, an absolute order. I asked them what the order was. He said, we never got any warnings. Those conversations never existed. It never happened. Period. He said this is very sensitive, and no one should ever mention a word about this case. Period." Sarshar worked in foreign counterintelligence and counterterrorism as a contact linguist and a language specialist employee. He testified during MEK prosecutions in California and was involved in an FBI raid that was covered by Fox News. He believes that Sibyl Edmonds might have been seen as some sort of father figure. He was classmates with her father in Tehran, Iran. Sibyl Edmonds wrote that Sarshar wanted the commission to know about an asset debriefing he attended with Blank and another agent whose name he could not remember. He said that he hesitated to bring it forward because he did not think anything had been done deliberately. He thinks if the FBI had known about the plot, they would have stopped it. He provided us the code name and the name of the asset. When asked the reason why he did not come forward, Sarshar said he didn't want to cause problems for the FBI. Sibyl adds, Sarshar also thought the FBI knew about information regarding a kamikaze pilot. Sarshar passed on the kamikaze information in a letter he wrote to the FBI Director Robert Mueller. Barrie Sarshar once asked the FBI agent, Tony, if sharing this information with other agencies wasn't a bad idea. Tony reportedly told him that Special Agent in Charge Thomas Fields was obligated to submit what he got, everything he gets under counterterrorism, to the HQ guys in charge of the White House national security briefings. He always does, so the White House and other agencies have already heard about this. The informant warned Sarshar, shouting in Farsi, "Why don't you discuss it with the CIA? They know. Tell the White House. Don't let them sit on it until it's too late." Alternatives. In December of 2003, Senator Max Cleland resigned from the 9/11 Commission, calling it a national scandal. Cleland said, "One of these days we'll have to get the full story because the 9/11 issue is so important to America, but this White House wants to cover it up." 9/11 Commissioner Rob Carey stated, "There are ample reasons to suspect that there may be some alternative to what is outlined in our version. 9/11 Commissioner Tim Romer said, "We were extremely frustrated with the false statements we were getting. We were not sure of the intent, whether it was to deceive the Commission or merely part on fumbling bureaucracy." Chairman of the Commission, Thomas Keene, spoke about the intimidation factor during their investigation. The Commission feels unanimously that the intimidation to have somebody sitting behind you all the time, who you either work with or works with your agency. Let us never forget that Bush and Cheney refused to testify separately before the Commission. Instead, the two would only speak to the Commission off the record, not under oath, and with a very strict time limit. Why not go under oath? Florida Senator Bob Graham was surprised by the degree in which agencies were not communicating. But also I was surprised at the evidence that there were foreign governments involved in facilitating the activities of at least some of the terrorists in the United States. I am stunned that we have not done a better job of pursuing that to determine if the other terrorists received similar support, and even more important, if the infrastructures of a foreign government assisting terrorists still exist for the current generation of terrorists who are planning on the next plots. To me, this is an extremely significant issue, and most of the information is classified. I think overly classified. Mr. Graham went on to say, "I believe the American people should know the extent of the challenge that we face in terms of foreign government involvement. That would motivate the government to take action." The 9/11 Commission did not have subpoena power, and some members felt that they were denied access to vital information. Their final report was released on July 22, 2004. Douglas Sturm, a professor at Bucknell University teaching political science and religion, told Salon.com that there should be a new investigation to investigate closely and carefully a series of questions about the tragic events that have yet to receive fully satisfactory answers. Many people still feel the same way, including some of the Commission members. 28 pages of the 9/11 Commission report were censored for over 15 years. Those pages focused on the connections between Saudi Arabia and the events of September 11th, 2001. I'm saying that's deliberate. I'm saying that the delay in relating this information to the American public out of the hearing was deliberately slow-walked. The 9/11 Commission was deliberately slow-walked because the administration's policy was, as its priority was, we're going to take Saddam Hussein out. Georgia Senator Max Cleland. Iraq invasion. On July 23, 2002, members of the British government and British intelligence agencies participated in a private meeting at 10 Downing Street. 10 Downing Street is the official residence of the United Kingdom Prime Minister. Among those present at the meeting were MI6 Chief Richard Dearlove, Chairman of the Joint Intelligence Committee John Scarlett, and then Prime Minister Tony Blair. The minutes of the meeting were written by Downing Street foreign policy aide Matthew Rycroft. Saddam's regime was tough and based on extreme fear. The written notes of the meeting stated, the only way to overthrow it was likely to be by massive military action. C reported on his recent talks in Washington. C was MI6 Chief Richard Dearlove. There was a perceptible shift in attitude. Military action was now seen as inevitable. Bush wanted to remove Saddam through military action, justified by the conjunction of terrorism and WMD, but the intelligence and facts were being fixed around the policy. It seemed clear that Bush had made up his mind to take military action, even if the timing was not yet decided. But the case was thin. Saddam was not threatening his neighbors, and his WMD capacity was less than that of Libya, North Korea, or Iran. 3 years later, this information was finally released to the public after the Sunday Times published the written notes of the meeting on May 1st, 2005. 5 months before the private meeting at 10 Downing Street, the CIA sent former Ambassador Joseph Wilson back to Africa to investigate claims that Saddam Hussein was trying to buy yellow cake uranium from the West African country of Niger. Joseph Wilson was the Deputy Chief of Missions at the United States Embassy in Baghdad, Iraq, when Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait on August 2, 1990. Around 2:30 a.m., Wilson received a phone call at his house in Mansour, Iraq, which was 20 minutes away from the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad. On the other line of the phone was National Security Council Deputy Sandra Charles, calling from Washington, D.C. In his book, The Politics of Truth, Joseph Wilson wrote about what Sandra Charles told him. The caller had in fact been Sandy, trying to get through from Washington, D.C., to alert me that Iraqi troops were moving into Kuwait, and that our ambassadors in Kuwait City, Nathaniel Howell, had reported gunfire outside his embassy compound. The embassy had been surrounded by Iraqi troops, and Iraqi tanks and infantry were quickly overrunning the light Kuwaiti defense forces. Meanwhile, Iraq sealed off its own borders and canceled all incoming and outgoing flights. On August 6, Wilson was summoned to the foreign minister's office. He was surprised to find Saddam Hussein waiting for him, decked out in his Ba'ath Party uniform, complete with his characteristic pistol on his hip. Towards the end of the meeting, Wilson wondered if Saddam Hussein was fishing for clues as to whether the United States might intend a unilateral military response to his actions. Saddam Hussein publicly declared Kuwait to be Iraq's 19th province on August 8, 1990. By mid-August, the U.S. Embassy had a lean staff of 9 Americans, including me, Wilson wrote. I called us the Expendables. It wasn't long before Iraq demanded all embassies register citizens in their care with the appropriate authorities. Wilson wrote that the failure to comply would result in capital punishment. U.S. authorities saw this as a way for Iraqi's government to take more hostages. The choice, Wilson continued, theoretically was either to turn over Americans or to defy the note and risk execution. During an off-the-record press briefing at the U.S. Embassy in Iraq on September 20, 1990, Wilson wore a noose around his neck to make a statement to the reporters in the room. If Saddam wants to execute me for keeping Americans from being taken hostage, I will bring my own fucking rope. Calling Hussein's bluff, Wilson harbored more than 100 Americans at the embassy and helped evacuate thousands of people, American and non-Americans, out of Iraq before Operation Desert Storm officially began. Wilson was later praised by President George H.W. Bush for his heroism, being called a true American hero. Joseph Wilson lowered the American flag at the U.S. Embassy and departed Iraq via airplane on January 12, 1991. Wilson and the 5 remaining staff members flew to Germany before arriving in Washington, D.C. on January 13, 1991. Operation Desert Shield was born when Saddam Hussein moved his forces into Kuwait on August 2, 1990. United Nations Security Council Resolution 678 was passed by a vote of 12-2, 1 abstain, on November 29, 1990. The resolution gave Iraq one final opportunity to comply fully with Resolution 660, 1990, and all subsequent relevant resolutions. Passed on August 2, 1990, Resolution 660 demanded that the Iraq withdraw immediately and unconditionally all its forces to the position in which they were located on August 1, 1990. Resolution 678 set a deadline for Iraq to leave Kuwait. Unless Iraq complied with the resolution by January 15, 1991, member states cooperating with the government of Kuwait were authorized to use all necessary means to uphold and implement Resolution 660, 1990, and all subsequent relevant resolutions and to restore international peace and security in the area. Iraq ignored the ultimatum. On January 16, 1991, Operation Desert Shield morphed into Operation Desert Storm when Commander of the United States Central Command, Norman Schwarzkopf, sent a message to the United States Central Command. Soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines of the United States Central Command, this morning at 0300, we launched Operation Desert Storm, an offensive campaign that will enforce the United Nations resolution that Iraq must cease its rape and pillage of its weaker neighbor and withdraw its forces from Kuwait. My confidence in you is total. Our cause is just. Now you must be the thunder and lightning of Desert Storm. May God be with you, your loved ones at home, and our country. With an estimated $61 billion spent on the war, on February 27, 1991, President George H.W. Bush sat in the Oval Office at the White House and told the nation, Kuwait is liberated. Iraq's army is defeated. Our military objectives are met. Kuwait is once more in the hands of Kuwaitis in control of their own destiny. Operation Desert Storm was over. Exactly 100 hours since ground operations commenced, President Bush continued, and 6 weeks since the start of Operation Desert Storm. All United States and coalition forces will suspend offensive combat operations. It is up to Iraq whether this suspension on the part of the coalition became a permanent ceasefire. At every opportunity, I have said to the people of Iraq, our quarrel is not with them, but instead with their leadership, and above all, with Saddam Hussein. This remains the case. You, the people of Iraq, are not our enemy. We do not seek your destruction. We have treated your POWs with kindness. Coalition forces fought this war only at last resort, and look forward to the day when Iraq is led by people prepared to live in peace with their neighbors. As satisfying as it would have been to go on to Baghdad in 1991, Joseph Wilson wrote in The Politics of Truth, there were many reasons to stop where and when we did. According to Wilson, those reasons involved the New World Order. The goal that had been agreed upon within the international community was Saddam's expulsion from Kuwait. There was no legal authority to proceed further. Since the concept of the New World Order depended on international agreement and material support as we face these similar conflicts together, it was vital to establish from the outset that the parameters for the action and then adhere to them. Between 1992 and 1995, Joseph Wilson served on the United States ambassador to Gabon and Sao Tome and Principe in Africa. Wilson spent 23 years as a United States diplomat before retiring in 1998. In February of 2002, Joseph Wilson drove from his home to Washington, D.C., to the Central Intelligence Agency headquarters to discuss the Niger uranium industry. A report purporting to be a memorandum of the sale of uranium from Niger to Iraq had aroused the interest of Vice President Dick Cheney, Wilson wrote. His office, I was told, had tasked the CIA to determine if there was any truth to the report. When asked by the CIA, Wilson agreed to travel to Niger to assess the validity of the report. U.S. Ambassador Barbara Owens Kirkpatrick and Marine General Carleton Fulford had already investigated the claims against Iraq when Wilson arrived in Niger in late February of 2002. During his 8-day fact-finding mission, Wilson discovered that in 1999, one of his sources met with an official from Iraq in Algiers to discuss trade. My contact said the alarm bells had immediately gone off in his mind. Wilson explained in his book, well aware of the United Nations sanctions on Iraq, he met with an Iraqi only briefly and avoided any substantive issues. As he told me this, he hesitated and looked up to the sky as if plumbing in the depths of his memory, then offered that perhaps the Iraqi might have wanted to talk about uranium. But since there had been no discussion of uranium, my contact was idly speculating when he mentioned it. There was no story. Wilson included this information in his briefing to a staff member at the American Embassy in Niger. 2 years after his trip to Niger, the same source told Wilson that the Iraqi official he had met was Mohammed Saeed al-Shaif, better known as Baghdad Bob. Wilson was satisfied that the allegations against Iraq were baseless. There were only 2 uranium mines in Niger, both of which were owned by a consortium comprising foreign companies along with the Niger government through a state-owned corporation. If U.S. authorities were still serious about investigating the matter, after receiving its conclusions, Wilson suggested that they reach out to Kogema. Only Kogema had actual possession of the ore from its time in the ground until it arrives at its destination. Wilson also made it clear that even off-the-books transactions of uranium would not have gone unnoticed by Kogema. Did the CIA ever contact Kogema about the allegations against Iraq? Words of mass destruction. During the State of the Union address on January 28, 2003, President George W. Bush told the nation, "The International Atomic Energy Agency confirmed in the 1990s that Saddam Hussein had an advanced nuclear weapon development program, had a design for a nuclear weapon, and was working on 5 different methods of enriching uranium for a bomb. The British government has learned that Saddam Hussein recently sought significant quantities of uranium from Africa. Our intelligence sources tell us that he attempted to purchase high-strength aluminum tubes suitable for nuclear weapons production. Saddam Hussein has not credibly explained these activities. He clearly has much to hide. If Saddam Hussein does not fully disarm for the safety of our people and for the peace of the world, we will lead a coalition to disarm him." On February 5, 2003, Secretary of State Colin Powell addressed the United Nations Security Council. I asked for this session today for 2 purposes. First, to support the core assessment made by Dr. Blix and Dr. al-Baradei. As Dr. Blix reported to the Council on January 27th, Iraq appears not to have to come to a genuine acceptance, not even today, of the disarmament which was demanded of it. And as Dr. al-Baradei reported, Iraq's declaration of December 7th did not provide any new information relevant to certain questions that had been outstanding since 1998. Powell's second purpose for speaking before the Security Council was to share what the United States knows about Iraq's weapons of mass destruction, as well as Iraq's involvement in terrorism, which is also the subject of Resolution 1441 and other earlier resolutions. Iraq has now placed itself in danger of serious consequences called for in the UN Resolution 1441, and this body places itself in danger of irrelevance if it allows Iraq to continue to defy its will without responding effectively and immediately. Our conservative estimate is that Iraq today has a stockpile of between 100 and 500 tons of chemical weapon agents. That is enough agent to fill 16,000 battlefield rockets. Even the low end of 100 tons of agent would enable Saddam Hussein to cause mass casualties across more than 100 square miles of territory, an area nearly 5 times the size of Manhattan. Fear remained the centerpiece of Powell's speech. Saddam Hussein has chemical weapons. Saddam Hussein has used such weapons. Saddam Hussein has no compunction about using them again, against his neighbors and against his own people, and we have sources who tell us that he recently has authorized his field commanders to use them. He wouldn't be passing out the orders if he didn't have the weapons or the intent to use them. On March 16, 2003, Meet the Press host Tim Russert interviewed Vice President Dick Cheney about the state of Iraq. Fear of terrorists obtaining nuclear weapons remained one of Cheney's regular talking points. We saw on 9/11, Cheney said during the interview, 19 men hijack aircraft with airline tickets and box cutters, kill 3,000 Americans in a couple of hours. That attack would pale into significance compared to what could happen. That attack would pale into insignificance compared to what could happen. For example, if they had a nuclear weapon and detonated in the middle of one of our cities, or if they had unleashed weapons of mass destruction, biological weapons of some kind, smallpox or anthrax, on a major attack on the United States. That whole different proposition for us to think about. How can we deal with that? How would al-Qaeda acquire those weapons of mass destruction? According to Dick Cheney, Saddam Hussein was a prime suspect. We know he's out here trying only once again to produce nuclear weapons, and we know that he has a long-standing relationship with various terrorist groups, including the al-Qaeda organization. Cheney claimed Hussein was absolutely devoted to trying to acquire nuclear weapons, and we believe he has, in fact, reconstructed nuclear weapons. The fear of al-Qaeda working with Saddam Hussein was a possibility too great to ignore, yet the evidence of that claim always lingered in the shadows. Even so, the Bush administration continued its march to war with Saddam Hussein. On March 17, 2003, President George W. Bush addressed the nation about the decision to remove Saddam Hussein from Iraq. Today, no nation can possibly claim that Iraq is disarmed, and will not disarm so long as Saddam Hussein holds power. For the last 4.5 months, the United States and our allies have worked within the Security Council to enforce the Council's long-standing demands. Yet some permanent members of the Security Council have publicly announced they will veto any resolution that compels the disarmament of Iraq. The United Nations Security Council has not lived up to its responsibilities, so we will rise to ours. All the decades of deceit and cruelty have now reached an end. Saddam Hussein and his sons must leave Iraq within 48 hours. Their refusal to do so will result in military conflict, commenced at the time of our choosing. For their own safety, all foreign nationals, including journalists and inspectors, should leave Iraq immediately. The invasion of Iraq officially began on March 20th, 2003, if you don't include the airstrike on the Iraq Presidential Palace on March 19th, as well as any covert operations conducted beforehand. At the beginning of the invasion, the United States had an estimated 248,000 troops, and the United Kingdom had 45,000 boots on the ground. Australia had 2,000 troops, and Poland had a whopping 194 soldiers ready to overthrow Saddam Hussein. They were joined by nearly 70,000 Kurdish Peshmerga. Coalition forces took control of Baghdad on April 9, 2003, forcing Saddam to flee Iraq's capital. A 39-foot statue of Saddam Hussein was removed from Firdos Square in central Baghdad with the help of United States Marines. The statue was created in April of 2002 in honor of Saddam Hussein's 65th birthday. As the statue fell, it psychologically marked the end of Hussein's 24-year reign. American and coalition forces are now operating inside of Baghdad, President Bush told the people of Iraq the next day on April 10th, and we will not stop until Saddam's corrupt gang is gone. The government of Iraq and the future of your country will soon belong to you. 140 United States soldiers were killed between March 20th, 2003 and May 1st of 2003. On the other side of the war, according to a 2003 research monograph, adding together our estimate of Iraq non-combatant fatalities, 3,750 plus minus 550, and a combatant fatality of 9,200 plus minus 1,600, yields our estimate for total Iraq fatalities in the war, 12,950 plus or minus 2,150, 16.5%. Rounding this off, our analysis suggests that as few as 11,000 Iraqis may have been killed in the war, or as many as 15,000. It is likely that approximately 30% of the fatalities were non-combatants, that is, civilians who did not take up arms. On May 1, 2003, President Bush landed on the USS Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier, with a huge Mission Accomplished banner behind him, and announced, "Major combat operations in Iraq have ended. In the Battle of Iraq, the United States and our allies have prevailed, and now our coalition is engaged in securing and reconstructing that country." The big celebration on the aircraft carrier seemed a bit premature since the goal of invasion, the capture of Saddam Hussein, hadn't been accomplished yet. Even so, there was no denying the psychological effect such a display could have had on a person. Those who supported the war had something to cheer for. Those who opposed the war had something to make fun of. The greatest distraction was presented on the grandest stage of them all. Fuel the fire and watch it rise. On July 6, 2003, Joseph Wilson wrote an op-ed piece for the New York Times entitled, "What I Didn't Find in Africa." Wilson's article began with a question. Did the Bush administration manipulate intelligence about Saddam Hussein's weapons program to justify an invasion of Iraq? Based on my experience with the administration in the months leading up to the war, I have little choice but to conclude that some of the intelligence related to Iraq's nuclear weapon program was twisted to exaggerate the Iraqi threat. The following day, White House Press Secretary Ari Fleischer denied that Wilson was sent to Niger at the request of the Vice President's office. The Vice President's office did not request the mission to Niger, Fleischer stated. The Vice President's office was not informed of his mission, and he was not aware of Mr. Wilson's mission until recent press accounts. So this was something that the CIA undertook as a part of their regular review of events, where they sent him, but they sent him on their own volition, and the Vice President's office did not request it. Now we've long acknowledged, and this is old news, we said this repeatedly, that the information on Yellow Cake did indeed turn out to be incorrect. We've acknowledged that the information did turn out to be a forgery. Message of mass destruction. President Bush was the honored guest at the 60th Annual Radio and Television Correspondents' Dinner on March 24, 2004, at the Hilton Hotel. The yearly dinner featured tongue-in-cheek humor on current events and press coverage of politics. Over 500 U.S. personnel had been killed in Operation Iraqi Freedom by the time when President Bush spoke before the crowd of 1,500 invited guests. A photograph of President Bush looking for something in the Oval Office appeared on a giant projector screen as he poked fun at the missing WMDs. Those weapons of mass destruction have got to be somewhere. Moments later, another photograph showed Bush looking out an Oval Office window. Nope, no weapons over there. Maybe under here. The president told one bad joke after another, including this one. Oops, this photo wasn't supposed to be in here. A picture with Bush's hand on top of his head followed. This is a skull and bones secret signal. Colin Powell resigned from his position as Secretary of State of the United States of America on November 15, 2004. Dear Mr. President, Powell's resignation letter began. As we have discussed in recent months, I believe that now that the election is over, the time has come for me to step down as Secretary of State and return to private life. Powell stated that he was pleased to have been a part of the team that launched the global war against terror, liberated the Afghan and Iraqi people, brought the attention of the world to the problems of proliferation, reaffirmed our alliances, adjusted to the post-war world, and undertook major initiatives to deal with the problem of poverty and disease in the developing world. 10 years later, Colin Powell expressed regret over the intelligence failure that led to the invasion of Iraq. During an interview on September 11, 2011, Powell told Al Jazeera, "It turned out, as we discovered later, that a lot of sources that had been attested to by the intelligence community were wrong. I understand the consequences and failure, and as I said, I deeply regret that information. Some of the information, not all of it, was wrong." False flag operation. On September 19, 2005, 2 British soldiers were arrested by Iraqi police in Basra, South Iraq. The 2 men were dressed as members of the Mahdi Army, the militia controlled by Shia cleric Muqtada al-Sadr. The rebel group became very popular among local Iraqi police and government officials. After banning his newspaper, attempt to arrest Muqtada al-Sadr failed. Al-Sadr ordered a ceasefire on June 6, 2004, which lasted until August of the same year. Created on June of 2003, the Mahdi Army was heavily involved in the confrontations with United States forces from April 18, 2004 until the army was disbanded in 2008. On page 297 of his book, Towers of Deception, where he discovered that they were in fact British soldiers, members of the Special Reconnaissance Regiment and Intelligence and Black Ops Unit of the SAS, Special Air Service. Barrie Zwicker explained what happened when the two disguised British soldiers were stopped by the Iraqi police. The men opened fire. One of the policemen was killed and surrounding civilians injured. They were taken to the Basra police station and questioned by the Iraqi judge, where it was discovered that they were in fact British soldiers, members of the Special Reconnaissance Regiment and Intelligence and Black Ops units of the SAS Special Air Service. Sheikh Hassan al-Zarqani, spokesperson for Maqdad al-Sadr, spoke with the Socialist Works News Media about the incident published on September 24, 2005. Al-Zarqani explained what happened. We called a protest outside of the mayor's office on Monday, demanding that the sheikh be released. This protest was peaceful, but events in our city took a sinister turn when the police tried to stop two men dressed as members of the Medhi army driving near the protest. The men opened fire on the police and passers-by. After a car chase, they were arrested. What our police found in their car was very disturbing: weapons, explosives, and a remote-controlled detonator. These are the weapons of terrorists. We believe these soldiers were planning an attack on a market or another civilian target, and thanks to God, they were stopped, and countless lives were saved. The two men were taken to the police station to answer questions about their activities. That afternoon, the British Army came in tanks and armored cars, demanding the two to be released. The police refused as the two British soldiers detained were considered to be planning terrorist attacks, and they were disguised as members of the Medhi army. The police wanted to know what the target was. Thousands of people gathered to defend the police station. British troops opened fire and crowds responded with stones and firebombs. Why were these men dressed as Medhi army? Why were they carrying explosives? And why were they planning to detonate their bombs? Were they planning an outrage so that they could create tension with other communities? Were they going to kill innocent people to put blame on al-qaeda, who do not have any support in the city? The soldier drove a tank into the police station and threatened to kill the police officers if they did not hand over the two terrorists. It is only then, to save any further loss of life, that the men were released. We have only the warmest regards for the British people, who have protested in the tens of thousands against the occupation of our country. We fear that the British government plans to send more troops. We appealed to the British people to oppose this, as it can only deepen our problems. On October 15, 2005, the British government formally apologized to the Iraqi government for the mistakes made by the army in the Basra police station. However, the two British soldiers involved in the incident were not mentioned. British Army Colonel Frank Kitson is mostly responsible for creating the British Army counterinsurgency playbook. Kitson led many subversive operations against the Mau Mau in Kenya during the 1950s, and is linked to false flag operations conducted through British SAS moles that were implanted into the Irish Republican Army in Ireland, IRA, during the 1970s. Recon by fire. You have a technique called recon by fire, which means you roll down a certain area and you fire at basically nothing, to draw a fire, to try to find out where people are. Matthew Onstead, U.S. Army, 4th Infantry Division. Iraq War veteran Matt Onstead is a close friend of mine. I met him in high school. He seemed confident, quick-witted, and kind-hearted. He was one of the first and only friends I made at the school. Like most of those friends, he was musically talented. 2008 was a transitional period for me as a rapper. The importance of musical content forced me to change the way I wrote my songs. Looking at the young children next to me and thinking about the new world to come, I was trying to be the change I wanted to see in the world. I was looking for truth inside of this world. I was looking for something missing within, and I correctly thought that We Are Change was the answer. I didn't see that the truth was already within me, Jesus Christ. I got a chance to interview Matt back in 2008 while we were making songs together. I had never heard of Recon by Fire before that conversation. "How'd you come to be in the military?" I asked. "What made you sign that piece of paper?" "It was a time in my life where I had just lost my job," Matt began. "I was working for a friend's mom. It had to do with the computer industry, and when the whole .com thing fell off, her business suffered from that. I was basically out of work. She pretty much supported me, her son, and a few other people. It was a down point, where I had nothing going on, and it seemed like a door that could lead me into a good future because I had nothing. I was going nowhere, so I decided maybe there was a good way to build a base, get the experience, get the military behind me, and build off of that. This was what year? It was after 9/11. It was like late 2001. November or December is when I kind of decided. I started talking to a recruiter, and the earliest I could get in was March. And you joined the Army. I was 4th Infantry Division, 2nd Brigade, part of the 367 Armored Unit, stationed in Fort Hood, Texas, which was the largest Army base in the world. It's mainly an armored unit, so you have a lot of tanks and things like that, or in the 1st Cavalry. 1st Cavalry was a huge in Vietnam, and World War I, World War II. Matt continued. They told us, okay, we're going to be light. We have this many people, 18 people, 6 trucks, 3-man crews. You have your driver, your track commander, and then your gunner, and then they start training you from there. So in basic training, you get the basics on how to shoot and do your obstacle courses, and they get you into shape, and then they teach you the rules and regulation of the military. And once you get your unit, it's more geared towards your MOS, or job. What's MOS? MOS is your military operations specialty. Basically means that's your job title. When you first get in, you're on your best behavior, and after quite a few months, it wasn't like basic training anymore. Basic training is like by the book, by what it's supposed to be, and then when you get to the unit, it's different. It's completely backwards. It wasn't long before Matt found himself in Kuwait. We deployed into Kuwait, Matt went on. We landed in an airport in Kuwait. Then we went to this place called camp, which is basically a sand hole. That's where we met up with your vehicle. From that point, we didn't know what was next either. I think we spent 2 weeks there not knowing where we're going to go into Iraq. When are we going to cross the border and go up? I want to talk about the time when you said you guys were ordered to drive through the streets and get shot at. Okay, so when we first deployed to Iraq, we were about 45 minutes outside of Baqaba, so the downtown. The main part of Baqaba is about 45 miles outside of Baghdad, northwest I think. Then just north of that is where we were, at our first little, what they call FOB, which is a forward operating base, and it was our unit, 367, tanks and all the armor and headquarters. Headquarters division is like the scouts and the medics. We set up in the little lot and had pre-dug dirt boundaries, and our mission was to concentrate on an Iranian group who lived in Iraq, called the MEK. MEK stands for Mujahideen al-Khalq. Basically, it was this military group of Iranians who lived in Iraq, Matt continued, who fought the Iranian government. Matt's unit was told that the MEK had been resisting the Iranian government for 20-something years, and I've heard through people that they are the most intelligent military group in the world. Every single one of them has a college degree, as far as I know. They're all college educated. They have this place in Iraq that's probably 100 acres or so, and they're fully operational inside of that. Inside of Iraq? I asked. Inside their little compound in Iraq. They're fully operational, Matt answered. It's a town. They have all their food, all their water needs are met. They had a Coca-Cola bottling plant in there. They're like an operational country inside of a little 100-acre place. They had been fighting the Iranian government for years, and were supposed to be disarming these people. They had tanks, they had vehicles, they had weapons, everything. So they said that we needed to disarm these people because they were a threat to us. They were on our top terror list. So our colonel and some special forces went in and talked to the leader or leaders and said, "This is the thing. We're supposed to disarm you because you're a threat. In trade, we will make sure you're protected." The Iranians' main issue was, if you disarm us, the Iranian government will find out and we're all dead. These people could not go back to Iran to see their family because everybody knows who they are and they'd be killed. So in trade, we said, we will take care of all of your positions, as far as guarding your compound and safeholding your compound if you let us disarm you. So they said, okay, if you keep us safe, you can do what you want to do. We pulled a lot of tanks out of there. I mean, this is a military compound. They had buildings. Everything was set up. They had toilets. Nowhere else that I had been in Kuwait or Iraq where there were toilets. They had the whole 9 yards. And at one point, they had a party, kind of, Matt continued, where our whole unit basically went over there. They hosted us. They fed us. I was talking to this one group of guys who were pretty high up. They all spoke English. All the people there went to college, have all studied in Europe, Great Britain, England. So I said, "What's the deal? You can tell me. Why are we doing this to you?" Because I didn't understand. If they're not a threat to us, why do we screw with them? And what I got out of it is he was telling me that when Clinton was working with the Iranian government, it was something to the fact of Clinton getting better prices or getting in on the oil trade. Clinton was trying to make his way in and do whatever the Iranian government said as part of this agreement. If you put this group, MEK, on your terrorist list, then we'll cut you a better deal, kind of like an eye for an eye. The MEK, that's their enemy. It's like a civil war that's going on. I think basically Clinton was like, never heard of them, never gonna run into them, whatever. If this makes the deal go over, if we get cheaper prices, let's do it. So when it came time, when the terror list came up, these people were on the list. Is that the true story? I don't know. I heard that from one of them, talking to an MEK member. Did they seem like a threat at all? No, not to us. They're some of the kindest people I ever met. We used their internet facilities. They had no issue with it. The only issue they had was taking their guns away? Yeah. We don't want you to disarm us, not because we think we're going to overthrow us, but because Iran is going to kill us all. We will be screwed if you leave us out in the open. What do you think about John McCain, war hero, tortured? I asked. You know what, though? Matt answered. I've heard conflicting reports about him while I was a POW. I've heard certain stories and things that I don't know 100% about. But I heard as far as a POW goes, he wasn't your average POW. I just heard things, and I won't say anything in this particular. But, okay, you're a POW. But guess what? Your POW history is in conflict. There's something that happened during your time as a POW that wasn't heroic. And I think using the POW thing to get the presidency is fucking bullshit, especially with the situation we're in now. It's almost like you're using it as a crutch. I'm not saying that being a POW is not messed up. I give it to the guy. The guy survived being a prisoner of war. I'm not going to take anything away from him being a prisoner of war. But that doesn't mean he was a hero. So to get back to the original question, Matt continued, I thought I'd give you a rundown from when we got there. So the MEK is disarmed, friendly, no shooting. They're happy. We're happy. They don't have to do anything. They don't stand guard of their compound. So to get back to the original FOB, it was swept for mines. They had found a couple of mines, but the reason why there were mines, there was this dirt lot we had in one of the MEK's old dumps. They just dumped stuff there. So in a combination of living in the old dump and the germs that are in the air and the sand fleas that everybody got bit by, everybody came down with dysentery, which means you crap your brains out. Diarrhea. Like you're always crapping? I asked. Like when you crap, you basically pee out of your butt. Nothing but liquid, it comes out quickly. I mean, you're just walking around and you feel fine, and all of a sudden, you gotta crap. You got no time to get there. There's no showers. There's nothing at this point. So we've basically been cleaning ourselves with baby wipes. So the MEK is disarmed, and they come to our scout team and say, hey, there's this dam. It's labeled Dam Number 1 as far as the United States is concerned. It's the lowest dam of the Tigris River. It's the most southern dam of the Tigris River, and the 2-8 infantry had been guarding it. The reason they've been guarding it is because there's a fear of somebody trying to blow this dam up and flooding out the reservoirs of lower Iraq. So you guys are to go and relieve them of their duty, and you guys are going to guard it for an unannounced amount of time. So what you do is you have your radio tower set up and you communicate with us through that, and we bring you what's called a log pack or logistics pack, which is your daily needs, your food. Well, come to find out, guarding this dam is like summer camp. You go down to the Tigris River, which is fresh water, and you can see 15 feet into the water. It's so clear and you can swim all day long. At first, everybody was like, oh my God, somebody's going to bomb this. And after a week, everybody's hanging out in their PT shorts and t-shirts. There are guys diving off the dam, really like you're not deployed. And you have radio guard. 1 hour every 17 hours, you would have to watch the radio, and it would rotate. You have to monitor the radio if someone calls. Every once in a while, they would get bored, and they would pull some checkpoints and search vehicles and take AKs, machine guns, from people. And so we started gathering AKs. So you were told to go out there and take away their guns? Not completely. At this point, if you see someone who is hostile, you take away their weapon. How do you know if they're hostile? Well, maybe it's not that they're hostile. I can't remember correctly, but there was a reason why they were taking away people's guns. If somebody was driving around with a gun, you would take it from them. People drove around with guns? Oh yeah. There's no law out there. So we were guarding this base for about a month. Then they call us, and then they say you're going to be relieved by this certain unit. You're off the dam duty. Nobody knew it was as chill as it was, because when people would come around, we would tighten up and have our gear on. So we found an old looted out Iraqi training facility, and that's where we're going to make our base, our FOB, Forward Operating Base. Our area of operation, AO, is going to be the city of Baquaba and spread out around the area. Our unit ended up taking control around Baquaba and the surrounding area. It was basically the size of New Jersey, so we were spread out. So they said, we want the scout platoon, 6 trucks of Humvees to escort the sergeant major, which is the highest ranking non-commissioned officer. We want you to escort him to the place so he can check it out and make the final decision on whether or not we're going to stay here. So on our way there, we saw our first action. We got fired at. Somebody fired. A civilian fired at us with an RPG, rocket-propelled grenade. Just one shot? One shot. It skimmed past one of the trucks. We all stopped. We all jumped out of the trucks and did a sweep of the area. We didn't see anything. So after that, you move on to your destination. We roll into this place. It's an abandoned training facility. So it's a couple of brick buildings and a lot. So from there, we started to set up. So in the setup procedure, you take all the engineers. You build dirt walls around everything. You set up guard positions in the important parts. They basically put us in the front building and said, you're going to be the people that we go to the most, so you need to be ready to roll. And that's when we took on our AO. We started patrolling the town. Patrolling the town? What do you mean? You give a presence patrol, Matt continued. You roll up and down the streets. You let people know the United States is there. Some people are smiling and laughing. Some people are throwing rocks at you. During this time, the first road that we rolled down was our in and out. During that in and out, we got shot at pretty much every time we rolled down the street. And there were these pine groves that were off the side of the road, like pine trees that grow out there. That's kind of their way to hide, like a little forest. And there's houses that we would get fired at and try to find people, and we could never find people. So this is when, I don't know when it came from, but the rule came in where we need to disarm everybody of their weapons in the local towns, except for one weapon in each household. Because if you completely disarm a household, they're screwed. You take out all the weapons except for one gun. There would be people in their backyards that would have weapons caches buried in ground, like mortars and artillery rounds. We had to dig it up and take it from them. So we'd been there for 2 months or so, and we're starting to do smaller raids. Raids as in going into houses, searching the houses, making sure everything's okay, and local intelligence is rolling in. Now when you raid, who's giving the orders? Local intelligence and the intelligence they can put together. Local intelligence? Yeah, like Iraqis that come up to you at the gate and are like, hey, so-and-so lives in this village. He's heading attacks. He's a mastermind behind you guys getting shot at. So we would take the neighborhood and we would surround it. We'd go in through every household, take away every weapon they had and basically disarm the threat. Some people had no weapons. Some people had 2 weapons. Some people had caches and bombs in their backyard. That was kind of a daily occurrence. It's basically what you see on TV, a row of guys outside of the building, and you basically storm the building, kind of like a SWAT. Every day you do that. You go to town, cleaning out all the threats that you can. We get this local intel one day, and there was a guy who had weapons caches who had sold it to somebody or told somebody where it was. This is where it was, and this is where he's going to be around this time. So we go and we set up what we call an OP, observation point, and we watched the area. It was my truck, another scout truck, and our unit's major, with his crew. We watched it for 3 or 4 hours. Nothing happened. So we went over the area where they said it's supposed to be and couldn't find anything. And on our way back, we were fired upon in this little town on the little one-way road on the side of the canal. So there's this canal that ran down the middle of the city and 2 one-way roads on each side. We were fired upon. We returned fire, and we looked for people. Then we called in our unit, so they sent our tanks. I think the original night, nothing turned up. They were gone? So that's where the idea came up, with what they would call recon by fire. It's a reconnaissance platoon, like we were. You have a technique called recon by fire, which means you roll down a certain area and you fire at basically nothing to try to draw a fire, to try to find out where people are. Why? Doesn't that seem a little strange? I asked. It's a technique that's been around for a long time. RBF means you go through, you hose down the place, and if there's somebody, you hit somebody, or you find somebody, or they fire back, and then you can find out where they're located. Sounds crazy, I said. Well, it's an old school technique, Matt responded. The likelihood is, if there's 2 people hiding in the bushes ready to shoot at somebody, the 6 trucks unload big guns on them, the likelihood is you're going to take much less damage than those people do, especially with the technology we have. And so, they decide to do a recon by fire, and I was in the middle of switching positions in the platoon. In between becoming the platoon sergeant's driver, I was drawing the gunner's position on the platoon sergeant's truck that night. The lead truck, which the gunner was Sergeant Barrie, he was supposed to fire first, and once he fired at a certain position, everybody fired in that direction, and we already knew where we were firing. Everybody knew the position where we were supposed to fire, but he was supposed to fire first. And I think that's what happened was right before he fired, we got shot at. The tanks were, right, there in the town waiting for this to happen, because this was the deal. So they rolled up and they spotted somebody, and there were this thing going on where they're firing back and we're firing back. We were pinpointing where the people were. The tanks had located where they were at. Then from there, I think there was a 3-week period where multiple missions were run where they wanted us to do these recon by fires. Well, basically, what they were saying was going down there and draw fire. That's what they were saying. At that point, when you've already done a recon by fire, your cover's blown. Everybody knows what you're doing, and they're saying, roll down these streets and either fire first or get fired at, so our tanks can come in and find the people that are firing at you. On multiple occasions, every time we'd go down there, they'd be firing at us. And there was this situation where we had drawn the fire. We'd called the tanks in. Tanks came in. They located them. There was still fire back. So we had people in trucks and dismounted on the trucks firing in this, because the guns have this, what they call tracer rounds. So every 5 rounds that are loaded into a weapon lights up. So they said, watch the tank's tracer rounds, and whatever the tank's tracer rounds are firing, that's where you fire. So we were all fired at. That was the night that I was like firing into the darkness and I got hit in my arm. I was like, what was that? Because it wasn't a straight shot. And you didn't feel it? I felt it, but it didn't feel like a gunshot. But I felt it, and it was dark out there, and I asked my platoon leader, hey, do you see anything here? And he was like, no, you're good. Come to find out, when we went back to the base that night, I took my shirt off, and there was just blood. My t-shirt was stuck to my arm from blood. It was a graze, a nick. That's kind of what they used us as. It was like, go out and draw fire and get shot at. How long was that? It was ongoing. There was a good 2-week period where we did it like every 3rd night. Then it was off and on throughout the time we were there. Our platoon was put out as bait. Take your 6 trucks, run down there and draw fire. Dangle the hook and call in the tanks, because there's more equipped to deal with the situation. Okay, thanks. Use this as bait, the worm at the end of the hook. You know, fuck the casualties. I was up in the gun one of the times that we did it, and I was firing the Mark 19, which is like the automatic grenade launcher. It can just destroy an area. Well, you have to keep it clean or it won't work. The gunner wasn't taking care of the gun and it misfired on me. It wouldn't work. The gunner always had their personal weapon, or M16, so I just picked it up and just shot. I could hear the radio. There was a lot of controversy on the radio going on, and the truck is swerving, doing all this kind of stuff. But I'm concentrating on what I need to do, and when we got back, the driver and the TC, tank commander, and the guy we had in the dismount position kind of came to me later on and was like, I can't believe you're alive. What do you mean you can't believe I'm alive? The driver, who was really a good friend of mine, was like, the whole time I was driving, I saw nothing but tracer rounds flying straight over the hood of the truck, like deadly close. That's why I was swerving around. Did you notice that? I was like, yeah, I kind of noticed jerking around up there. The TC came to me later. I was waiting for you to drop down into the turret. I was waiting for you to fall. And in my mind, I didn't know. I was into my thing, trying to do the right thing. I guess that's as close as it comes. But I wasn't aware of it at that time. I didn't see how close it was. Would you recommend the Army to a young kid, 18, going into the military? Not now. No way. Why not? It's a guaranteed deployment. What do you think we should do in Iraq? Leave. Leave now? Just get out? Yeah. Their main thing right now is rebuilding the government, rebuilding the structure of things. Our everyday soldier that's over there is not part of that. He's not the one sitting down on the desk saying this is what should happen. You can do that with no soldiers. You can do that over the phone. There's an embassy over there now. They're trying to make Iraq a normal deployment, like a 1 or 2 year deployment we have in Germany or Korea. You know there are 14 permanent bases on Iraq? Yeah, they're not going anywhere. It's ridiculous. Why? I don't know, I responded. We'll probably always have them. Why though? You want to rebuild their government? You want to help them? You want to help what we took away from them? That's awesome. But why do we need a permanent over there? Okay, there's an embassy. We don't need permanent posts over there. There's no reason for it. We're not fighting terrorists anymore. What we're fighting against is decades and decades of civil war and this religious war that went on before we got there, that had nothing to do with us, that's still going on, that has nothing to do with us. And when you stick your nose in it, try to make things right, it just adds fuel to the fire. Give $1 trillion to Africa and see how many more lives are positively affected. Not say it's going to solve the problem, but how many lives are positively affected that way? That's what we're doing over there in Iraq. Especially if they don't want us there. Yeah, we got Saddam. We got rid of him. Guess what? Mission accomplished. Now what about Osama bin Laden? I don't even think about that anymore, said Matt. It's so off the wall with what's going on. From the time of 9/11, everything was just crisscross and blinded and braided into each other. I can't even think about Afghanistan. We have soldiers over there who are living in worse conditions than in Iraq. We have soldiers over there who are living in worse conditions than in Iraq and dealing with worse stuff than in Iraq that people have turned a blind eye to. Almost. We need to sit down and think of what we're doing and what our concentrations need to be and why we're in the situation we're in now, and think where we need to be, where we do not need to be. If you're worried about Osama bin Laden funding and being a part of 9/11, then find Osama bin Laden. What are you doing in Iraq? Osama bin Laden isn't in Iraq. There's no way he'd be there. Well, because we're not actively hunting Osama. We're not, Matt agreed. We haven't charged him with these crimes. He'd never been charged for this crime. Matt then asked me, you think Osama bin Laden was the guy who said, drive these planes into the Twin Towers on 9/11? No, I quickly answered. You think Saddam Hussein was? Asked Matt. No, I said again. Do you think the country of Iraq as a whole were the people that said, drive a plane into the Twin Towers? No. It's so, he continued. It's mush now. It's oatmeal to me. What does that mean? I asked. Things are so screwed up and so twisted. What do? Cut our losses. We lost a lot of people. Number one, a lot of money, a lot of respect from other countries. How do we get that back, unless we figure out what really happened? Well, as long as we keep going on to war with people and keep a military standpoint on everything, we'll never get it back. So we got to, I asked, bring people home, be neutral, rebuild our ties with all those other countries that don't like us anymore. Do you think we should have gone into Iraq? I asked. Not at all, Matt responded. Never seemed like a good idea. The reasoning for going into Iraq is so blurred that it should have never happened. Some people say Saddam Hussein funded the 9/11 attacks. Others say that he was so combative towards the search for weapons of mass destruction. There is no one reason why we went. If it was 9/11, we've lost twice as many American soldiers than casualties we took on the 9/11 tragedy. If it was a WMD, was it worth it to lose that many people over a couple weapons that he might have had? No. Bush was basically forced to say that the reason why we went in there was based on intelligence. Saddam was supposed to have WMDs, so the people who tasked with finding the truth came back to him and said no. Bush still went in front of the American people, in front of the world, and told us that Saddam was building these weapons, after people told him no. And then when they realized that this accusation was not true, they should have sent the troops home, or at least began to pull back our troops. Even if you don't pull the troops out, they should have taken a second look at what was going on. If we leave Iraq. On March 19, 2006, Nebraska Senator Chuck Hagel told George Stephanopoulos that the continuation of the Iraq War was helping bankrupt this country. We didn't think about any of that, and not just the cost of high lives and the continuation of that, but our standing in the world. That didn't stop President Bush from congratulating Prime Minister Maliki on the formation of Iraq's new unity government. 2 months later, on May 20th, 2006, Iraqis now have a fully constitutional government, Bush continued, marking the end of a democratic transitional process in Iraq that has been both difficult and inspiring. Today, as Iraqis look at their new government, they can be proud that in 3 years they have progressed from the oppression of a brutal dictator who fomented sectarian divides into an elected government in which all Iraqis have a voice. The sacrifices of many of our country's noblest and bravest have helped make this day possible. We will not forget their contribution to our security and Iraq's democracy. For the year of 2006, There were over 6,600 terrorist attacks and 24,000 civilian deaths in Iraq. Compare those estimated civilian deaths with the previous year's 14,000. Halfway through the year, New York Times correspondent Mark Mazzetti wrote an article titled "The Struggle for Iraq," which brought up a good point. As details emerge about the killing of Iraqi civilians in Haditha and Hamidiya, it seems increasingly clear that some American troops have come to see the population itself as the enemy. Having just returned from Baghdad, President Bush held a press conference in the Rose Garden on June 14, 2006. Operation Together Forward started this morning, Bush told the crowd. This operation is a joint effort to restore security and rule of law to high-risk areas in the capital city. It will be carried by some 26,000 Iraqi soldiers, some 23,000 Iraqi police, backed up by over 7,200 coalition forces. Iraqi troops will increase the number of checkpoints, enforce a curfew, and implement a strict weapon ban across the Iraqi capital. Baghdad is a city of more than 6.5 million residents, and we've got to recognize that it's going to take time for these operations to take hold. During the Q&A portion of the press conference, Bush commented on Iraq's role in the war on terror. It will endanger our country to pull out of Iraq before we accomplish the mission. See, Iraq is a part of the global war on terror. It's not the global war on terror. It's a theater of global war on terror. And if we fail in Iraq, it's going to embolden the al-qaeda types. It will weaken the resolve of moderate nations to stand up to the Islamic fascists. It will cause people to lose their nerve and not stay strong. John Murtha. The American public is way ahead of the members of Congress. The United States and the coalition troops have done all that they can in Iraq. But it's time for a change in direction. Our military is suffering. The future of our country is at risk. We cannot continue on the present course. Rep. John Murtha, November 17, 2006. The first Vietnam veteran elected to the United States House of Representatives was a Democrat from Pennsylvania, John Murtha. Representative Murtha was first elected on May 20, 1969, and he remained in Congress until he passed away on February 8 of 2010. John Murtha joined the United States Marine Corps in 1952 and served in the Vietnam War from 1966 to 1967. Murtha eventually retired from the Marine Corps Reserves in 1990. Representative Murtha publicly stated it was time to bring our troops home from Iraq on November 17, 2005. The war in Iraq is not going to be advertised. It's a flawed policy wrapped in an illusion. During the news conference, Murtha commented on the failure in Iraq. The main reason for going to war has been discredited. A few days before the start of the war, I was in Kuwait. The military drew a line, a red line from Baghdad, and they said, when U.S. forces cross this line, they will be attacked by the Iraqis with weapons of mass destruction. And I believed it, and they believed it. But the U.S. forces, the commander, said that they were well-trained forces with the appropriate protective gear. Now let me tell you, we spend more money on intelligence than all the countries in the world put together, and more on intelligence than most countries' GDP. And when they say it's a world's intelligence failure, it's a U.S. intelligence failure. It's a U.S. failure, and it's a failure in a way that intelligence was used. The next day, Press Secretary Scott McClellan released a statement responding to Murtha's news conference. McClellan stated Congressman Murtha is a respected veteran and politician who has a record of supporting a strong America, so it's baffling that he is endorsing the policies and positions of Michael Moore and the extreme liberal wing of the Democratic Party. The eve of an historic Democratic election in Iraq is not the time to surrender to the terrorists. After seeing his statement, we remain baffled. Nowhere does he explain how retreating from Iraq makes America safer. On November 21, 2005, Vice President Dick Cheney spoke at the American Enterprise Institute in Washington, D.C., to address the claim that he called Iraq war critics dishonest and reprehensible. Recently, my friend and former colleague Jack Murtha called for a complete withdrawal of American forces now serving in Iraq, said Cheney. With a drawdown to begin at once, I disagree with Jack, and he's a good man, a Marine, a patriot, and he's taking a clear stand in an entirely legitimate discussion. What is not legitimate and what I will again say is dishonest and reprehensible, is the suggestion by some U.S. senators that the President of the United States or any member of his administration purposely misled the American people on pre-war intelligence. Cheney went on to discuss the intelligence available leading up to the invasion. Available intelligence indicated that the dictator of Iraq had weapons of mass destruction, and this judgment was shared by the intelligence agencies of many other nations. According to the bipartisan Silberman-Robb Commission, all of us understood as well that for more than a decade, the UN Security Council has demanded that Saddam Hussein make a full accounting of his weapons program. The burden of proof was entirely on the dictator of Iraq, not on the UN or the United States or anyone else, and he repeatedly refused to comply throughout the course of that decade. The same day, Delaware Senator Joseph Biden stated, "We all operated on bad information, but the only one who took the information that was most questionable and asserted as fact were the administration. Our military captured Saddam Hussein, captured and killed his closest associates, but the war continues to intensify. Deaths and injuries are growing, and over 2,079 of confirmed American deaths, over 15,500 have been seriously injured. Half of them returned to duty, and it's estimated over 50,000 will suffer from what I call battle fatigue, and there have been reports of at least 30,000 Iraqi civilians have been killed." Rep. John Murtha. When soldiers come home. Between 2002 and 2006, more than 254 Iraq and Afghanistan veterans committed suicide. According to the Department of Veteran Affairs, between 2007 and 2008, 255 soldiers committed suicide. In 2012, 350 active duty soldiers committed suicide. It's estimated between 2001 and 2013, we lost 2,700 service members to suicide. In 2009, journalist Aaron Glantz told Amy Goodman on Democracy Now!, "We've had people brought into the VA, turned away, who have committed suicide after coming back from the war with post-traumatic stress disorder. We have 300,000 Iraq and Afghanistan war veterans coming home with traumatic brain injury, physical brain damage. We have 300,000 Iraq and Afghanistan war veterans who have filed disability claims with the federal government. Every night, 200,000 people who have put on the uniform and served this country sleep homeless on the streets." My cousin Pavel joined the United States Army a month after September 11, 2001. After being stationed in Korea until 2003, he was deployed to Iraq. "When I got out from Korea, it was 2003, Pavel told me. "I went straight to Washington. That's when we were mobilizing the new unit to go to Iraq. They kind of pumped it up like, 'You're going to a mobilized unit. You're going to get all these new toys. It's a new unit, and the Army is trying to put together.' Their new attitude was, anything can happen anywhere in the world, and we'll be there in 48 hours. That was the concept of the unit I was in. Did you feel we were justified in going into Iraq? When I got to Washington, John McCain showed up with President Bush. I was like 15 feet from him. They were all giving the speech. We're the good guys. They're the bad guys. I think you get caught up in the moment. So I think my view at that time was, yeah, we're doing the right thing out there. Not excited to go there. But you know what? Let me go out there and I'll do what I have to do." "How did that view change?" I asked. "I think about 2 weeks. No more than a month of actually being in Iraq and seeing how everything was unfolding in Iraq and how the U.S. military was handling itself. A lot of micromanaging, a lot of unnecessary time spent. How can I put this? Misuse of time, misuse of finances. The amount of effort, the amount of time, the amount of energy that everybody was putting into it. It was like, for what? There was no result. Everybody's all for it. It's for the greater good, But there were no results we saw when we were over there. The focus kept switching from one thing to the next thing to the next thing. What'd they have you do over there? Ground surveillance. We were the only combat MOS, military occupational specialty, that saw action. That means we were able to go out there and do missions for them. It was more so of trying to find out where the enemy is at, analyzing, collecting information, using your equipment that we had out there to predict where the enemy is going to be at, where their movement is, and the reporting up to the chain of command. How has this war changed you? You kind of grow up fast because you see things that normal 18 to 21-year-olds really don't see. They're not exposed to it. They don't have to think in those terms as far as looking over your shoulder consistently. It did change me, but I can't say it was all bad. So joining the Army made you a stronger person? I think it made me a really stronger person compared to where I was before, as far as the amount of pressure, the amount of stress I could deal with. In that essence, it's a positive thing. But as far as being stressed out, overanalyzing things, that's the little downside to it. You think you overthink things now? To a point, I look for triggers. If I get upset or something gets to me, I look for triggers to see why did that happen. Once I locate the triggers, then I just avoid whatever triggers it. But it doesn't get taught when you're getting out of the military. They don't say, hey, there are these issues you're going to deal with. This is how you're going to deal with them. It's just like, oh, you're out. So there's a lot of people, a lot of my friends that are having DUI after DUI after DUI. They're unable to find a trigger. They don't know how to deal with certain things, you know? So I think there's a big misstep as far as with the government when it concerns people leaving the combat scene and just getting thrown to the civilian world where it's completely different. There should be a lot more time going into the actual redeployment process. What that means is from the time that you touch down in the streets, there should be a lot more programs, a lot more educational programs dealing with yourself, self-being, letting soldiers know that if what you're going to be dealing with, now that you're out of the military, you hear a lot of these stories about people coming back from Iraq. They're just like, they come back and get out. They can't get back to the civilian world. So you see that they kill themselves or they kill their families because they don't have any resources to go to. If they have a problem, they don't know who to talk to or who to go to see. What do we, America, need? More money? You can't say a lot more money needs to be invested in it, Pavel answered. Just a lot more resources that troops and soldiers need to be aware of and have access to. They don't want to do anything to jeopardize the American view on the war. It's not a positive one right now, but if they get exposed to any kind of information like this, it's going to make it worse for them to handle. What did the Army tell you you're going to Iraq for? The greater good. You know we're doing this to protect everybody, and this is the right thing to do, and everybody's behind you. Everybody's supporting you. Bush and McCain, when they talked, I think it was August of 2004 when they came up to Fort Lewis, Washington, both of them talked. Even back then, I had a different viewpoint on Bush. I'm like, wow, this guy knows what he's talking about. I know nothing about Iraq. If this is what he says, that's how it is. The thing with McCain, when he came up and talked to it, was more of a motivation for the troops to let them know that they're fighting a good cause, a good just fight. But that viewpoint changed within a couple of months of being in Iraq. Seeing what they're saying and seeing the reality aspect of it, I think people just get caught up in the moment, listening to them talk. An average person doesn't know what's going on out there. They can't put it into their head or imagine how it is. They can't put it into their head or imagine how it is out there. But being out there and actually seeing it, as far as the progress and how the U.S. carries themselves, how they interact with everybody, the whole outlook kind of brings it back to reality, and you realize that you were being told one thing. There's more to the truth than how they sugarcoat it. Would you recommend the military to someone? When people approach me and say they're thinking about joining the military, my reply to them is don't even think about going to the Army, the Marines, or the Navy. I say if you're honestly going to think about going, do something in the Air Force. Why? In the Air Force, you get a lot better treatment as far as the well-being of the soldier. The Air Force, when they're in Iraq and they see the living conditions for the Army, they're bad. The Air Force won't even put their troops in there. If they do force them to go in there, they get paid additional funds per month for just dealing with it, dealing with the environment. Fruits of your labor. When asked by CNN about Barack Obama and John S. McCain during the 2008 presidential election, Congressman Ron Paul answered, their foreign policies are identical. They want more troops in Afghanistan. They want to send more support to Georgia and protect the oil line there. Neither one says bring home the troops from Iraq, from the bases. You know the bases are going to stay there. The embassy is big as the Vatican. That's going to remain. So their foreign policies are exactly the same. They're both very, very aggressive with Iran. So I would say there's no difference. On September 2nd, 2008, Ron Paul spoke in front of a crowd of 15,000 people at the Target Center in Minneapolis. The Rally for the Republic was made possible when Ron Paul was told that his access and participation in the Republic National Convention would be limited. I can come to the floor of the RNC convention, but I can't bring my staff. I must be chaperoned by an RNC staff member at all times. Held as a counter-convention to the RNC, the Rally for the Republic reminded me that it was time for America to return to its roots, to restore the Republic, not disband it through a revolution. At the time, hearing Ron Paul's speech energized my search for truth about the nation I still loved. How did we fall so far from where we once were? Was the history of this nation just an illusion I was stubbornly grasping onto? What is truth? The fruits of your labor belong to you and not to the government, Paul said to the thunderous crowd in Minnesota. Naming a bill the Patriot Act and voting for it doesn't make you a patriot. On January 11, 2009, President-elect Barack Obama told George Stephanopoulos, "Waterboarding is torture. No one is above the law." When asked about criminally prosecuting George W. Bush for the invasion of Iraq, Obama made his view clear. We need to look forward as opposed to looking backward. Let's understand why the president wants to move forward, Jesse Ventura explained to Alex Jones after Obama's interview. Because the Democrats are involved too. Now, maybe they didn't order it, but in my opinion, they certainly knew what was going on, and they didn't step forward. So they condoned it and went along with it. That's why they don't want to continue with it. Whenever the government tells you it's time to move on, that means that both parties are involved, and both of them did something wrong. They don't want you to know about it, so they want you to move on, in light of the fact that it's basically all Democrats and Republicans in the Congress, and everywhere out there they're going to move on, and we'll be left like we always are, yelling out, "Where's justice? Who will be held accountable for the actions and reactions from an illegal war created by evil forces?" After we've lost 4,000 soldiers in Iraq, combat operations ended in Iraq on August 18, 2010. 50,000 troops remained in the country in an advise and assist role under Operation New Dawn. At the end of 2004, there will still be 3,100 servicemen in Iraq. The Iraq War was 2003 to 2010, cost the United States citizens $1.1 trillion, and we're still there today. In 2013, it was estimated over 500,000 people lost their lives because of the Iraq War, and that's just the ones we know about. Combat operations may have ended in Iraq, for now, but do you truly believe the United States military left Iraq? Sharing his views on hardball with Chris Matthews, former Assistant Secretary of Defense Frank Gaffney said, "My position is, it is regrettable that any American died. It is regrettable that they had to die, but I believe they did have to die. The threat we knew about was the chemical capability that Saddam Hussein had used against his own people. The potential for biological agents were real. There was evidence that there was an ongoing nuclear program. We had been surprised at how far advanced it was before. The danger was in action could have resulted in the death of a great many more Americans than 4,000. And that's the reason I'm still delighted that we did what we did." Christopher Columbus was on a mission to find another route to India. That's why when he arrived here he called the Native Americans Indians, because he thought he had arrived in India. He didn't realize that there was this big continent in between. Now at that time, science said you'd fall off the earth. Why was he trying to find another way to India? He didn't want to go through the Middle East. Jesse Ventura. Chasing Osama. On March 15, 2001, Jane's Defense News reported the United States planned to invade Afghanistan later that same year. Then in June of 2001, our own government told India that an invasion of Afghanistan was planned for October of 2001. The United States invaded Afghanistan on October 7th of 2001, allegedly to hunt down Osama bin Laden, dead or alive, for masterminding the 9/11 attacks. The Soviet Union occupied Afghanistan in December of 1979 until February of 1989. The Mujahideen was made up of opposition groups who fought against the Soviet-backed DRA and eventually Soviet troops as well. During the occupation under Operation Cyclone, the CIA indirectly gave millions of dollars each year to the Mujahideen through Pakistan's ISI. The funding continued after the Soviets left Afghanistan. Osama bin Laden was in Afghanistan during the occupation, assisting in anti-Soviet activity. Osama bin Laden became the leader of al-qaeda, the base, a conglomerate of quasi-independent Islamic terrorist cells spread across at least 26 countries in 1988. In the globalresearch.org article, Al-Qaeda, the Database, former French military intelligence agent Pierre-Henri Bunel explained Al-Qaeda was originally a database. In the mid-1980s, Al-Qaeda was a database located in a computer and dedicated to the communication of the Islamic Conference Secretariat. Al-Qaeda remained the database of the Islamic Conference. Bunel also wrote about Osama bin Laden's ties to the United States. When Osama bin Laden was an American agent in Afghanistan, the Al-Qaeda intranet was a good communication system through coded or covert messages. Al-Qaeda was neither a terrorist group nor Osama bin Laden's personal property. The truth is, there is no Islamic army or terrorist group called Al-Qaeda, and any informed intelligence officer knows this. But there is a propaganda campaign to make the public believe in the presence of an identified entity representing the devil, only in order to drive the TV watcher to accept a unified international leadership for a war against terrorism. The country behind this propaganda is the U.S., and the lobbyists for the U.S. war on terrorism are only interested in making money. The 9/11 Commission stated there was a CIA unit assigned to Osama bin Laden well before the events of 9/11. This unit's staff would rise from a dozen to nearly 50 people by September 11, 2001, according to Ian Henschel's 9/11 Reveal, the New Evidence, and the 9/11 Commission report. Former Director General of Pakistan ISI Hamid Gul once said Osama bin Laden was fondly nurtured by the CIA, adding that the CIA admired him. Bin Laden was always invited to garden parties at the embassy. Declining health. Osama bin Laden met with the local CIA agent in July of 2001, according to a French newspaper article written by Alexander Richard and translated by Tefane Dickens. 1 month after the World Trade Center attacks, Le Figaro ran the story with the headline, "The CIA met bin Laden while undergoing treatment at an American hospital last July in Dubai." The author of the October 11th discovered that while receiving medical care in the American hospital in Dubai, which is a part of the United Arab Emirates, UAE, Osama bin Laden was visited by a local CIA agent. The claim was made by a partner of the administration of the American hospital in Dubai, which said bin Laden was there between July 4th and the 14th, 2001. Bin Laden started this journey to Dubai from an airport in Quetta, Pakistan. Once in Dubai, bin Laden was admitted to the American hospital with his personal physician, bodyguards, and others. Osama bin Laden was admitted to the well-respected urology department run by Terry Calloway, gallstone and infertility specialist. Dr. Calloway declined to respond to her questions despite several phone calls. Alexandra Richard, the writer of the article, points out that back in March of 2000, Asia Week ran a story about the declining health of Osama bin Laden, suffering from a kidney infection that is propagating itself to the liver, that requires specialized treatment. It seems bin Laden's health has been an issue for quite some time. According to her sources, Alexandra Richard explained, bin Laden's travel for health reasons have taken place before. Between 1996 and 1998, bin Laden made several trips to Dubai on business. 2 weeks after the attacks of September 11, 2001, the United States government pressured the Central Bank of the Arab Emirates to freeze assets and investments of 26 people or organizations suspected of having ongoing contact with bin Laden's organization. The local CIA agent reportedly bragged about meeting with bin Laden. 1 day after Osama left the hospital, the well-known agent who bragged about the encounter to locals in Dubai was called back to headquarters in the United States. According to Arab diplomatic sources as well as French intelligence, wrote Richard, very specific information was transmitted to the CIA about possible terror attacks inside and outside of the United States. A DST report dated 7 September enumerates all the intelligence and specifies that the order to attack was to come from Afghanistan. An emergency meeting between the French Foreign Intelligence Service, the Directorate General for the External Security, DGSE, and senior United States officials was then held in August of 2001 at the United Embassy in Paris. Richard reported the Americans were extremely worried and requested very specific information from the French about Algerian activists without advising their counterparts about the reason for the requests. A January 28, 2002 CBS News article titled "Hospital Worker, I Saw Osama" reported Osama bin Laden was at a hospital in Pakistan on September 10, 2001. Pakistan intelligence sources tell CBS News that bin Laden was spirited into a military hospital in Rawalpindi for kidney dialysis treatment. Tora Bora. The biggest and most important failure of CENTCOM leadership came at Tora Bora when they turned down my request for a battalion of U.S. Rangers to block bin Laden's escape. Gary Bernstein, Jawbreaker. Gary Bernstein, commander of all CIA forces in eastern Afghanistan, was sent into the country for one purpose in December of 2001. Bernstein was ordered by Director of Counterintelligence Cofer Black to find and kill al-Qaeda and to bring him Osama bin Laden's head in a box. Bernstein and his Jawbreaker team, aided by Afghan forces, found Osama bin Laden in Tora Bora. Bernstein found bin Laden hiding among the millions of Pashtuns who live along the mountainous Afghan-Pakistan border. Osama bin Laden was being protected by the Pashtuns, who believed it's their tribal duty to protect him from outsiders. According to Jawbreaker, a large number of Afghan forces, foot soldiers, were followers of local religious leader Mullah Muhammad Yunus Khalis, who had instructed them to allow al-Qaeda to escape the Tora Bora mountains as Bernstein's team tried to pin bin Laden's forces against the mountains themselves. One of those soldiers was Haji Zahir, the son of Afghanistan Vice President Haji Qadir, who was assassinated in July of 2002. The London Telegraph wrote, "The death of Haji Abdul Qadir, the Afghan vice president, yesterday was the second assassination of an Afghan minister within 4 months, and a major blow to a government that many see as the last chance for a peaceful Afghanistan." Qadir's son, Haji Zahir, told Susan B. Glaser of the Washington Post that he left for Tora Bora with 700 soldiers, but I didn't know what for. On July 31, 2002, commander of the U.S. Central Command, Tommy Franks, told the Senate Armed Services Committee that it was the Afghan who wanted to attack in the Tora Bora area. We had special forces troopers with those Afghans, to be sure. We had linkage with the Pakistanis, who would say, although not much reported at the time, had in the vicinity of 100,000 troops on the western Pakistani border along a great many points of exfiltration. Bernstein's 3 U.S. teams, codenamed Black, Silver, and Red, established posts on the ridges of Tora Bora and began calling in airstrikes. Constant strikes came from B-52s, B-1 bombers, and AC-130 Spectre gunships. Numerous times, Bernstein recommended the U.S. Army Rangers be dropped behind al-Qaeda positions to block their escape to Pakistan. Bernstein's recommendation fell on deaf ears. During the fall of the Taliban and the hunt for Osama bin Laden, Pashtun warlord Narrated became one of the Afghan allies to the United States. According to page 280 of Jawbreaker, most of the Narrated men were from the local Kugani tribe, and many of them had been on bin Laden's payroll in recent months, hired to dig caves. One of these men was Haji Nazir, who told reporters he was sent into the mountains to warn al-Qaeda forces about the U.S. Afghan force that was coming for bin Laden. Nazir also told Anthony Lloyd of the London Sunday Times that he told one member of al-Qaeda he had 3 days to leave with his men, surrender, or get ready to fight. This was a part of the Pashtun responsibility to warn the Arab, "Now it's fulfilled and we shall fight," were Nazir's parting words. 3 days would be enough time to give Osama bin Laden and his forces options for what to do next. Spingol was a Narutian sub-commander who held a grudge against the Americans, but was being paid to fight on the side of the United States. He told the Christian Science Monitor he would never forgive the Americans for an airstrike on a Taliban trench, of which he was a part of. 30 men were in the bunker, and only 5 of them survived the bombing. Another man on the ground in Tora Bora with the Jawbreaker team was Bilal, a former master sergeant in the U.S. Marine Corps. He was a big part of Bernstein's plan to wipe out al-Qaeda in Afghanistan. Bilal was a Shiite Muslim born in West Beirut, whose parents immigrated to Detroit when he was 7. While hunting for terrorists in the mountainous caves near Mawala, Afghanistan, Bilal recovered a handheld radio tuned to an al-Qaeda frequency. In Arabic, Bilal heard chatter over the radio stating, "Kill the Americans," as well as a request for food and water. The al-Qaeda forces could not believe how quickly their position was located. Time was running out for al-Qaeda and for Osama bin Laden, whose voice was heard over the radio. There is an Iran press service report that states al-Qaeda forces would surrender to United Nations officials if foreign observers were present. Gary Bernstein constantly thought about the need for United States soldiers on the ground in Afghanistan, especially to keep al-Qaeda from retreating into Pakistan. Bernstein wrote, "I repeated to anyone who would listen, we need Rangers now. The opportunity to get bin Laden and his men is slipping away." Even though CENTCOM Commander Tommy Franks insisted the Afghan allies wanted to get into Tora Bora, Bernstein's report made it clear that the Afghan allies were not anxious to get al-Qaeda or Osama in the Tora Bora mountains. Bernstein asked some serious questions which should have been answered a long time ago, long before the publication of this book. Why was the U.S. military looking for excuses not to act decisively? Asked Bernstein. Why would they want to leave something that was so important to an unreliable Afghan army that had been cobbled together in the last minute? Just as Bernstein was closing in on Osama bin Laden, he got the call to turn over his reins and come home. Now that we finally had bin Laden and his al-Qaeda cadres in the White Mountains, Bernstein wrote on the page of 298 of Jawbreaker, why was headquarters pulling us out? Why was Washington hesitant about committing troops to get bin Laden? It was a 24-hour climb through the White Mountains from Tora Bora to Pakistan, yet General Daly and CENTCOM continued to ignore my request for 800 U.S. ground troops. Gary Bernstein. Bernstein stated Bilal estimated half of the 1,000 al-Qaeda fighters with bin Laden in the mountains had been killed during the constant U.S. air raids. With the aid of the United States Army Rangers, Bernstein was certain he could have prevented the escape from the mountains. The potential threat of escape into Pakistan was always on Bernstein's mind. He knew that 40 Joint Special Operation Command soldiers and a dozen Special Forces troops could not cover all the escape routes across hundreds of miles of cave and mountain passes. To escape the Tora Bora Mountains into Pakistan, Bernstein wrote, bin Laden split his forces into two groups. One group numbering 135 men headed into East Pakistan, Bernstein wrote. Bin Laden escaped with over 200 Saudi and Yemenis al-Qaeda members and supporters through the cold snow of the mountainous terrain into Parchanar, Pakistan, controlled by the Pashtuns, according to Bernstein's book, who were paid handsomely in money and rifles. Bin Laden was guided by members of the Pashtun Ghilzai tribe, who were paid handsomely in money and rifles. Gary Bernstein told Newsweek he was there, referring to Osama bin Laden. In his book Jawbreaker, Gary Bernstein said that there were intelligence operatives tracking bin Laden in Tora Bora. Bin Laden was holed up in the Tora Bora Mountains. Bernstein and other U.S. commanders had definitive intelligence that bin Laden was there and could have been caught. Mr. Bernstein does not agree with former CENTCOM Commander General Tommy Franks when the general said in an op-ed for the New York Times on October 19, 2004, bin Laden was never within our grasp. Bernstein disputed the quote, telling Newsweek that General Franks was not on the ground out there. I was. Author Ron Susskind wrote that the CIA briefer Henry Crumpton cautioned President Bush that bin Laden was in the position to escape from Tora Bora. The New York Times reported that Buzzy Krongard, retired from the CIA in 2004, said the United States may be better off with bin Laden at large, acknowledging that bin Laden's capture might prove counterproductive. Krongard was the number 3 in the chain of command at the CIA in 2004. The New York Times article also reported several U.S. officials privately admitted it may be better to keep bin Laden alive, trapped between the border of Pakistan and Afghanistan, rather than making him a martyr or put him on trial. Al-Qaeda leader dined at the Pentagon after 9/11. After the Fort Hood shooting in November of 2009, Fox News reportedly received exclusive documents that al-Qaeda leader Anwar al-Awlaki dined in the Pentagon just months after 9/11. If true, what was Awlaki doing there? According to Fox News, he was brought to the Pentagon as a part of a military outreach designed to be a push within the Defense Department to reach out to the Muslim community. After a current Defense Department employee heard Awlaki speak, condemning al-Qaeda and the terror attacks, he was vetted by the proper authorities. Awlaki was invited to attend a luncheon at the Pentagon in the Secretary of the Army's Office of Government Counsel. Was he really vetted? Concerning the vetting process, a former high-ranking FBI agent said, They vetted people politically and showed indifference toward security and intelligence advice of others. Al-Awlaki was interviewed by the FBI 4 times within a week of the September 11th terror attacks. He allegedly had ties to at least 3 of the 9/11 hijackers, Nawaf al-Hazimi, Khalid al-Minhar, and Hani Hanjour, yet he was still allowed to enter the Pentagon just months after the September 11, 2001 attacks. Fox News reported former Army Secretary Tommy White, who led the Army in 2001, said he doesn't have any recollection of the luncheon or any contact with al-Awlaki. White added that just because he didn't know about it doesn't mean it didn't happen. Army spokesman Thomas Collins told Fox News the Army had found no evidence that the Army either sponsored or participated in the event described in this report. Collins did say that he believed the meeting was sponsored by the Office of the Secretary of Defense under Secretary Donald Rumsfeld. Fox News then asked a spokeswoman for the Pentagon about the luncheon and was basically told, "We'll get back to you on that." The Fox News report concluded with a former high-ranking FBI agent telling them, at the time al-Awlaki went to the lunch at the Pentagon, there was tremendous arrogance about the vetting process at the Pentagon. Paul Watson of Infowars.com takes it one step further. American-born cleric al-Awlaki's role as a key figure in almost every recent terror plot targeting the United States and Canada, coupled with his visit to the Pentagon, only confirms our long-stated position that al-Awlaki is a chief terrorist patsy handler for the CIA. He is the federal government's premier false flag agent. Anwar al-Awlaki had been linked to the shooting spree in Fort Hood, Texas in November of 2009, the Christmas Day bombing attempt of December 2009, and a failed bombing attempt in Times Square, New York, in May of 2010. Following the Fort Hood shooting, wrote Paul Watson, it was also revealed that shooter Major Nidal Malik Hassan had been in contact with al-Awlaki before the rampage. Al-Awlaki preached to both Hassan and the 9/11 hijackers at the Dar al-Hishar Mosque in Falls Church, Virginia in 2001. As for al-Awlaki being in contact with the Christmas Day bomber, the Delta Flight 253 incident was staged from the start to finish. Paul Watson reported, the U.S. Department allowed Abdul Muttalab to board the plane aided by a well-dressed Indian man, despite the fact that he was on a terror watch list and had no passport. In Yemen, Anwar al-Awlaki was charged with plotting to kill foreigners and being a member of the terrorist group al-qaeda. Since he was a Yemeni citizen, Yemen kept him in their country and did not hand him over to the U.S. authorities. In April of 2010, Barack Obama placed al-Awlaki on a CIA terrorist kill list. After at least 2 attempts by the U.S. drones, Anwar al-Awlaki was finally killed by a drone attack on September 20th, 2011. On August 26, 2011, Fox News reported that the State Department is protecting the privacy of terrorists by refusing to release documents about Anwar al-Awlaki, the Muslim cleric who became the first American on the CIA's kill or capture terrorist list. In response to a Fox News FOIA request for al-Awlaki's passport records, the State Department replied, "The release of this information to you would be an invasion of personal privacy of another person, without written authorization from that person. It's official. The feds have lost their minds, this time at the cost of forgetting the heart of 9/11 and all the sacrifices made to fight militant Islam since. 10 years after 9/11, the federal government has become an acute enabler of terrorism." Chuck Norris. Where in the world is Osama bin Laden? Despite the fact that on June 27, 2010, CIA Director Leon Panetta told ABC This Week, "We are engaged in the most aggressive operation in the history of the CIA in that part of the world." He also stated only 50 to 100 militants were operating in Afghanistan. Panetta expressed his belief that al-Qaeda was relying on operatives living in the United States and those who had no criminal background. Panetta also said the CIA has not had good intelligence on Osama bin Laden since the early 2000s. Osama bin Laden is on the FBI's 10 most wanted list for multiple U.S. embassy bombings back in 1998. He's the alleged leader of the base better known as al-Qaeda. Al-Qaeda stems from the self-proclaimed freedom fighters, the Mujahideen. The Mujahideen was made of loosely aligned groups of Afghan opposition to the Soviet-installed DRA, Democratic Republic of Afghanistan, back in the late 1970s. The CIA not only funded the Mujahideen, but they trained them as well, giving them rocket-propelled grenades to shoot down Soviet helicopters. The Soviet occupation ended in the late 1980s, just before the full collapse of the Soviet Union about 10 years later. Working for the CIA at the time, Zbigniew Brzezinski, a campaign advisor for Barack Obama during the 2008 presidential election, understood the global chess game and how to win it. How could the CIA accomplish what the Soviet forces could not do, which was to conquer Afghanistan? How could the United States government get the American people to go along with the invasion and occupation of Afghanistan? Brzezinski once said, "The public supported America's engagement in World War II largely because of the shock effect of the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor." On September 11, 2001, the public was given a reason to invade Afghanistan, to find Osama bin Laden. Yet somehow chasing Osama bin Laden became secondary to overthrowing Saddam Hussein in Iraq. On November 11, 2011, Ethan A. Huff of naturalnews.com wrote about the increase in opium production since the invasion of Afghanistan. Afghanistan by far is the largest grower and exporter of opium in the world today, cultivating a 92% market share of the global opium trade. But what may shock many is the fact that the U.S. military has been specifically tasked with guarding Afghan poppy fields, from which opium is derived. In order to protect this multi-billion-dollar industry that enriches Wall Street, the CIA, M16, and various other groups that profit big time from this illicit drug trade scheme. Prior to the tragic events of the September 11, 2001, Afghanistan was hardly even a world player in growing poppy, which is used to produce both illegal heroin and pharmaceutical-grade morphine. In fact, the Taliban has been actively destroying poppy fields as part of an effort to rid the country of this harmful plant, as was reported by the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette on February 16, 2001, in a piece entitled "Nation's Opium Production Virtually Wiped Out." But after 9/11, the U.S. military-industrial complex quickly invaded Afghanistan and began facilitating the reinstatement of the country's poppy industry. According to the United Nations Drug Control Program, UNDCP, opium cultivation increased by 650% in 2002 after the U.S. military invaded the country under the direction of then-President George W. Bush. Geraldo Rivera was on the Fox News trying to justify the fact that U.S. soldiers were guarding the poppy fields in Afghanistan. "We are tolerating the cultivation of the opium because we know that if we're not to destroy it now, the population would then turn against the Marines and it would be a real security risk." Afghanistan not only has a vast number of poppy fields, but it also has enough lithium to be labeled the Saudi Arabia of lithium. Lithium is used in just about every modern battery today. The New York Times reported that the Pentagon discovered nearly $1 trillion worth of mineral reserves in Afghanistan. Bolivia has a lot of lithium too, so let's see what happens to them in the next 10 to 20 years. In late 2001, the Wall Street Journal reported that the Saudi Crown Prince Abdullah was considered cutting its ties with the American empire. WSJ reported that Abdullah wrote a letter to George W. Bush in August of 2001, saying that a time comes when peoples and nations part. It is time for the United States and Saudi Arabia to look at their separate interests. Those governments that don't feel the pulse of the people and respond to its will suffer the fate of the Shah of Iran. The last Shah of Iran was Mohammad Reza Shah Pahlavi. He was the Emperor of Iran from September 16, 1941 to February 11, 1979. He was overthrown by the Iranian Revolution after being labeled a puppet of the U.S. government. Zbigniew Brzezinski was President Jimmy Carter's national security advisor at the time. The Shah was overthrown and sent into exile until his death at age 60 on July 27, 1980. The offer to capture OBL. On February 26, 1993, terrorists loaded a Ryder van with explosives and parked it in the basement of the World Trade Center. At 12:17 p.m., the van exploded. 6 people were killed in the bombing and an additional 1,042 people were injured. Infowars.com writer Paul Watson explained what happened at the World Trade Center in 1993. The first World Trade Center bombing was procured by the government. In 1993, the FBI planted their informant, Ahmad A. Salem, within a radical Arab group in New York, led by Ramzi Youssef. Salem was ordered to encourage the group to carry out a bombing targeting the World Trade Center's Twin Towers. Under the illusion that the project was a sting operation, Salem asked the FBI for harmless dummy explosives, which he would use to assemble the bomb and then pass it on to the group. At the point, the FBI cut Salem out of the loop and provided the group with real explosives, leading to the attack on February 26th that killed 6 and injured over 1,000. The FBI's failure to prevent the bombing was reported by the New York Times in October 1993. If the United States really wanted to capture Osama bin Laden for allegedly orchestrating the 1993 World Trade Center bombing, they had the perfect opportunity in March of 1996. Back then, the Sudan government offered to hand over bin Laden to the United States. Sudan did not want Osama in their country at the time. Webster Griffin Tarpley described bin Laden as an embarrassment to the rulers of the country, General Bashir and Hassan Turabi. In his book 9/11 Synthetic Terror, Made in the USA, Webster Griffin Tarpley explained that when Sudan made Secretary of State Madeleine Albright the offer to deliver Osama bin Laden to the United States, instead of gratefully accepting the extradition of a man who was already one of the world's top terrorists, Secretary Albright chose this moment to provoke a new wave of tension with Sudan, even contriving, no doubt as a clever diversion, to shut down the U.S. Embassy in Khartoum because of alleged terrorist threats. The deal was available to the United States until May of 1996, when bin Laden left Sudan under growing pressure and entered Afghanistan. The Sudanese offer was documented by Baron Gelman in the Washington Post soon after 9/11, wrote Tarpley. He paraphrased what Gelman wrote in the article, that through a back channel from the Sudanese president to the CIA, Sudan offered the arrest of Osama bin Laden and place him in Saudi custody, according to officials and former officials in all three countries. In defense of the Clinton administration, Gelman added, the Clinton administration struggled to find a way to accept the offer in secret contacts that stretched from a meeting at the Rosalind Hotel on March 3, 1996, to a fax that closed the door on the effort 10 weeks later. Unable to persuade the Saudis to accept bin Laden, and lacking a case to indict him in the U.S. courts at the time, the Clinton administration finally gave up on the capture. Osama bin Laden is dead. Today, the United States launched a targeted operation against the compound in Abbottabad, Pakistan. A small team of Americans carried out the operation with extraordinary courage and capability. No Americans were harmed. They took care to avoid the civilian casualties. After a firefight, they killed Osama bin Laden and took custody of his body. President Barack Obama, May 1st, 2011. The official story goes something like this. A small helicopter-borne strike team enters the compound where Osama bin Laden was hiding and completed their mission within 40 minutes. When they located bin Laden, he resisted capture and was shot in the face. After being positively identified by both the strike force and family members, bin Laden's dead body was transported with the strike team out of Pakistan. Islamic tradition requires that the body be buried within 24 hours of death. So to respect the custom, the decision was made to bury the body at sea. Is that really in accordance with Islamic tradition? On May 2, 2011, former Pakistan General Hamid Gul asked Alex Jones, why don't they show the body and have a decent Islamic burial? Why hasn't this been done? According to the Los Angeles Times on May 3rd, bin Laden was given an opportunity to surrender before troops opened fire on him, at least one time, shooting him in the head as evidence. A photo of his face was transmitted to analysts who confirmed the identification. On May 4th, we were told the government had photographs of a dead Osama bin Laden. However, White House Press Secretary James Carney told the public they can't see the photographs that depicts part of bin Laden's skull blown away and a gunshot wound around his left eye. President Obama felt the images were too gruesome. President Obama told 60 Minutes' Steve Croft he was certain Osama bin Laden was dead. We've done DNA sampling and testing, and so there's no doubt we killed Osama bin Laden. Allegedly, the DNA of Osama bin Laden was taken during the 40-minute raid in Abbottabad and compared against DNA samples from bin Laden's mother and 3 sons. We were lied to about what happened on September 11, 2001. We were lied to about weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, and we were lied to about the connection between al-qaeda and Saddam Hussein. The government lacked sufficient evidence of the claims. Yet many Americans still believe that Osama bin Laden was killed by SEAL Team 6 on May 1st, 2011. The day after bin Laden was killed, Chief Counterterrorism Advisor John Brennan was at the first press conference to answer questions about the operation that allegedly led to the death of Osama bin Laden. The first question asked was about the specific goal of the raid. Did the U.S. government target bin Laden for death, or would they try and take him alive if they could? Absolutely, Brennan said during the press conference on May 2nd. It was to prepare for all contingencies. If we had the opportunity to take bin Laden alive, if he didn't present any threat, the individuals involved were able to be prepared to do that. We had discussed that extensively at a number of meetings in the White House and with the president. The concern was that bin Laden would oppose any type of capture operation. Indeed, he did. It was a firefight. He therefore was killed in the firefight, and that's when the remains were removed. But we certainly were playing for the possibility of taking bin Laden alive, which we thought was going to be remote, given that he would likely resist arrest, but we would be able to capture him. President Obama, Vice President Joe Biden, Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, and Secretary of Defense Robert Gates were all in the White House Situation Room as the raid on the Abbottabad, Pakistan compound began. What was it like in the Situation Room? Brennan explained. When the operation did get underway, then the president rejoined the group and we were able to monitor it in a real-time basis, the progress of the operation from its commencement to its time on target, to the extraction of the remains, and to the egress off of the target. It was probably one of the most anxiety-filled periods of time, I think, in the lives of many of the people who were assembled here yesterday. Minutes passed like days, and the president was very concerned about the security of our personnel. It was clearly very tense. There was a fair degree of silence as it progressed. As we get the updates, and when we finally were informed that those individuals who were able to go in that compound and found an individual that they believed was bin Laden, there was a tremendous sigh of relief that we believed and who we believed was in the compound actually was in the compound and was found. And the president was relieved once we had all of our people and the remains off target. Brennan refused to go into details about what they were able to see in real time. CIA Director Leon Panetta told PBS, "Once those teams went into the compound, I can tell you that there was a time period of almost 20 to 25 minutes that we really didn't know just exactly what was going on. The CIA-led operation to capture or kill Osama bin Laden was hailed as a huge milestone in the war on terror." Director Panetta watched the raid live from the 7th floor of the CIA headquarters in Langley, Virginia. On Sunday, May 1st, 2011, Panetta gave the order to capture or kill the al-qaeda leader inside of the compound. Under the rules of engagement, Panetta added, if he had in fact thrown up his hands, surrendered, and didn't appear to be representing any kind of threat, then they were to capture him, but they had full authority to kill him. According to the Los Angeles Times, an unnamed U.S. official claimed Osama bin Laden was shooting back at the strike force that entered his compound in Pakistan. Bin Laden was shot while shooting back, the official reported. The same official added that the purpose of the mission was not to execute bin Laden. If bin Laden decided to lay down his arms, he would have been taken captive. However, on May 3, 2011, White House spokesperson James Carney admitted that Osama bin Laden was not armed when Navy SEALs stormed his compound 2 days before. James Carney added that bin Laden was shot and killed when his wife rushed the SEAL team. CIA Director Leon Panetta later told PBS NewsHour he did not think bin Laden was armed, but he was shot because of threatening moves made towards the SEALs. That's the reason they fired. Yet according to the Middle East news channel Al Arabiya, someone on Pakistani security claimed bin Laden's 12-year-old daughter said U.S. forces captured and then killed their father in front of the family members. United States Senator Saxby Chambliss hoped the Navy SEALs entered the compound to kill, not capture Osama bin Laden. According to political insider with Jim Galloway, Chambliss told Galloway that as bin Laden poked his head out of the room on the 3rd floor, SEALs shot and missed. As the alleged 9/11 mastermind went back into the room, Chambliss had no problem telling Galloway what the real purpose of the mission was. We needed to take this guy out, and I know what the executive order said. Chambliss also claimed to have seen the dead photograph of Osama bin Laden. He said it looks like what you would expect from somebody who's been shot in the head. Of course, that was Wednesday morning. By Wednesday evening, his story changed as well. Eventually, Chambliss admitted the photo he saw was not official. It was shown to him on an electronic device. He had no idea where the photograph came from. A freshman Republican on the Armed Service Committee, Senator Kelly Ayotte, Republican, New Hampshire, also saw the photograph of a dead bin Laden with a facial wound. She was in favor of releasing the photographs to the public. Like Chambliss, she was shown the photo on an electronic device and didn't know if it was authentic. Senator Scott Brown, Republican, Massachusetts, told reporters he didn't know if the photo he saw was real or not. Later would clarify that the photograph he saw, and that a lot of other people saw, is not authentic. Asked if Osama bin Laden was living in the house under the protection of the ISI, former director of the Osama bin Laden unit, Michael Schuer, told WallStreetJournal.com, "It's a given." Schuer was certain at least part of Pakistan's ISI was involved harboring Osama bin Laden in some way. Just 2 days earlier, President Obama told the nation, "It's important to note that our counterterrorism cooperation with Pakistan helped lead us to bin Laden in the compound where he was hiding." So here we have reports that some within the Pakistani ISI or military were helping harbor Osama bin Laden, while at the same time Pakistani forces were participating in the raid to capture Osama. John Brennan also said, "The last time that we had actionable and what we thought was very credible information about where Osama bin Laden was located was in Tora Bora. Yet we all know how the incident turned out. In the mountains of Tora Bora, Osama bin Laden was cornered by U.S. forces. There is evidence that suggests bin Laden was allowed to flee Tora Bora, and the U.S. forces were ordered not to pursue him." Also on May 3, 2011, Infowars.com reported, during an interview with Imtiaz Tyab of Al Jazeera, a man who lives in the Abbottabad neighborhood where Osama was supposedly killed, said he never saw him. "If somebody new comes on your street," the man said, "you always know." He said he never saw the 6'4" Saudi and does not believe he lived there. At the end of the day, this was still a 55-45 situation. I mean, we could not say definitively that bin Laden was there. Had he not been there, then there would have been significant consequences. Barack Obama, 60 Minutes. Bin Laden was already dead? I found out through my sources that Osama bin Laden had kidney disease, and as a physician, I knew that he had to have 2 dialysis machines, and he was dying. Steve Pechenik. In December of 2001, Fox News reported, based on an article by the Pakistan Observer, a Taliban leader was at the funeral of Osama bin Laden in mid-December of that year. Their Taliban source cited lung complications as the reason bin Laden died, and was buried in the vicinity of Tora Bora Mountains. In December of 2001, about 30 close associates of bin Laden and al-qaeda, including his most trusted and personal bodyguards, his family members, and some Taliban friends, attended the funeral rites. An article by Kurt Nemo and Alex Jones of Infowars.com stated, in 2003, former Secretary of State Madeleine Albright told Fox News Channel analyst Morton Kondrak she suspected Bush knew the whereabouts of Osama bin Laden and was waiting for the most politically expedient moment to announce his capture. On November 1, 2001, Lafargo, a French newspaper, reported that 2 months before September 11, 2001, Osama bin Laden flew to Dubai, one of the 7 Emirates of the United Arab Emirates, for treatment at an American hospital. The American hospital and the Bush White House denied the claim. While reportedly being treated in the urology department, bin Laden was visited by family members, Saudi notables, and 2 CIA agents. The 10-day stay adds speculation to bin Laden's kidney complications. If bin Laden was being treated for kidney dialysis back in 2001, skeptics point out it's highly unlikely that bin Laden would still be alive in 2011. On May 2, 2011, the Colbert Report ran a story titled, "Osama bin Laden Pronounced Dead for the 9th Time." The pronouncements came from various political figures throughout the years. Pakistani President Pervez Musharraf said that in January of 2002 he thought bin Laden was dead. Dale Watson was the FBI counterterrorism chief before retiring in 2002. While speaking at a conference in July of 2002, he asked law enforcement officials in the audience if bin Laden was dead. Watson's view was, "I personally think he's probably not with us anymore, but I have no evidence to support that. Likewise, the president of Afghanistan, Hamid Karzai, was interviewed in October of 2002 by CNN and stated he thought bin Laden was probably dead. In 2005, Senator Harry Reid was told that bin Laden might have died during a 2005 October earthquake in Pakistan. A year later, a French intelligence leaked a report which suggested bin Laden had died in Pakistan in 2007. Benazir Bhutto, former Pakistani prime minister, told David Frost of Al Jazeera that Omar Sheikh had killed Osama bin Laden. Then, in 2009, Pakistani President Asif Ali Zardari didn't think Osama was alive and claimed he hadn't heard chatter about bin Laden throughout his sources in U.S. intelligence agencies in over 7 years. Abbottabad, Pakistan, where Osama bin Laden allegedly died, is a northwestern city heavily populated with Pakistani ex-military soldiers, as well as training facilities for the Pakistani Military Academy. One man who stated he lived in the area all of his life did not believe Osama was in the compound. "We are a closed-net community. At least we would have seen him once. We are not fools," another resident told CCTV News about the alleged death of bin Laden. "Whenever they want to take control of an area, they act this way. Osama was never here." Some early questionable reports suggested bin Laden and his wife had not left the compound in 5 years. It's believed the compound was only 6 years old, 130 kilometers from the federal capital, near a military academy. Contractor Jagahir was shocked when he heard the news of Osama bin Laden was captured in his hometown. Jagahir said new residents would have to show an ID card before they're allowed to move into the area. "Osama is not the bird who can fly inside the compound," Jagahir told the CCTV News reporter in Abbottabad. Around 1 a.m. Pakistan time, Jahangir saw an Apache helicopter over the compound. Jahangir lives a few minutes away from the compound. He went to the roof of his house. There in the dark he heard gunfire nearby. He estimated the shooting lasted for at least 2 minutes. Then at about 1:15 a.m., we hear an explosion, said Jahangir, like big noise. Then I hear the people was crying there, somewhere. Then we run there, because my cousin is living there, right? It's a 5-minute walk if I run from my house to there. Jahangir owned the house next to bin Laden's compound. When he and his brother and a few other people ran to the scene, the Pakistan army arrived and took over the compound. Jahangir remained at the scene until 4 a.m. in the morning. The next house is my other house, which I rent to my cousin's friend, and every day in the evening we went there by walk with my wife, for just walk. I have never seen anything like that. I can't believe that, and to be honest, it's not true. President of Pakistan Asif Ali Zardari said Pakistan didn't know bin Laden was there. The Pakistani anti-terrorist squad could not confirm Osama bin Laden's death. Heightened security after Osama bin Laden dies. The terrorist threat to the homeland is in many ways at the most heightened state since 9/11. Janet Napolitano. Once Osama bin Laden was pronounced dead to the world, the U.S. Department of State issued a worldwide caution alert to all United States citizens. Due to the alleged death of Osama bin Laden, U.S. government facilities worldwide remain in a heightened state of alert. After Osama bin Laden's death, we were told the threat of terrorism was increased. We allegedly captured the #1 terrorist in the world, and were then told we were in more danger after doing so. On July 26, 2011, the State Department issued an emergency message advising U.S. citizens to maintain a high level of vigilance and to take appropriate steps to increase their security awareness. With September 11th right around the corner, it seemed clear to me the message was meant to reinforce the fictitious danger we face from al-qaeda and affiliated groups. In short, the State Department's message to the world was to remain afraid, very afraid. The Department of State believes there is an enhanced potential for anti-American violence given the death of Osama bin Laden in May of 2011. Current information suggests that al-qaeda and affiliated organizations continue to plan terrorist attacks against U.S. interests in multiple regions, including Europe, Asia, Africa, and the Middle East. Extremists may elect to use conventional or non-conventional weapons and target both official and private interests. The terrorist potential targets range from residential areas, such as your own home or your church, high-profile sporting events, places of business, restaurant, hotels, clubs, and other tourist destinations, both in the United States and abroad, where U.S. citizens gather in large numbers, including during the holidays. The State Department's message continued, Current information suggests that al-Qaeda and affiliated organizations continue to plan terrorist attacks against U.S. and Western interests in Europe. Credible information indicates terrorist groups also seek to continue attacks against U.S. interests in the Middle East and North Africa. We were warned not to participate in demonstrations abroad. The State Department message came with a clear warning. U.S. citizens are warned that demonstrations intended to be peaceful can escalate into violent clashes. U.S. citizens are reminded that demonstrations and riots can occur with little or no warning. U.S. citizens are urged to avoid areas of demonstration if possible and to exercise caution if within the vicinity of a demonstration. To put it into proper context, the State Department was referring to threats abroad. The events of the last few months in many countries in the Middle East, including Egypt, Libya, Yemen, Bahrain, and Syria, have resulted in civil unrest and large-scale protests and demonstrations. Vulgar betrayal. The following is a summary of the account of FBI Special Agent Robert Wright. Since August of 1999, I've been working to legally expose the very real and foreseeable Middle Eastern terrorist threats to American citizens at home and abroad. From 1993 to 1999, I was assigned to the Chicago Division Counterterrorism Task Force. The successful investigation, which was codenamed Vulgar Betrayal, led to the June 1998 seizure of $1.4 million in Middle Eastern terrorist funding. These funds were linked directly to Saudi businessman Yassin Qadi. On October 12, 2001, Yassin Qadi was designated by the United States government as a financial supporter of Osama bin Laden. Agent Wright told Judicial Watch, "The FBI continues to dodge accountability and cover up its negligence and dereliction of duty in pursuing terrorists who pose a direct threat to the United States." Robert Wright wrote a book on the subject called Fatal Betrayals of the Intelligence Mission. What's inside this 500-page manuscript that the FBI doesn't want the public to read? Since 2001, Agent Wright sought clearance from the FBI to publish his book. He submitted the manuscript to the FBI for pre-publication review. Judicial Watch, a conservative, nonpartisan educational foundation promoting transparency, accountability, and integrity in government, politics, and law, revealed to the public, Special Agent Wright is the only FBI agent to seize terrorist funds over $1.4 million from U.S.-based Middle Eastern terrorists using federal civil forfeiture statutes prior to the September 11th attacks. The original source of the funds was Yassin Qadi, a Saudi businessman who's reportedly a financier of Osama bin Laden. According to the Judicial Watch, Special Agent Robert Wright has repeatedly tried to lawfully expose the FBI's incompetence and dereliction. 1. Through FBI and Justice Department channels. 2. Through the individual congressmen and senators. 3. To the Joint Congressional Intelligence Committee. And 4. At a press conference held by his legal counsel, Larry Klayman, the chairman of Judicial Watch Incorporated, and co-counsel David Ships, Esquire, of Ships and Bailey of Chicago, Illinois. During the press conference, Larry Klayman of Judicial Watch said, FBI Special Agent Robert Wright wanted to come forward long before 9/11. We were taking those steps, beginning last summer, to do that. The FBI had 30 days to allow that to occur. They violated their own regulation. They covered it up. I called the Attorney General's office just days after 9/11, Mr. Klayman continued at the press conference. I said Dave Shippers and I represent a special agent at the FBI Chicago field office who has years of information about how the FBI did not do its job, did not in any way investigate in any meaningful way money laundering in the United States. You're now claiming you want to do this? I'd like to make him available to you, Attorney General Ashcroft. And I was met with a response by Michael Chertoff, head of the Criminal Division. We're tired of conspiracy theories. According to an investigation done by Fox News correspondent Carl Cameron for Brit Hume's television show on Fox News Channel, the FBI arrested or detained about 60 Israelis in the United States before September 11, 2001. Cameron reported, a handful of active Israeli military were detained. According to investigators who say more of the detainees also failed polygraph questions when asked about alleged surveillance activities against the United States. Cameron went on to explain how the investigators suspected that those detainees may have gathered intelligence about the attacks in advance and not shared it. Interviewed for the Jason Burmis documentary film, Fabled Enemies, Mike Rivero talked about how the FBI quickly unraveled the largest foreign spy ring ever uncovered inside the United States. Even the Soviet Union had not been spying on the United States as much as the Israelis had been doing. Carl Cameron also reported that the majority of the Israelis held and questioned stated they served in military intelligence, electronic surveillance, and interception or explosive ordnance units. What were the Israelis doing there on 9/11? Mike Rivero of WhatReallyHappened.com told Jason Burmis. So the FBI started to round up these spies. They started to arrest them very quietly, and they were about halfway through this process of rounding up the spy ring when 9/11 happened. Global Security Order. At 1:55 p.m. on September 11, 2001, Bohemian Grove attendee Henry Kissinger told CNN that the terrorist attacks were comparable to an attack like Pearl Harbor, and we must have the same response, and the people who did it must have the same as the people who attacked Pearl Harbor. But it isn't just the people who did it, it's the people who made it possible. In September of 2000, the Project for the New American Century published a 90-page report titled Rebuilding America's Defense, Strategies and Resources for a New Century. The report focused on America's global leadership role through maintaining the preeminence of U.S. military forces. The authors believed the United States' global leadership would bring American peace, yet to do so would require the United States to maintain and extend their military strength throughout the world. In the report, the 4 core missions for the U.S. military forces are: defend the American homeland, fight and decisively win multiple simultaneous major theater wars, perform the constabulary duties associated with shaping the security environment in critical regions, transform U.S. forces to exploit the revolution in military affairs, nuclear strategic superiority, controlling the international commons of space and cyberspace, and increasing the active duty strength of military personnel were all a part of the think tank's proposal for a global transformation of America's military. The true cost of not meeting our defense requirements will be a lessened capacity for American global leadership and ultimately the loss of global security order that is uniquely friendly to American principles and prosperity. Additionally, Section 5 of the PNAC report titled Creating Tomorrow's Dominant Force speculated that the process of transformation, even if it brings revolutionary change, is likely to be a long one. Absent some catastrophic and catalyzing event, like a new Pearl Harbor, domestic policies and industrial policies will shape the pace and content of transformation as much as the requirements of the current missions. Members of the PNAC, including Dick Cheney, Donald Rumsfeld, and Paul Wolfowitz, Chairman William Crystal describes the purpose of PNAC on their website. The Project for the New American Century is a nonprofit educational organization dedicated to a few fundamental propositions: that American leadership is good both for America and for the world, and that such leadership requires military strength, diplomatic energy, and commitment to a moral principle. The Project for the New American Century intends to issue briefs, research papers, advocacy journalism, conferences, and seminars to explain what American world leadership entails. It will also strive to rally support for a vigorous and principled policy of American international involvement and to stimulate useful public debate on foreign and defense policy and America's role in the world. Renewing the Patriot Act. One of the worst responses to the terror attacks of September 11, 2001 was the creation of the Uniting and Strengthening America by providing appropriate tools required to intercept and obstruct terrorism Act of 2001. The Patriot Act passed overwhelmingly in the House of Representatives on October 24, 2001, with 357 representatives voting for its creation and 66 representatives, including Ron Paul and Bernie Sanders, who voted nay. 9 representatives did not vote. The Senate voted the following day with 98 in favor and only 1 opposed. Senator Russ Feingold, Democrat from Wisconsin. Senator Landrieu, Democrat from Louisiana, did not cast a vote. One day later, on October 26th, President George H.W. Bush signed the Patriot Act into law. Even though parts of the Patriot Act expired on June 1, 2015, most of it was restored the next day with the passage of the USA Freedom Act, which will remain law until at least June of 2019. Many politicians have criticized both pieces of legislation, but it is important to note their actions while in office. In June of 2007, presidential candidate Barack Obama said that the Bush administration puts forward a false choice between the liberties we cherish and the security we provide. I will provide our intelligence and law enforcement agencies with the tools they need to track and take out the terrorists without undermining our Constitution and our freedom. That means no more illegal wiretapping of American citizens, no more national security letters to spy on citizens who are not suspected of crime, no more tracking citizens who do nothing more than protest a misguided war, no more ignoring the law when it's inconvenient. That's not who we are. It's not what's necessary to defeat the terrorists. The FISA court works. The separation of powers work. Our Constitution works. We will again set an example for the world that the law is not subject to the whims of stubborn rulers, and the justice is not arbitrary. The Bush administration acts like violating civil liberties is the way to enhance our security. It is not. There are no shortcuts to protecting America. 4 years later, Obama was continuing with Bush's policies and expanding on them, all because of the lies of 9/11. A state of emergency was declared by George W. Bush 3 days after September 11, 2001. A national emergency exists by reason of the terrorist attacks at the World Trade Center, New York, and the Pentagon, and the continuing and immediate threat of further attacks on the United States. Now, therefore, I, George W. Bush, President of the United States of America, by virtue of the authority vested to me as President of the Constitution and the laws of the United States, I hereby declare that our national emergency has existed since September 11, 2001. On September 10, 2009, President Obama continued the state of emergency. The terrorist threat that led to the declaration of September 14, 2001 of a national emergency continues. For this reason, I have determined that it is necessary to continue in effect after September 14, 2009, the national emergency with respect to the terrorist threat. President Obama. On October 23, 2001, Congress passed the Patriot Act in just 48 hours, and in some cases certain congressmen voted in favor of the unconstitutional act without reading it beforehand. Less than a handful of members of Congress would vote against it or simply not vote, abstain. The Patriot Act smelled of treason without reason, as it attempted to override the United States Constitution. No longer would the Constitution be propped up by law of the land. A few weeks before the Patriot Act was set to expire in May of 2011, after a year on the shelf, Ron Paul spoke directly to his supporters and members of Campaign for Liberty. Last year, the Patriot Act was scheduled to be renewed. There was a disagreement between the Senate and the House, and they didn't extend it, but they agreed that this year they would do it. I think the scheme is they're going to pass it as quietly as possible. Why did Ron Paul call it a scheme to quietly pass the law? They're not anxious to have an open hearing, Ron Paul told his supporters. They're not anxious to have a new debate. They consider that opening a can of worms. Senator Chuck Grassley expressed why he felt the renewal of the Patriot Act should be permanent. If these provisions are necessary, we should provide more certainty rather than simply revisiting the law year after year, given the indefinite threat we face from acts of terrorism that looks like decades ahead. We should permanently reauthorize the 3 expiring provisions. In what seemed like a last-ditch effort to make the Patriot Act permanent, Senator Patrick Leahy tried to rush this through the legislative process, minimizing any debates. These are going to expire in a couple of weeks, so I would hope that all senators in both parties who have interest in that will meet with me and Senator Grassley. None of us want to play politics on national security, and we should get moving on this. The House of Representatives voted in favor of the Patriot Sunset Extension Act by a vote of 250 to 153. After a few hurdles set in place by Kentucky Senator Rand Paul, the Senate eventually voted for the 2011 Patriot Act extensions 72 to 23. Why would I ever vote for someone who believes the Patriot Act is good for America? Either they do not understand the power that the Patriot Act gives to the president, or they don't understand the United States Constitution and the importance of checks and balances. Shadow forces behind the scenes have been hard at work, attempting to turn our republic into a dictatorship. Some believe they have already succeeded. I do not. Ron Paul called the Patriot Act a perfect example of how we as individuals and Americans have been willing to sacrifice their liberty for so-called security. Asked if he would confront Obama on the campaign slogan of change, Paul made it clear that he would probably not do this directly to Obama, but rather to Obama's supporters. Change means nothing, Paul explained. It's a cliche. Just to repeat it has no meaning. You have to say, what are you going to do to change? And I would argue you offer no change. You have the same foreign policy as President Bush. You want more troops in Afghanistan. You're not talking about only going to war with a declaration. You don't want to deal with the monetary financial crisis in this country. You want to keep the system together for the benefits of the banks and the big corporations and the politicians. President Obama doubled down on a lot of things, going back to education. The idea that we're testing kids and we're tying teachers' salaries to how kids are performing on tests. That kind of mechanized thinking has nothing to do with high order. We're training them, not teaching them. Matt Damon. I'm really paying attention to what's going on in our world. We are losing our freedoms and civil liberties right before our eyes. I don't believe the government's official story of 9/11. I no longer believe in the false left-right paradigm. The Democrats and Republicans have sold us the fuck out to the Federal Reserve and international bankers. The Federal Reserve isn't even fucking federal, no more than the Federal Express. If you give a fuck about what I'm talking about, please check out Alex Jones's website, Infowars.com. Check out his documentaries on YouTube. Check out the movie Loose Change on YouTube. Learn for yourselves. X-Pac Sean Waltman, 2009. Questions. Philip Marshall. The official version about Ghost, Osama bin Laden in some cave on the other side of the world, defeating our entire military establishment on United States soil, is absolutely preposterous. The true reason the attack was successful is because of an inside military stand-down and a coordinated training operation that prepared the hijackers to fly heavy commercial airliners. We have dozens of FBI documents to prove that this flight training was conducted in California, Florida, and Arizona in the 18 months leading up to the attack. Philip Marshall. Philip Marshall questions. On the morning of September 11, 2001, Philip Marshall, then an airline pilot for United Airlines, was sleeping in his Santa Barbara home as the terror attacks began to unfold. The phone would not stop ringing, Marshall wrote in his second nonfiction book, The Big Bamboozle. I tried to sleep through rings, but I finally surrendered and made my way to the phone in my office. There were already 15 messages. Only the crew scheduler at United would be that persistent, but I had just returned at midnight from a 4-day trip up and down the American West Coast, 7 times no less, from my base at Los Angeles to San Diego to Seattle, and every major airport in between. I had at least 1 day of rest coming. I began listening to the great urgencies of the new day. As he checked his messages, Marshall remembered through a rush of shock and awe my work over the previous 10 years, the hundreds of hours at this desk, on layover, studying the new inexorable power that had invaded America, the bull in the china shop that had already caused havoc in my career, and the undercurrent of deep mistrust amongst our pilot association. The culmination of the research was nearly finished, and because there were so many holes in my understanding at the time, Lakefront Airport was written as a novel based on my time for flying spooks back in the 1980s. During the early years of his aviation career, Philip Marshall was a contract pilot at Lakefront Airport in New Orleans, Louisiana, the same city where Marshall grew up. New Orleans is also where on March 1st, 1967, District Attorney Jim Garrison arrested Clay Shaw for conspiring to kill President John F. Kennedy. Philip Marshall began flying airplanes at the age of 15. In fact, the young pilot's first flight instructor was his father, Carl Marshall. Lakefront Airport was Philip Marshall's first published book, detailing his experiences as Barrie Seal's taxi driver and his involvement with the Iran-Contra affair. The work of fiction is told from Marshall's point of view as a young pilot who finds himself involved with a daredevil DEA informant who has infiltrated the Medellin cartel and is simultaneously running illegal arms to the Contra rebels in Nicaragua. I would recommend this book to anyone interested in the Iran-Contra topic. This book was originally published in 2003, and a second print was made available in 2013. I would recommend this book to anyone interested in the Iran-Contra topic. The book was originally published in 2003, and a second print was made available in 2013. Even before September 11, 2001, Philip Marshall had a sick feeling that America was in deep trouble, that a group, this new Bush administration, just like the old Bush administration, was an incredibly dangerous, brazen bunch of well-connected, well-educated ideologists. They were on a power trip similar to others in world history. but as far as I knew, this was the first attempt by what our founders had labeled domestic enemies to overthrow the Constitution and place America under their own absolute power. According to his obituary, Philip Marshall was a graduate of Mandeville High School at the North Shore, where he was an all-star receiver. He briefly attended Southwestern University at Lafayette and worked offshore before pursuing his passion, flying. Philip worked his way up from a student pilot to instructor, then to charter pilot on Lear jets until he was hired by a major airline. He progressed to become a full captain on a jumbo jet, flying around the world for United Airlines. Phil lived in Dallas, Miami, Chicago, San Francisco, Lake Tahoe, Santa Barbara, and Murphy's, California. He was a devoted father to his children and spent many hours in a ball field as a Little League coach. He was a lifelong diehard Saints fan, attending games as a kid, starting with John Gillam's opening day kickoff return for a touchdown, through the Billy Kilmer, Archie Manning Saints, and Drew Brees days, and culminating with the thrill of the Super Bowl victory in 2010. Phil even organized and flew the free Sean Payton plane last summer and fall. Phil authored 3 books that he self-published, and he definitely was not afraid to tackle extremely controversial subjects. After the events of September 11, 2001, Philip Marshall began to tackle one of the most controversial subjects since the death of President John F. Kennedy. My agenda as an airline pilot, Marshall once wrote in the truthmove.org forum, is to find the culprits in the attack against my fellow aviators, and to reopen hearings with the witnesses under oath, and to uncover the buried FBI files and the blacked out portions about Saudis in the congressional reports. Marshall was referring to a 2002 congressional report titled Joint Inquiry into Intelligence Community Activities Before and After the Terrorist Attacks of September 11, 2001, which excluded 28 pages of information connecting the alleged 9/11 hijackers to the Saudi Arabian government. Marshall wasn't alive when the 28 pages were finally released on July 15, 2016. While in the United States, Part 4 of the final report concluded, some of the September 11th hijackers were in contact with and received support or assistance from individuals who may be connected to the Saudi government. There is information primarily from the FBI sources that at least 2 of those individuals were allegedly by some to be Saudi intelligence officers. Between 2008 and 2012, Philip Marshall wrote 2 nonfiction books, False Flag 9/11 and The Big Bamboozle, condemning and exposing some of the lies and cover-ups surrounding the events of September 11, 2001, including the Congressional Joint Inquiry's missing 28 pages. The Congressional Joint Inquiry was led by 3 veteran and dogged investigators who would find deeply hidden in the FBI files a troubling discovery. Marshall wrote in The Big Bamboozle, the hijackers had been supported in every conceivable way by agents of the Saudi Arabian government as they prepared for the attack. From the moment the hijackers arrived on U.S. soil, it is well documented that the Saudi intelligence agents and employees of the Saudi Civil Aviation Authority provided housing, obtained driver's license, and harbored them. After submitting an 800-page report to the American public, moderate U.S. Senator Bob Graham of Florida, the co-chairman of the inquiry, said there was a direct line between the terrorists and the government of Saudi Arabia. The Saudi government has provided logistical and financial support to at least 2 of the 9/11 hijackers while they lived in Southern California. Though I enjoyed reading both of Philip Marshall's books on 9/11, more interesting to me was his fictional book, Lakefront Airport. Examining Marshall's past introduced me to more information about Barrie Seal. Barrie Seal's wife once said her husband flew the getaway plane out of Dallas after President John F. Kennedy was killed. Lakefront Airport tells the tales of Barrie Seal's dealings and eventual sting on the notorious Pablo Escobar, as well as Mr. Seal's early days of smuggling marijuana and explosives and his dealings with Ollie North and George H.W. Bush's secret operations south of the border. It's believed that Seal began flying for Black Op missions in the 1950s and hired Philip Marshall in the 1980s after Seal lost his pilot's license. Seal used Marshall to smuggle arms and drugs into South America. Marshall believed many of the contract pilots flying those missions did not know what their planes were carrying. Barrie Seal and David Ferrie were both part of the Civil Air Patrol, CAP, in Baton Rouge. In 1967, David Ferrie was questioned by New Orleans District Attorney Jim Garrison about his involvement in the assassination of John F. Kennedy. Ferrie lied to Garrison about his whereabouts on November 22, 1963. Soon after Ferrie met with Garrison, Ferry allegedly committed suicide. Garrison wasn't so sure. On February 19, 1986, Barrie Seal was shot multiple times while attempting to exit his car. Seal is going to testify that George H.W. Bush was involved in South American smuggling operations. Barrie Seal may have been involved in what is known as Operation 40, the alleged hit team that was ordered to kill President Kennedy on November 22, 1963. On page 153 of The Big Bamboozle, Marshall referred to Barrie Seal as his former boss. The third man from the left is my former boss, Barrie Seal. The picture was taken in Mexico City on January 22, 1963, at the La Reforma nightclub. Of the picture, Marshall wrote, "Here may very well be the founding members of the Intelligence Community Special Activities Division." This photo was taken 10 months before President John F. Kennedy was gunned down in Dallas. Some independent investigators believe that this was the assassination team, nicknamed Operation 40, that pulled it off. Barrie had some wild encounters with the world's most dangerous people, Marshall continued. That included cocaine kingpins and intelligence community assassins. Philip Marshall's first wife, Ann Colner, told the Union Democrat she did not believe Marshall was a Contra pilot. She believes her former husband provided a taxi service for Barrie Seal, a man who worked in black ops smuggling drugs and guns in and out of countries for CIA and DEA. Colner did admit that Marshall was not always honest with her when it came to his travels with Barrie Seal. He'd been in one city, tell me he was in another. She told the Union Democrat, Philip and Ann were married for about 3 years starting in 1985. Colner, who lived in Louisiana, was also surprised at the allegations that Philip Marshall killed his 2 teenage children, a family dog, and then himself. I don't see him doing that without being in an altered state. As a former operative in his group's notorious covert missions, including Iran-Contra and the sting of Pablo Escobar, I recognize that this smoke rising over Manhattan might add a major piece of my very large jigsaw puzzle of evidence. Philip Marshall. Before he died, Philip Marshall expressed concern for his life. According to a February 6, 2013 Santa Barbara View article, the article reports that Marshall was concerned about his 10-year independent 9/11 study and most recent book, since they pointed to the Saudis and the Bush intelligence community as the executioners of the attack that defeated all of the U.S. military defenses on September 11, 2001. Marshall said he knew his book might cause some people to take issue with him. Pinal Air Park. Philip Marshall believed Pinal Air Park was a front for CIA operations. I have some connections that remain in the spook world. Marshall told John B. Wells on Coast to Coast AM in 2012. There's a lot of contractors out there. Blackwater is one of them. There are quite a few other operations. So I was getting information from, it's a pretty tight circle. Aviation's a pretty tight circle in itself, but this particular strain of pilot, we keep in touch. Let's just put it this way. And I started getting hints of this Pinal Air Base from about 3 guys that worked in the field. I have to be very careful about this because they will still provide information to me. Philip Marshall went on to visit the air park sometime between 2006 and 2007. He told John B. Wells, "There's this airport out in the middle of nowhere. It's a triangular airport and has 3 runways on it. There's about 100 airliners there in storage right now." Certain people at the Pinal Air Park told Marshall that many times people try to take pictures of that airport, and they'll send a car out there and confiscate the camera and all kinds of bad activities. Visit the Big Bamboozle Facebook page to see what photos Mr. Marshall took on the trip to Pinal Air Park. Marshall also told Wells that Pinal Air Park was a long-time CIA-operated airport. There's a lot of controversy about trying to shut it down years ago. People that are on the board of directors are CIA people, so it has a long connection, all the way back to Air America. The official story. Sometime between January 31, 2013 and February 2, 2013, Philip Marshall allegedly shot his 2 teenage children, Alex Marshall, 17, and Michaela Marshall, 14, a family dog, and then himself inside his home in Murphy's, California, while his estranged wife was out of the country. According to reports, the last time friends heard from Alex or Michaela Marshall was on Thursday, January 31, 2013. On Saturday, February 2, 2013, a little before 3:10 p.m., friends of Alex and Michaela knocked on the front door of the Marshall home and looked through the front window. Through the front window, friends saw Philip Marshall lying face up on the floor in a pool of blood. Independent researcher Dan Hennon recently spoke with the first eyewitness who entered the Marshall home with several teenagers. Interview with the first eyewitness and Phil Marshall home. Eyewitness. On Saturday, February 2nd, 2013, several teenagers came over and said they would like some help at their friend's home, the Marshall residence. They hadn't heard from their friend since Thursday, January 31st, 2013, and went to do a welfare check at their home. The kids told me they saw a man's body through the entryway window at Alex and Michaela's home. Neither of them described a man as Alex or Michaela's dad. They asked me to take a look and go inside. They held my hand as I opened the door to go inside. They didn't want to see anything. I saw a body on the floor. That was Phil, but didn't look like him. The body was lying straight, as if it was positioned that way, and it didn't appear to be in the position of a man collapsing on the floor. The body was lying in a pool of blood, dark in color and hardened and wasn't fresh. I didn't see the children. The friends went around the home to attempt to look through the windows, but couldn't find Alex or Michaela. I also didn't see the children. Police were notified. Police talked to a neighbor and requested that they schedule a cleaning service to come in the very next day and clean the house. This was done. The cleaning was done during Super Bowl Sunday, 2013. This eyewitness did not recall seeing blood on the walls. I had asked where the blood splatter was on the wall to help determine if Phil was sitting or standing when the shot was fired. Eyewitness stated that the home and property were never taped off with police tape. During the investigation, only one officer was allowed in the home at a time. There was a sergeant in charge of the investigation and said more than one could contaminate the crime scene. Saturday night, law enforcement was searching around the home and property with flashlights. Law enforcement said the dog was found shot dead in the upstairs master bedroom. Phil had a girlfriend named Tina, her real name. She was a yoga instructor in the area. She was blonde and attractive. I became friends with this person and introduced her to Phil. They hit it off pretty quickly. Tina was looking for a place to live. I offered my home as a temporary location to stay. Tina instead opted to move in with Phil. She spent 6 to 9 months with Phil. Tina helped edit Phil's new transcript as they worked on it together. Phil told Tina he was hoping to get it finished before they got to him. He knew this information would not make him a popular man. This is what Tina told me. Tina said she ended the relationship with Phil when she found out Phil was in talks with Sean, his estranged wife, about possibly reconciling and getting back together with her. My grandson knew Alex pretty well. They played catch a lot and also played the nearby golf course. Calaveras County Sheriff deputies arrived at Philip Marshall's house at 3:10 p.m. to find Alex and Michaela sleeping on a couch in the front room, 6 feet away from each other. Philip Marshall was found face up near the couch in a pool of blood with a gun next to him. Police also found a family dog deceased in the master bedroom. Calaveras County Coroner Kevin Raggio told reporters it did appear as though Alex and Michaela were sleeping when the bodies were found on February 2nd. Joel Metzger, writer for the CalavaresEnterprise.com, pointed out it's highly unlikely Marshall could have shot one without waking the other. On the same day as the bodies were found, police posted their first media release claiming, "Man shoots children, then himself in a murder-suicide." Man shoots children, then himself in a murder-suicide. Murphy's, California. A Murphy's man identified as Philip Marshall, 54, took the life of his 2 juvenile children before taking his own life in an apparent murder-suicide. On February 2nd, 2013, at 3:10 p.m., Calaveras sheriff deputies were called to a residence on the 1200 block of Sandalwood Drive in the Forest Meadows subdivision, Murphy's, for a suspicious circumstance welfare check. The reporting parties, who are friends of the 2 victims, told investigators that they had not heard from the victims since Thursday, January 31st, 2013. On February 2nd, they went to the Marshall's family residence looking for the victims. While at the front door of the house, they were able to see inside and saw Philip Marshall lying on the floor in a pool of blood. They called the sheriff's office to report what they saw. Upon arrival of the initial responding deputies, they observed the man described by the reporting parties. The deputies entered the room and found the 2 deceased victims lying on the couch with apparent gunshot wounds. They also discovered the family dog deceased in a bedroom. The 2 victims were identified as 17-year-old Alex Marshall and 14-year-old Michaela Marshall. A preliminary examination of the deceased showed that all 3 suffered from single gunshot wounds to the head, the weapon being a handgun. The dog had also been shot. post-mortem examination will be conducted at a later date to determine the actual cause of death of the victims and of Philip Marshall. The mother of the two victims and the estranged wife of Philip Marshall, Shawn Marshall, was out of the country at the time of the incident. She was located and notified of the deaths. Both victims were students at Bret Harte High School in Angels Camp. Additional details in the investigation will be provided as they develop. The reason of the murder-suicide is unknown at this time. Calvarez County Sheriff's Department Media Release Number 1, February 2nd, 2013. What did police find inside the house that led them to tell the media this was a double murder-suicide within hours of finding the bodies? On February 3, 2013, Apple Valley Police Sergeant Chris Hewitt stated, "All evidence and information at the scene confirmed this was indeed a double murder-suicide and has no evidence to suggest that there was an outside party who entered the house and committed a triple murder." Police ended the media release with, "The reason for the murder-suicide is unknown at this time." The investigation by the Calvarez County Sheriff Department appeared as if it were beginning with the assumption that Philip Marshall was guilty of murdering his two teenage children and their dog before ending his own life. On February 19, 2013, Wayne Matson of the Wayne Matson Report told radio talk show host Alex Jones, police said before they had finished investigating the case, they permitted professional cleaners to come to the Marshall home to clean the premises. After that, there were 2 sets of vehicles seen at the Marshall home, still conducting the investigation after the home was professionally cleaned. Wayne Matson was in the town of Murphy soon after the murders took place. On February 13, 2013, Shawn Marshall and her sister were at Bret Harte Union High School near Murphy's, attending a special ceremony for the 2 slain teens. The sister, Erin, gave some type of eulogy, and Shawn gave the closing statement. At that time, it wasn't clear if either of the 2 women thought Philip Marshall was guilty or innocent of the double murder-suicide. Joel Metzger reported on what Shawn Marshall said that night. "Being in Turkey and getting the news, it was almost unbearable. When I heard of this devastation, there are no words ever to explain the emotions, the hurt, the regrets. I couldn't hear God at that moment. I couldn't hear his answers. Why? Why would you do this? Why them? Why me? Hug everyone. Love everyone. Be kind." The same night, someone tried to break in through a sliding door at the back of the residence. Wayne Matson told InfoWars nightly news host Jakari Jackson, "It's quite clear that Marshall has something that somebody wanted so bad they are willing to kill him and his children and his family dog for." Calvarez County Coroner Kevin Raggio. Investigative researcher and mortician Chris Gordon spoke to the coroner of Philip Marshall and his 2 teenage children. Gordon called Calvarez County Coroner Kevin Raggio to ask some questions about the conspiracy theories surrounding the alleged double murder-suicide. The last facial expression is essential in determining the state of condition that the person was in before they died. Chris Gordon. The first question Chris asked the coroner was why the neighbors didn't hear any gunshots. There are 5 houses within close vicinity of the Marshall home. A neighbor across the street said he heard 2 suspicious noises on Friday night, February 1st, 2013, one day before the 3 bodies were found. The Marshall house sits on the ridgetop facing the Stanislaus River Canyon. Mr. Raggio pointed out there's a long driveway in front of the house, which is about 30 feet off the road of Sandalwood Drive. In response to why neighbors didn't hear any gunshots, Raggio told Chris, "You have to walk past the garage to get into the house. The house is all double-pane windows. So with the door closed, you've got a big garage there. Number 1, that's going to insulate the sound. You've got a big substantial front door on the house, all dual-pane windows. You're not going to hear much." Sergeant Chris Hewitt at the Calvarez County Sheriff Office came to a similar conclusion when he told the media, "The houses are not very close together. If they are well built and insulated with all the windows and doors closed, the shots would have been muffled." The coroner also told Chris that the gunshots would probably be more louder towards the front of the house. In front of the house, there's nothing in front of them but a remote river canyon and probably nobody for 20 miles. Mr. Raggio also mentioned that the neighbor across the street from the Marshall home, who heard 2 suspicious noises on February 1st, 2013, there was a neighbor that did hear something strange that night, Raggio told Chris. The neighbor across the street heard something that got his attention, but him being in the house and the shots going off inside the Marshall home, you probably wouldn't notice. The neighbor, Jeff Woods, heard something strange twice in the same night, but didn't specify if the noises sounded like gunshots. In Joel Metzger's article, Tragedy in Forest Meadows, Wood said he was in the downstairs room with the television on. In the background, when I heard an unusual noise, I stopped working and went upstairs, turned the lights on, and looked around. I didn't hear anything else, so I went back downstairs. Not too long after that, I heard another strange noise. I muted the television and listened for a second without hearing anything else. When Chris Gordon asked Mr. Raggio if he thought Wood's comments had any credence, Raggio responded, "Yeah, why wouldn't it?" Chris Gordon then steered the conversation towards the two teenagers. Both Alex and Michaela were found in the U-shaped couch, apparently sleeping. Chris asked why the gunshots did not wake up one of the children. "That I don't know," Mr. Raggio responded. "That I don't know at this point. That's something I'd like to think that they didn't hear. I don't know if they did or didn't. The first one probably didn't hear anything, because I suspect they were probably asleep. So maybe one of them did hear. I don't know." The last facial expression is essential in determining the state of condition that the person was in when they died. Chris Gordon. Mr. Raggio echoed what police had been saying about the murder weapon. As far as I know, there was no silencer of any kind. Chris then wondered how one of the two teenagers would not wake up to the sound of a gunshot that was a few feet from their ears. "Do you find that suspicious at all?" "No." Chris clarified his question. "You don't find it suspicious that a gunshot wouldn't wake up a child?" "Well, I don't in looking at the scene. I mean, yeah, it's mysterious in my mind, but I don't find it suspicious. As far as it makes me wonder, like I said, it's mysterious. It makes me wonder, if one of them heard anything. But I do find it suspicious. I don't find it suspicious. I don't suspect that from what I can see. It's what they, what we determined it was. Murder-suicide." The next question was if there was a suicide note found at the crime scene. The coroner responded, "Not to my knowledge, no. My job is to determine what the cause of death was. I don't deal with the criminal aspect of the whole thing." The autopsy determined that Philip Marshall, Alex Marshall, and Michaela Marshall and the family dog all died from a single gunshot wound to the head. Mr. Raggio believed this was a double murder-suicide. It appears to be what it is. When you shoot yourself, you're standing up. There's a considerable amount of blood splatter that goes every direction. The blood splatter, unless somebody was floating, they would have, in my mind, had to have tracked in the blood splatter. "So from your determination," Chris asked, "it seemed like Marshall was standing up when he shot himself?" "Probably, yeah." Kevin Raggio also didn't believe a foreign country like Saudi Arabia staged the deaths to appear as a double murder-suicide. "I've heard all these conspiracy theories and all this other stuff in my mind. If you're a foreign country, for instance, you're coming after Philip Marshall, you'd send somebody in. I'm Italian, so I'd send for the boys in Sicily, and they'd come in and you know what I mean. It'd be like Sopranos. The boys from Italy would come in and he doesn't give a damn if it looks like a murder-suicide or not. They're going to put bullets in your head and they're going to leave, and that's going to be it. But in this case, why would you go out of your way to stage it as a murder-suicide?" Chris Gordon thanked Mr. Raggio for his time and for answering the questions to the best of his ability. "I'm not an expert," Raggio told him. "I just happen to be the guy who has to be the coroner there." He said the Calvarez County Sheriff's Office is doing a very thorough investigation. In light of these conspiracy theories, so forth, I know they've taken some extra steps, and you have to ask them to elaborate on that. That's about all I can tell you. Chris Gordon knows that the autopsy report can be purchased for $10. He asked Raggio, "Is it possible that we could purchase an autopsy report for Philip Marshall?" "I think you could probably. Eventually, yeah." "It's not available as of yet?" "No, not yet. No. Do you have any idea when it would be?" "At this point, no." Chris Gordon has worked at 5 different mortuaries. He's seen a lot of dead bodies up close. He says part of the answer to this case would be found on facial expressions of the deceased. It would be very easy to determine if one of those kids were woken up by the gunshot going off 6 feet away by their facial expressions. Chris told me, "It's easy to tell if someone was sleeping when they died. Their eyes would be closed. That was probably how they were able to determine so quickly that the children were sleeping. If they appeared to be sleeping, they probably were found with their eyes closed. What if someone had just changed the facial expression after killing the 4 family members?" "I'm a mortician," Chris told me. "I make people's shocked and traumatic faces look like they're sleeping. It's a process. Surely a professional could have manipulated their faces to make it appear as if they were sleeping, right?" If it was done, Chris answered me, it would leave a trail. You'd be able to determine that. Forest Meadows. The people who lived near Philip Marshall and communicated with him had a hard time believing Marshall would kill his 2 children. There is no suicide note and no motive. Also, no one heard any gunshots between Thursday, January 31st and Saturday, February 2nd, 2013. Bob Friel, security guard for the gated community of Forest Meadows, told the Union Democrat, "I would never have guessed anything like this." He describes the Marshalls as a normal family. Bret Harte Union High School's assistant principal Kelly Osborne is quoted as saying, "It just doesn't make sense." A neighbor named Mike Brown described Mr. Marshall as a dedicated father. Next-door neighbor Carolyn Greenwood said, "I knew him long enough to know he was a regular guy. He was a good father, always there for his kid, and a helpful neighbor." Rita Calloway of the Calvarez County Board of Supervisors said Marshall was very involved with his kids. Calloway also believed the actions don't match the person we know, and he loved his children. Calloway also told the sheriff's captain that she truly felt like somebody came in the house. While visiting Murphy soon after the incident, Wayne Matson learned that his side door was open when the bodies were found. The same day the bodies were found, the police released a statement claiming the reason for this murder-suicide is unknown at this time. Some people believed Philip Marshall might have killed his 2 children and himself due to his marital issues with his second wife, Shawn Marshall. Shawn Marshall filed for divorce in October of 2012, and a divorce hearing was originally scheduled for February 25, 2013, almost a month after his death. Some believers of the official theory point to a December 2008 dispute Philip Marshall had with Shawn and her sister, Erin, over the custody battle of the teenagers. Philip Marshall was accused by Shawn and Erin of slapping Erin at the Forest Meadows home. Marshall was detained, not arrested, and eventually released. A month earlier in November, Philip Marshall hid in the shower of his house with a video camera as Shawn entered the home and allegedly stole a bottle of 6 20-milligram pills of Cadian, a very strong opioid. The police were called to the house and eventually arrested Shawn Marshall, charging her with petty theft, trespassing, and possession of drugs without prescription. The charges were dropped on September 28, 2009. When asked why she took the pills, Shawn told the police she hid the pills in a tree and planned on giving them to her lawyer. Independent researcher Dan Hennon found a blog about 3 family members who allegedly went to the Marshall home on February 14th, one day after Wayne Matson witnessed someone breaking into the Marshall home. Hennon found this information on Echelon.com. 2 family members and a friend of Marshall's estranged wife reportedly entered the home and rifled through drawers and boxes of papers in the garage in search of something. Forest Meadows Homeowners Association President David Turner was alerted to their presence and told them they had no permission to enter the premises. Turner also remarked that they were making quite a mess. According to a neighbor, the estranged in-laws claimed they were looking for bills that had to be paid. On March 20th, 2013, Dan Hennon posted in the Justice for Philip, Alex and Michaela Marshall Facebook group, "I was able to get through to David Turner today. He was the president of the association for 3 years and is now the treasurer. I asked him if he could clarify a little further into what happened that day when he had to tell the family members they didn't have permission to be in the home. I'm not interested in getting into that." An employee at a local business told Chris Gordon that Marshall was right-handed and grabbed stuff off the shelves with his right hand, too. That person also saw Mr. Marshall sign his credit card receipt with his right hand. We asked for the video that showed which hand Marshall signed with, but the employee said they only keep surveillance videos for 30 days. Lack of evidence. The Calvarez County Sheriff's Office prepared a 6-page statement on the Marshall investigation and released it on March 29, 2013. Sheriff Gary Kuntz and Shawn Marshall, plumber, mother of the 2 deceased children, reviewed the 3rd media release prepared by Sergeant Chris Hewitt before it was given to the public. In the prepared statement, authorities claimed the gun was upside down when Marshall shot himself. The Glock handgun was sent to the California Department of Justice Crime Lab for fingerprint analysis, the report stated, and is scheduled for DNA and ballistics examination, results pending on the DNA and ballistics. The fingerprint analysis positively identifies Philip Marshall's fingerprints on the interior plastic carton of the ammunition box and gun magazine. In regards to the prints on the gun, DOJ lab analysts explained the only usable friction ridge impressions remaining in the case were 2 patent impressions appearing on the Glock 19 handgun. These patent impressions were visible on the slide area of the handgun upon the initial examination. The patent impression lacked sufficiently quality or quantity of a friction ridge detail for identification purposes, but are usable for elimination purposes. The Department of Justice lab analyst stated Marshall could not be eliminated as a suspect due to the similarities in ridge flow and ridge characteristics in agreement with his left thumb and left index finger. According to the official theory, the blood spatter and a lack of displacement or disruption found at the scene proved to investigators that no other person were in close proximity to have shot Philip Marshall. Then the media release tries to explain how a man could shoot himself with a gun pointed upside down. The investigators claimed it was normal for people to shoot themselves this way. The inverted upside-down positioning of the handgun is a natural body/arm posture of someone shooting themselves and is consistent with having shot himself. Philip Marshall questions. When officers arrived at the Marshall home, they found Philip Marshall lying face up with a close-range gunshot wound on the right side of his head. Police claimed the gun was inverted, upside down. Marshall was found face up near the couch, where his deceased children appeared to be sleeping under blankets on a U-shaped sectional couch. The gun was found with a bullet in the chamber and an empty magazine. In Marshall's bedroom closet, police found a 50-round box of Fiachi ammunition with 43 unused bullets. 3 expended casings were found in the living room near Marshall and his children. 1 expended casing was found in the master bedroom near the dog. A 5th unexpended bullet was found on the laundry room floor. The box of ammo was found on a shelf on top of an open safe. Outside of the safe where they found the box of ammunition, they found a wedding ring resting on top of the Fiachi box. According to the Calvarez County Sheriff's Department, there was no signs of forced entry into the Marshall home when the double murder-suicide happened. All the doors were closed, but they were unlocked. It did not appear that the house or any of the furniture had been ransacked. Many people might find it strange that the Glock 9mm handgun was found underneath Marshall. Marshall was found lying on his back in the living room behind the sectional couch. The statement continued, the gun was located under his right side midsection. If Marshall was standing up where he shot himself with the gun upside down, how is it possible that the gun was found under his right midsection? The muzzle impression left on Philip Marshall's skin helped determine the proximity of the gun to Marshall's head and the angle of the muzzle. Based on how they found the gun impression on Marshall's head, the lack of voids and blood disruption, investigators concluded no disruption or voids were found in the high and low velocity blood splatter pattern, and this proved to them that there was no 4th person involved in the incident. The only fingerprints lab analysts found were Marshall's left thumb and index finger located on the slide of the gun. This only proves that Marshall cocked the gun. They could not positively identify Marshall's fingerprints on the trigger of the firearm. A Fiachi Glock 9mm handgun is the alleged weapon used by Philip Marshall. In October of 2011, Marshall purchased the Glock 9mm handgun from a gun store in Turlock, California. The gun was registered to him. Then on January 27, 2013, Marshall was videotaped purchasing ammunition from the Big 5 sporting goods store in Sonora, California. I found it very interesting that the police believed Marshall was wearing the same clothing on January 27th as he was when he was found on February 2nd, 2013. He paid cash for the ammunition, and the police found a receipt for the purchase inside of Marshall's car. The investigators determined it was possible for the children to be shot within 2 seconds, a few feet apart, without one of them waking up. They also believed that 4 gunshots would be muffled inside the house, and that's why neighbors didn't report hearing any gunfire. The closest neighbor lives about 50 feet away from the Marshall residence. Police performed tests inside of Philip Marshall's house to see if one of the neighbors would be able to hear gunfire from next door. During the test, the unidentified neighbor did hear the gunshots, but didn't think that the noise would be loud enough to wake him up if sleeping. The neighbor went on to say that despite the fact that the neighbor is a very light sleeper, the neighbor would not have been awakened by the noise. Nothing was mentioned about the suspicious noise Jeff Woods heard on February 1st of 2013. The media release attempted to explain Marshall's financial situation based on the documents they found on the kitchen counter. These documents included a list of financial debt he owed, dated 2/1/13, and totaled $67,000, as well as a child support related document and information. Marshall wrote in a spiral notebook, "Debt kill." Authorities also confiscated a laptop and a desktop computer and sent them to the high-tech task force in Sacramento for forensic analysis. The results were still pending at the time of release. Toxicology results. Michaela Marshall, daughter, 14 years old. Blood samples taken during the autopsies were sent to a toxicology lab for toxicology analysis. The results showed that Michaela had a 0.05 blood alcohol content and a 0.32 milligram of diphenhydramine, an over-the-counter antihistamine/sleep aid. Alex Marshall, son, 17 years old. Alex had a blood alcohol content of 0.03. Philip Marshall. Philip Marshall's blood sample contained 0.08 milligrams of hydrocodone, pain reliever and narcotic, 0.02 milligrams of morphine, a pain relief narcotic, and 0.80 milligrams of hydroxybupropion, antidepressant. Alcoholic beverages including a bottle of whiskey and an open 12-pack of beer were found inside the Marshall home. Philip Marshall was last seen on January 31st of 2013. Likewise, the last documented communication with Alex Marshall was also January 31st. Alex sent an instant message at 10:40 p.m. His sister Michaela made her last documented communication via cell phone at 10:10 that same night. Then at 10:55 p.m., Michaela used her cell phone to take a self-portrait. Still no motive. I suppose the only motive the police have is that Philip Marshall was diagnosed with bipolar disorder. They believe Marshall suffered from some kind of mental illness and point to his prescription narcotic pain medication as evidence. According to records obtained, Marshall was diagnosed with bipolar disorder. Additionally, the report stated that he suffered periods of depression and mania, which led to his dismissal or grounding as a pilot in September of 2006. Detectives also shared some information about Philip Marshall's medical records. His medical records suggested that he also suffered from some sort of mental illness, drug dependency, anxiety, and depression. He was prescribed antidepressant medication for his mental health. During mid-year 2012 through January of 2013, he frequented the medical clinic seeking additional pain medications. The media release added that Philip Marshall was under the care of a doctor for several years, and speculated that Marshall had mental health issues. Yet this was not enough evidence for police to come up with a clear motive for the allegations of a double murder-suicide. It's unclear if the detectives talked to Marshall's doctor, but they did consult with a different doctor about what might have happened if Marshall combined antidepressants with prescribed narcotics. The police even sourced the FDA's research for the sudden outburst that led to the alleged double murder-suicide. The Food and Drug Administration, which has not been friendly towards natural medicines, cited how changes in psychotropic medications could result in suicide, hostility, or psychosis. The investigators in charge of solving the crime concluded there was no evidence to support a theory that anyone else could have committed this crime, or that any other persons were present at the time of the shooting. Michaela and Alex Marshall both appeared to be sleeping at the time they were shot, indicating no signs of a struggle with a possible intruder. There was no evidence of a struggle with Philip Marshall, and no signs of forced entry into the home. Various items of value were still present inside the home, and no evidence of any additional weapons was found. Lastly, there was no evidence that Philip Marshall or his children were moved or repositioned after the shooting, which would indicate an altered crime scene. Based on the final findings of the investigators, evidence showed that Philip Marshall, and not an outside fourth person, shot and killed Michaela, Alex, and the family dog, and then himself. To conclude, it is determined that the case was a double murder-suicide. There is plenty of evidence to suspect that a fourth party was involved, in my opinion. This is mainly due to the lack of evidence against Philip Marshall. If the police cannot conclusively prove their own theory, why would they rule out all the other theories? No matter how crazy those theories may sound to investigators, it is their responsibility to find the truth and bring justice to the tragedy. It's not their job to assume within the hour that Marshall is guilty of a double murder-suicide, and then search for evidence to prove that theory, which is based on circumstantial evidence with no clear motive. Their reasons for ruling out foul play are very weak. Police cannot prove that Marshall fired the Glock 9mm, and the only fingerprints they have of Marshall do not conclusively prove anything. The tests only conclude that Philip Marshall could not be ruled out as one who shot the gun. This does not mean he fired the gun. The fingerprints found on the gun were not on the trigger but on the slide, which is used to cock the gun. A bullet was found on the chamber of the Glock, but the magazine was empty. The police finding no evidence of a struggle or forced entry does not mean Philip Marshall is guilty of murdering his 2 children. The police have already admitted that more than one of the doors of the house was unlocked, so there is little need to look for forced entry when you already have established a means of entry without force. Isn't it possible a fourth party simply walked in through one of the unlocked doors? Video of the Marshall house shows how many doors there are in the 2-story home. There are quite a few. The prepared media release by Sergeant Chris Hewitt concluded by stating they based their entire theory of a double murder-suicide on the final findings of the investigators. Those final findings seemed to mirror their initial findings of February 2nd of 2013. If the purpose of the 6-page media release was to put conspiracy theories to rest, then in my opinion, he has failed miserably. My question to Sergeant Chris Hewitt and Sheriff Gary Kuntz is, do you seriously believe you can convict Philip Marshall of a double murder-suicide, either in a court of law or in the court of public opinion, based on the evidence in the possession of your department? I challenge you to do so. I will publicly debate you on this issue. I will argue that you cannot prove your theory, that your evidence is lacking, and that it's possible that the real murderer or murderers are out there somewhere. 28 pages of Saudi Arabian government ties to 9/11. During an interview with Meet the Press host Tim Russert on September 14, 2003, Vice President Dick Cheney was asked about the connection between Iraq and the 9/11 terror attacks. Cheney responded, "We learned more and more that there was a relationship between Iraq and al-qaeda that stretched back through most of the decade of the 90s, that involved training, for example, on biological weapons and chemical weapons, that al-qaeda sent personnel to Baghdad to get trained on the systems that are involved, the Iraqis providing bomb-making expertise and advice to the al-qaeda organization." Tim Russert reminded Cheney, "We could establish a direct link between the hijackers of September 11th and Saudi Arabia. We know that many of the attackers were Saudi," Cheney responded. "There was also an Egyptian in the bunch. It doesn't mean those governments had anything to do with that attack. That's a different proposition than saying the Iraq government and the Iraqi intelligence service has a relationship with al-qaeda that developed throughout the decade of the 90s. That was clearly official policy. There are reports," Russert explained, "that the investigation Congress did does show a link between the Saudi government and the hijackers, but it still will not be released to the public." Cheney said he didn't want to speculate on that. It was the judgment of our senior intelligence officials, both CIA and FBI, that material needed to remain classified. At some point we may be able to declassify it, but there are ongoing investigations that might be affected by that release, and for that reason we kept it classified. The committee knows what's in there. They helped us prepare it. So it hasn't been kept secret from the Congress, but from the standpoint of our ongoing investigation, we needed to do that. 28 pages. Please read the 28 pages in their entirety. This is simply a condensed version of the ties between the events of 9/11 and the Saudi government. 28 pages of the 2002 Joint Inquiry into Intelligence Community Activities before and after the terrorist attacks of September 11, 2001, was finally declassified and released to the public on July 15 of 2016. Together with additional views, the U.S. Senate Select Committee on Intelligence and the U.S. House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence called for the establishment of a Director of National Intelligence, or DNI, who, in addition to being the President's principal intelligence advisor, shall have the full range of management, budgetary, and personnel responsibilities needed to make the U.S. intelligence community operate as a coherent whole. For over 14 years, page 416 through 443 of the Joint Inquiry Report remain classified. The 28 pages, Part 4, Finding, Discussion, and Narrative Regarding Certain Sensitive National Security Matters, focused on ties between September 11th hijackers and the government of Saudi Arabia. The Joint Inquiry Report concluded, while in the United States, some of the September 11th hijackers were in contact with and received support or assistance from individuals who may be connected to the Saudi government. There is information, primarily from FBI sources, At least two of those individuals were alleged by some to be Saudi intelligence officers. The joint inquiry also confirmed that individuals associated with the Saudi government in the United States may have other ties to al-Qaeda and other terrorist groups. Omar al-Bayoumi, two of the 9/11 hijackers, Khalid al-Midhar and Nawaf al-Hazami, allegedly received substantial assistance from Omar al-Bayoumi when they arrived in San Diego in February of 2000. A year later, on September 11, 2001, al-Midhar and al-Hazami boarded American Airlines Flight 77, the aircraft which allegedly crashed into the Pentagon. Shortly after meeting with someone at the Saudi consulate in San Diego, al-Bayoumi then met with the two future hijackers. FBI files indicate that the encounter with the hijackers may have not been accidental. Between January and May of 2000, al-Bayoumi called Saudi government establishments in the United States almost 100 times. While living in San Diego in the late 1990s, Omar al-Bayoumi was suspected of being a Saudi intelligence officer. The FBI received numerous reports from individuals in the Muslim community dating back to 1999, alleging that al-Bayoumi may be a Saudi intelligence officer. Omar was a member of the Islamic Center of San Diego, whose mission today is to serve the religious needs of San Diego Muslim population and work with the larger community to serve the less fortunate, to educate, and to better our nation. Al-Bayoumi received a monthly salary from Marine, a Saudi company affiliated with the Saudi Ministry of Defense, even though he had been there on only one occasion. Someone at Marine refused to pay al-Bayoumi a monthly salary at first, but then he was told that his company would lose their contract if he did not pay him. The Marine employee or owner attributed this to a Saudi corruption. Marine is a subcontractor of Dala and Avco, which held contracts for cleaning and maintenance at the three major airports in Saudi Arabia. Dala and Avco are part of Dala and Avco Trans-Arab, which is a subsidiary of the Al-Barakat Investment and Development Company. One of these companies, according to an FBI document, has links to Osama bin Laden. FBI headquarters was informed of the affiliation between Dala Avco and Al-Barakat in February of 2001, but the San Diego field office apparently never got this information. An October 14, 2002 FBI document revealed Omar al-Bayoumi had extensive ties to the Saudi government. Between 1976 and 1993, al-Bayoumi worked as an accountant for the Saudi Civil Aviation Administration. He was a frequent contact with Amir at the Saudi Ministry of Defense, responsible for air traffic control. He received $20,000 from a Saudi Ministry of Finance in 1998 when applying to schools in the United States. Omar had a letter from the Saudi embassy which stated that he was getting a full scholarship from the government of Saudi Arabia. According to the Joint Inquiry Report, before the hijackers moved in with the longtime FBI informant, they stayed in al-Bayoumi's apartment for several days. When al-Bayoumi found an apartment for al-Midhar and al-Hazami, he co-signed their lease and probably paid their first month's rent and security deposit. Al-Bayoumi then threw a welcoming party to introduce the two men to the San Diego community. Madhar Abdullah, also a member of the Islamic Center of San Diego, soon became al-Midhar and al-Hazmi's translator, helped them get driver's license and assisted them in locating flight schools. Before Khalid al-Midhar and Nawaf al-Hazmi arrived in San Diego, Omar al-Bayoumi's salary, or allowance, was $465 per month. In March of 2000, al-Bayoumi's pay rate jumped to over $3,700 a month and stayed constant until December of 2000, when al-Hazmi left San Diego. After al-Hazmi left San Diego, al-Bayoumi's monthly salary dropped to $3,200. Omar left the United States 1 month before the September 11th terror attacks. Sometime before September 11, 2001, Omar al-Bayoumi received $400,000 from Saudi Arabia to help fund a new mosque in San Diego. The FBI conducted a counterterrorism investigation on al-Bayoumi in 1998 and 1999, but cleared the investigation at that point. According to FBI reports, after an exhaustive translation of Bayoumi's documents, it is clear that in Bayoumi's correspondence, he's providing guidance to young Muslims, and some of his writings can be interpreted as jihadist. During a closed hearing before the Joint Inquiry, a former San Diego FBI agent testified that Omar al-Bayoumi acted like a Saudi intelligence officer, in my opinion. And if he was involved with the hijackers, which it looks like he was, if he signed leases, if he provided some sort of financing or payment of sort, then I would say that there is a clear possibility that there might be a connection between Saudi intelligence and UBL. FBI agents discovered that al-Bayoumi was in contact with at least 3 individuals at the Saudi embassy in Washington, D.C., 2 individuals at the Saudi Arabian Cultural Mission in Washington, D.C., and 3 individuals at the Saudi consulate in Los Angeles. He had the phone number for an individual at the Saudi consulate in London, Osama Bosnin. Osama Bosnin lived in an apartment across the street from the 2 future hijackers, Khalid al-Midhar and Nawaf al-Hazami, in San Diego, and spoke over the phone with Omar al-Bayoumi several times a day when they both were in San Diego. An FBI asset stated that Osama Bosnin and Omar al-Bayoumi were close to each other for a long time. According to the Joint Inquiry Report, Bosnin had many ties to the Saudi government, including past employment by the Saudi Arabian Education Mission. Some people from San Diego's Muslim community thought Omar Bosnin was a Saudi intelligence officer. Bosnin reportedly received funding and possibly a fake passport from Saudi government officials, according to a CIA memo. In 1992, Bosnin hosted a party for the blind sheikh at his house in Washington, D.C. in October of 1992. FBI assets reported how highly Bosnin spoke to Osama bin Laden, referring to bin Laden as the official caliphate and the ruler of the Islamic world. Bosnin also told the asset that there was enough Muslims in the United States to destroy the United States and make it an Islamic state within 10 or 15 years. Saudi ambassadors to the United States Prince Bandar bin Sultan of the House of Saud sent Osama Bosnin a $15,000 check, which was cashed on May 14th of 1998. Before that, on January 8th, 1998, Bosnin's wife cashed a check from the Saudi ambassador's wife, Princess Haifa, between February 22, 1999 and May 30, 2002. Bosnin's wife received an additional $74,000 from Haifa. What the money was for is what we don't know, FBI Executive Assistant Director D. Amaru told the Joint Inquiry. Bosnin's close friend Khalid al-qaeda was a commercial airline pilot and certified flight instructor living in San Diego. Al-qaeda admitted to the FBI that in May 2000, al-Midhar and al-Hazmi contacted him about learning to fly Boeing jet aircraft. Bosnin had connections to the bin Laden family in both Saudi Arabia and the United States. In 2002, Bosnin went to Houston, where a member of the Saudi royal family provided Bosnin with a significant amount of cash. FBI information indicates that Bosnin is an extremist and supporter of Osama bin Laden, has been connected to the Eritrean Islamic Jihad and the blind sheikh, Sheikh al-Thumairi. The Joint Inquiry Report described Sheikh al-Thumairi as an accredited diplomat in the Saudi consulate in Los Angeles and one of the imams at the King Fahd Mosque in Culver City, California. Saudi Arabian Crown Prince Abdulaziz funded the creation of the King Fahd Mosque in 1998. 9/11 hijackers Khalid al-Midhar and Nawaf al-Hazmi both attended the mosque. FBI documents indicate that Madhar Abdullah drove al-Hazmi and al-Midhar to the King Fahd Mosque before al-Midhar returned to Saudi Arabia. The Joint Inquiry staff reviewed a memorandum stating initial indications are that al-Thumairi may have had a physical or financial connection to al-Hazmi and al-Midhar, but we are still looking at the possibility. Also, according to FBI documents, the mosque was built in 1998 from the funding provided by Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince Abdul Aziz. The mosque is reportedly attended by members of the Saudi consulate in Los Angeles and is widely recognized for its anti-Western views. According to FBI and CIA reports, Sheikh al-Thumairi may have been in contact with both Khalid al-Midhar and Nawaf al-Hazmi before September 11, 2001. Separately, CIA and FBI personnel identified the Ibn Taymiyyah Mosque in Culver City as a site of extremist-related activity. Several subjects of the FBI investigations prior to September 11th had close connections to the mosque and are believed to have laundered money through the mosque to nonprofit organizations overseas affiliated with Osama bin Laden. In an interview, an FBI agent said he believed that the Saudi government money was being laundered through the mosque. Saleh al-Hussein, The FBI labeled Saleh al-Hussein as a Saudi Interior Ministry employee and official. In September of 2001, Saleh al-Hussein stayed at the same hotel in Fernandez, Virginia, where Nawaf al-Hazmi was staying. Several FBI agents in the Washington field office believe Saleh al-Hussein was being deceptive when claiming he did not know any of the 9/11 hijackers. Saleh's interview with the FBI ended abruptly when al-Hussein either passed out or feigned a seizure requiring medical treatment. Sometime before 2002, al-Hussein was able to depart the United States despite FBI efforts to locate and re-interview him. Saleh's nephew Sami Omar Hussein was under investigation by the FBI and had connections to the Islamic Assembly of North America, IANA. According to the FBI, the IANA's mission is actually to spread Islamic fundamentalism and Salafist doctrine throughout the United States and the whole world at large. Saleh was a major contributor to the IANA, according to the FBI documents. IANA had solicited money from Prince Bandar, but the documents are unclear as to whether Bandar actually contributed money to the organization. Abdullah bin Laden. Osama bin Laden's half-brother Abdullah bin Laden claimed to work at the Saudi embassy in Washington, D.C. as an administrative officer. He is a close friend of Mohammed Qadar Harunani, a possible associate of Muhammad Atta and Marwan al-Shahi prior to September 11, 2001. In 1999, the FBI conducted a counterterrorism investigation on Mohammed Qadar Harani. Additionally, Abdullah bin Laden was the subject of several FBI investigations before September 11, 2001. Abdullah financed Muhammad's company and too frequently communicated via phone and email. Abdullah bin Laden was the president and director of the World Arab Muslim Youth Association, WAMY, and the Institute of Islamic and Arabic Sciences in America. Both of those non-governmental organizations are based in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The FBI stated WAMY was closely associated with the funding and financing of international terrorist activities and in the past has provided logistical support to individuals wishing to fight in the Afghan war. Testing security. In 1999, Mohammed al-Qudaheen and Hamdan al-Shalawi boarded a plane in Phoenix, headed for the Saudi embassy in Washington, D.C. Mohammed and Hamdan claimed the flight was paid for by the Saudi embassy. While on the flight, Mohammed and Hamdan began asking flight attendants technical questions about the flight that the flight attendants found suspicious. After a flight attendant told Mohammed al-Qudaheen where the bathrooms were in the back of the plane, Mohammed proceeded to go to the front of the plane, and on 2 other occasions tried to enter the cockpit. The plane made an emergency landing, and the FBI investigated the incident, but decided not to pursue prosecution. After 9/11, a report from FBI's Phoenix field office stated, Phoenix FBI now believe both men were specifically. After 9/11, a report from the FBI's Phoenix field office stated, Phoenix FBI now believes both men were specifically attempting to test security procedures of American West Airlines in preparation for an in furtherance of UBL/al-qaeda operations. An FBI agent found Mohammed al-Qudaheen's profile similar to that of al-Bayoumi and Basnin, were FBI agents looking into the possibility that al-Qudaheen was also a Saudi intelligence officer like al-Bayoumi and Basnin. Al-Qudaheen was a student in the United States and had no visible means of income. The FBI believed al-Qudaheen received money from the Saudi government at some point while in the United States. Phone numbers. On March 28, 2002, senior al-Qaeda operative Abu Zubaydah was captured at a safe house in Faisalabad, Pakistan. FBI documents showed that several of the phone numbers found in the phone book of Abu could be linked at least indirectly to telephone numbers in the United States. One of those U.S. numbers is subscribed to by the ASPCOL Corporation, which is located in Aspen, Colorado, and manages the affairs of Colorado residents of the Saudi ambassador Bandar. The FBI noted that the ASPCOL has an unlisted telephone number. A November 18, 2002 FBI response to the joint inquiry states that CIA traces have revealed no direct link between numbers found in Zubaydah's phone book and the numbers in the United States. An unnamed male was interviewed by the FBI in June of 2002. After his Virginia phone number was found in Osama bin Laden's safe house in Pakistan, he could not explain why his number ended up at the safe house in Pakistan, but stated that he regularly provided services to a couple who are personal assistants of Prince Bandar. Lack of Saudi help. According to several FBI and CIA personnel, the Saudis displayed a lack of cooperation when it came to assisting with counterterrorism investigations, both before and after September 11th attacks. The former chief of al-qaeda, the unit in the DCI's counter-terrorist center establishment in 1996, to focus specifically on Osama bin Laden, it was clear from about 1996 that the Saudi government would not cooperate with the United States on matters relating to Osama bin Laden. In May of 1999, a DCI counter-terrorist center memo revealed why the Saudis were not helping the DCI with information about Osama bin Laden. Apparently, Osama bin Laden had too much information about official Saudi dealings with Islamic extremists in the 1980s for Riyadh to deliver him into U.S. hands. The former chief of al-qaeda felt that the Saudi assistance to the U.S. government on this matter was contrary to Saudi's national interests. FBI Executive Assistant Director Pasquale D'Amaro told the Joint Inquiry, "To date, I can't sit here and tell you that those ties go back. What we can prove is that the Saudi royal family is sponsoring terrorism. But there's enough smoke out there that we're conducting several investigations to try and determine what other information is out there." During an October 9, 2002 closed session with the Joint Inquiry, FBI Director Robert Mueller admitted that he was not aware of some of the facts about the Saudis until the Joint Inquiry staff investigated the sensitive issue. I'm saying the sequence of events here. I think the staff probed, and as a result of the probing, some facts came to light here, and to me, frankly, they had not come to light before, and perhaps would not have come to light if the staff had not probed. That's what I'm telling you. So I'm agreeing with you that the staff probing brought out facts that may have not come to the committee. But what you're also saying, Senator Mike DeWine clarified, is that the probing then brought facts to your attention. Yes, Mueller responded. 28 pages later. Inside the 28 pages you will also find wire transfers related to Osama bin Laden, links between al-Qaeda and the Saudi government, and complaints from FBI agents about the lack of Saudi cooperation. The ties, however loose they may seem in their 28 pages, between the Saudis and the events of 9/11 cannot be denied, and should be investigated further. The real question is, what United States intelligence agencies did with this information. Were the 28 pages classified because Saudi connections to terrorism were being investigated, or because the United States government did not want to investigate their ally? Iron Man villain is Osama bin Laden. Robert Downey Jr. is Iron Man, just as much as Ben Kingsley's Mandarin character is Osama bin Laden. To date, Iron Man 3 has grossed $1,214,811,252 worldwide, and it's the third top-grossing Marvel Cinematic Universe film to date. The third Iron Man film is superseded only by Avengers: Age of Ultron and Marvel's The Avengers. Marvel Studios chose the perfect director for the threequel in Shane Black, who's also directed the original Predator movie starring Arnold Schwarzenegger. Iron Man 3 was unlike any other Marvel movie, especially when you consider the twist at the end. I forgot all about the twist until I got back to the script, Ben Kingsley told the Huffington Post. I just read it page by page, and I totally would have accepted the Mandarin as the Mandarin. Actually, in reading the script, I didn't know when the reveal would occur, and I was delighted when it did. It's timed beautifully. It's just a great role. The twist comes when Iron Man and War Machine track the Mandarin to a remote mansion. There, the two heroes learn the truth about the villain. The Mandarin is revealed to be a washed-up British actor named Trevor Slattery. Slattery was hired by the handlers to play the part of an international terrorist on television. The Mandarin makes Osama bin Laden-like videos, promoting terror around the world and threatening the United States president. After being taunted by Iron Man, also known as Tony Stark, the Mandarin sends helicopters to blow up Stark's Malibu getaway. Eventually, Iron Man learns the truth about the British actor and finds out who his handler is. The handler turns out to be an American scientist who was able to cure his disabilities and give himself superhuman powers. Of course, it's a cure that comes with consequences, as side effects include spontaneous combustion and a beatdown from Robert Downey Jr. The original Mandarin character in the comic books is very different from the character portrayed by Ben Kingsley. Watch the movie and decide for yourself if the Mandarin reminds you of Osama bin Laden. In the world of comic books, it's standard procedure for a villain to die and come back to life again. Surely the real world works differently. What is truth? We have always been tempted by the devil, beginning with Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden. Our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ was tempted by the devil. Matthew 4:1-11. Then Jesus was led by the Spirit into the wilderness to be tempted by the devil. And when he had fasted 40 days and 40 nights, afterward he was hungry. Now when the tempter came to him, he said, If you are the Son of God, command and these stones become bread. But he answered and said, It is written, Man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceeds from the mouth of God. Then the devil took him up into the holy city, set him on the pinnacle of the temple, and said to him, If you are the Son of God, throw yourself down, for it is written, He shall give his angels charge over you, and in their hands they shall bear you up, lest you dash your foot against the stone. Jesus said to him, It is written again, You shall not tempt the Lord your God. Again, the devil took him up an exceedingly high mountain, and showed him all the kingdoms of the world and their glory. And he said to him, All these things I will give you, if you will fall down and worship me. Then Jesus said to him, Away with you, Satan, for it is written, You shall worship the Lord your God, and him only you shall serve. Then the devil left him, and behold, angels came and ministered to him. MKJV. We are under constant attack by evil forces. We will battle sin until the day we die. Yet through Jesus Christ we are saved. He died on the cross for our sins, so that we may truly live. John 3:16. For God so loved the world, that he gave his only begotten Son, that whoever believeth in him shall not perish, but have everlasting life. There is truth found in the events of September 11, 2001, but it is a small piece of what the truth really is. The fight for power and control among evil forces will continue until Christ returns. Just as the devil sought to control heaven, his demons fight to control the physical realm. Believers in Christ stand on the front line in this war, and through Christ we have nothing to fear. Truth lives within us all. Before we existed, there was truth. So what is truth? John 18:33-38. Then Pilate entered the praetorium again, called Jesus, and said to him, Are you the king of the Jews? Jesus answered him, Are you speaking for yourself about this, or did your others tell you this concerning me? Pilate answered, Am I a Jew? Your own nation and chief priests have delivered you to me. What have you done? Jesus answered, My kingdom is not of this world. If my kingdom were of this world, my servants would fight, so that I should not be delivered to the Jews. But now my kingdom is not from here. Pilate therefore said to him, Are you a king then? Jesus answered, You say rightly that I am king. For this cause I was born, and for this cause I have come into this world, that I should bear witness to the truth. Everyone who is of the truth hears my voice. Pilate said to him, What is truth? And when he said this, he went out again to the Jews, and said to them, I find no fault in him at all. Although he was innocent, Jesus was still sentenced to death at the insistence of his detractors. It's easy to blame the death of Christ on the Jewish leadership of the time, or the Roman Empire. But what about the devil, the tempter of sinners led by the people of power to kill Jesus? Yet Jesus had to die, so that we may live. Where can we learn about Jesus Christ, if not in the Holy Scriptures? Faith comes by hearing the Word of God, as we read in Romans 10:17. So then faith comes by hearing, and hearing by the Word of God. The Bible is the living Word of God. Even if we compare all the interpretations of the Bible, we find what truth is. There is only one truth. Jesus Christ is the Son of God, who died on the cross for our sins, and through him we are saved if we believe. The choice is ours. The path is narrow, but it is the only path to eternal life. Amen. When Jesus gave up the ghost and died on the cross, he went into the center of the earth and preached there. On the third day, Christ rose from the dead and walked the earth for 40 days, before ascending into the clouds. One day he will return to judge us all. Always remember that he who has seen the Father has seen the Son, and he who has seen the Son has seen the Father. John 14:8-9. Philip said to him, Lord, show us the Father, and it is sufficient for us. Jesus said to him, Have I been with you so long, and yet you have not known me, Philip? He who has seen me has seen the Father. So how can you say, 'Show us the Father'? I have never doubted the existence of God, the Father, or Christ, the Son. I have always believed in Jesus. My spirituality has always been strong in the Lord, but it was with the events of September 11, 2001, that made me recognize the real war we face. The battle for our soul begins at birth and ends at death. We are engaged in constant spiritual warfare, and some people may not even know of it. The closer you get to Jesus, the more temptation the devil will throw your way. After I was baptized, my father-in-law told me, "Now the real battle begins." At the time, I did not understand what he was talking about. I do now. The closer you get to Jesus, the more you are attacked by evil forces. There is no truth without Jesus Christ, who was sent by the Father to die on the cross for our sins. Jesus is truth. This has been What is Truth? 9/11, written by Greg Fernandez Jr., narrated by Ryan Barrie, copyright by Greg Fernandez Jr., production copyright by Greg Fernandez Jr. The Mujahideen was made of loosely aligned groups of Afghan opposition to the Soviet-installed DRA, Democratic Republic of Afghanistan, back in the late 1970s. The CIA not only funded the Mujahideen, but they trained them as well, giving them rocket-propelled grenades to shoot down Soviet helicopters.